Hello everyone, this is Skylit Lake reading Super Science by thatchickendude, Chapter 31, A New Problem, A Different Solution. Okay people, Egon stated as he slapped the meeting table that he and the entire staff of NIP were all sitting around. Now I'm sure you all know why I've called you here today, he asked them rhetorically. Because it's your birthday? Izuku asked innocently. No. Is it my birthday? Asked Hankoyo. No. Are we getting a raise? Genus asked hopefully. No. You're going to give me full and unrestricted access to the Singularity Soul? Hatsume exclaimed in excitement. No. You finally got a girlfriend at 30? Cho asked while slapping the table as Orpington clucked a laugh. Are we gonna do this? Egon asked back, already done with this whole charade. Then Honey Lemon spoke up and asked cautiously, does it have to do with the fact that we were attacked and very underprepared, only getting out of it by the skin of our teeth due to our adversaries not doing their homework on us? The massive damages accrued by the said attacks? Or the rapidly developing dragon we have stored? Egon sighs as he runs his nose and answers back, yes, on all fronts, going in no order, although the damages we faced were rather extravagant. We are more than capable to fix them thanks to our funds and the ones provided by UA as a sorry/donation. On the other hand, if this event has taught us anything, it's that we are sourly underprepared for what's to come. We're working with tech and knowledge that I'm sure countries will go to war for. So, we have to outfit the facility with all the measures of a small country's worth of military protection. So that is why I want all of you to be firing on all cylinders to make this place as secure as possible. This is a top priority. I'm talking about new tech, security codes, defenses, force fields, anti-warp, quirk generators, literally anything you can think or make to get this place as safe and as secure as possible, he exclaimed. Yes, sir, everyone around the table replied in unison. And the dragon? Odo inquired. Ah, yes, him, Egon said with a huff before stressing. Little Torchwick isn't so little anymore. I liked him better when he was the size of a parrot, Orpington squawked in a complaint. So you could bully him? Otto chastised her. He tried to eat me, she fought back. Once and only once, Otto corrected her as she tried to peck at his new-grown tentacles. We still haven't fully determined how big he'll grow, and I don't think we can continue increasing the size of the enclosure. Heck, I don't think such a thing would exist, especially alongside the fact that he can fly. And we just can't let him go galvanting off wherever he wants, Joe added. And no country in the world is gonna let us keep a dragon on their soil without wanting to know the details, Hollyhock says. I hate to say it, but we may have to terminate him, Genus admits with a somber tone. Izuku looks down at the table, tightening his fists as his tears wells up in his eyes as he says back, I hate to say it, but you might be right. Not really, Hollyhock interjects. All eyes fall on the smiling woman as Egon asks her, You have an idea, Hollyhock? She nods and tells the group, More of a working theory. You remember when you gave me a piece of the Singularity Soul? What? Hatsume suddenly exclaimed, making everyone look at him. You gave her a piece of it, but are forbidding me? He complained. Egon slaps his face and tells him, Hollyhock has her head screwed on the right and doesn't want to make a death ray with it. But why can't I make a death ray? He whines like a child. Because I say so, Egon yells at him, causing the man to sit down with a sulk After calming himself down and pushing back his hair, Egon turned back and says, "Continue, Palm." "Well, I took a small sample from the piece and I managed to make a little something I like to call the reset bomb," she explained to them. "Reset bomb? What's that?" Egon and Izuku says at the same time. She then pulls out a folder and opens up to a picture of something strange looking. It appears like a small machine on the verge of breaking to pieces, but held up and enwrapped by vines, roots, leaves, and other plant life, with a glow at the center of it illuminating like a flame. When this little device hits any soil, it'll instantly shoot back up an entire forest of indigenous plant life, almost like if humans never cultivated it, she exclaimed to the group, making Izuku and Egon drop their jaws. "If I can make one big enough, tweak it a bit, and send it to the bottom of the ocean, I could potentially make an island that the dragon could live on, alongside any other animals or plants that can't be brought into the public and we can't bring ourselves to terminate or keep," she explained her idea. Egon shoots up from his seat and exclaimed, "Hollyhock, you're beautiful." She then looked sad and in a serious time as she told him, "Don't thank me yet, there's just one problem with it." Everyone looks at her confused by the comment until she tells them, "I have no idea how or where to test it." Egon slumps back in his seat, deep in thought as he thought aloud, "That is a good point. Where in all of Japan could we use the reset bomb?" As everyone was pondering on how to remedy this problem, a thought struck Izuku, and he pronounced, "I think I have just the thing." Later, "You know, Izuku, I'll be honest, I didn't think you meant here of all places," Egon told Izuku through the built-in speaker on his high-concentration radiation suit. "Seriously? What were you expecting?" Izuku asked back through his suit, as he and Hollyhock set up and what looked like a giant mechanical slingshot. Izuku set the machine into place as the woman punched in coordinates on a device connected to it. Egon shrugged and then irritatedly said back rhetorically, "I don't know, one of the several illegal logging sites in Japan? Just not Hokkaido," he stressed while motioning to the dead zone a few yards away from them. Dead trees, poisonous soil, and cracked ground that looked dry and mucky were just a few of the wasteland sites starched out before the once prosperous northern part of Japan that was once a hub for new and improved nuclear energy. But that's why it's perfect. If the reset bomb can turn an environment back to before it was inhabited, then testing to see if it can destroy radioactive isotopes is just what we need," Izuku exclaimed in excitement. "I have to agree with him. It's genius." Hollyhock agreed. "Pam, I'm trying to be the voice of reason here. This place is a second Chernobyl. The isotopes here are so powerful that even with cleanup, this place will be unsafe for the next 3,000 years, he exclaimed in a half yell, getting two sets of vastly different reactions to his outbursts, making the man deflate as he told them, "You better hope this reset bomb is as powerful as you say it is." After this, the coordinates were locked on and each reset bomb was primed and ready. Egon had the pleasure of launching them and ended up laughing like a child the whole time, much to the amusement of the other scientists. Izuku looks at the screen he was holding and said, "All right, 12 have been deployed." Egon lay on the ground of the large flatbed vehicle they were riding on. He was out of breath from laughing and said with a red flushed face, "Gotta say, launching highly dangerous eco bombs from a high-tech slingshot is a lot of fun." Eventually, he got up. After calming down, he asked, "How long till they take effect?" "They should start as soon as they hit the soil," Hollyhock answered. Professor," Izuku called, making Egon walk up to him as the teen continued. The isotopes have gone down. Already? How far down? He asked as he looked over his shoulder at the isotope reader in his hand. His eyes went wide as it read virtually nothing, and asking while snatching the device and poking it, "Is this thing broken?" "No, this is it," Izuku affirmed. Soon, the three scientists were brought to the attention of a very strange noise. They looked out into the distance and saw all the plant life begin to resurrect from this rotten, poisonous death. All around and far into the distance, they saw trees and flowers sprout and bloom up in huge groves and thick canopies. With eyes wide and isotope reader drop, Egon could only whisper, "Oh my God," before spreading his arms and proclaiming, "It worked! It worked! It worked!" The man began to jump around for joy as Izuku hugged Hollyhock and told her, "Your invention did it, Pamela." Pamela couldn't help but smile and look on at her work. But before they could continue, Izuku suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." The two scientists looked at the teen as he asked the woman, "Do you have more?" "Even more later. And that does it. The entirety of Hokkaido is now radioactive free," Izuku told the scientist as he looked at his screen map of the subsection of Japan and the isotope reader. All around them was a sea of new plant life and no harmful radiation. With no fear of mutation from radiation poisoning, they took off their suits and tossed them out to the side as they breathed in the new air of a long-gone place. And a new forest is growing on top of it all. At least that means there's plenty of building materials, Egon said in a chipper tone while picking some wild fruit of one of the trees. "Hollyhock, I hope you're proud. You just reopened an entire region of Japan for those who'd lost their home," Izuku congratulated the woman. "I'm happy to have done my part for the community," Hollyhock says with a smile at feeling the plants around her singing her praises for giving them life. "That's all well and good, but I suppose we beat feet out here before the government catches wind of the fact their cesspool of a catastrophe is now safe for human life," Egon told them while packing the fruit and jumping in the driver's seat. Hollyhock took up the passenger side and Izuku in the back as the tall man kicked their flatbed into a four-wheel drive to go over the newly roughed-out terrain. As they drive out of the forest, Hollyhock spoke to Egon and asked him, "That brings up something I didn't get a chance at the meeting. What are we going to do when our body of government overlords catch wind of what we're doing, and you know they will?" "Well, we'll set up a meeting, establish ground rules, then go public, and from there we'll be able to do more stuff," Izuku assured her. "Like making a new island for one dragon," she commented back while raising an eyebrow. Izuku smiled with thumbs up and answered, "That's the plan." Chapter 32 Big Brother / Sister? Back in Japan, at the National Diet, where the Prime Minister presided, an elderly yet stern-looking woman was sitting at a table and eating a large Japanese-style breakfast while watching the news on her phone while skimming through the political section of a newspaper. Suddenly, her large office doors were slammed open and a young man with a worn and ragged look burst in while running at top speed as he breathlessly ran to her. Prime Minister, important news!" the man practically yelled, with a panicked look in his eyes. Not even dazed by the scene, the woman continues to eat and read while saying nonchalantly, "What is it, Ryu? I'm in the middle of breakfast." It's Hokkaido, ma'am," he tells her in a hurried tone. "It's a nuclear wasteland, Ryu. What about it?" she says while looking down at her paper to roll her eyes as she changes channels on her phone. It's not, he says vaguely. Confused and shocked, the Prime Minister puts down her paper to look at the young man and ask him, "What?" Taking a deep breath, the man exclaimed, "The science department just came with a report of the isotope levels in Hokkaido suddenly dropping. It is safe for human habitation again." He placed a folder on the table and opened it up. The Prime Minister took the folder and looked over the files within. After skimming through everything, her face growing ever more shocked, she finally put them down, took a sip of tea, crossed her bony fingers and thought. "I don't believe it. How did this happen?" she asked in a soft voice. "It may have something to do with the dense forest that sprouted up overnight," Ria offered. The Prime Minister snapped her old head towards him and shooting him a look, she stated seriously, "Are you going off an ecological miracle for an answer?" He shrugged, then counter-offered, "Well, we also think that it may have to do with this place." Saying that, he flipped through a few more pages in the folder, which brought up information about the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility, a picture of it, alongside of a picture of Egon and Izuku. Narrowing her eyes at the photo, she said without looking up, "Call them up and set a meeting." When Egon got a call from the Prime Minister herself, seeking an audience, he was unsurprised but still nervous. Sure, he expected it to happen at some point, and even very soon. But he couldn't hold back his feelings, so he and Izuku got ready for the day that she came, even though they didn't have to get ready since they'd been prepping for it in advance. So it was all a matter about refresher and figuring out what to say. So the day comes and the two scientists find themselves in their meeting room with the head of government in Japan, an elderly lady who has shown years of experience, grey hair, crinkles, yet sharp eye, and even sharper grimace. She was a force to be reckoned with. However, they had the ball in their court. So, there they sat, drinking tea in silence for the first few minutes. "So, Madam Prime Minister, enjoying your tea?" Egon inquired, and she said nothing in return, drumming his fingers to give off the sense he was nervous. He followed up, "I was wondering when you'd call. I suppose late is better than never." She took another sip of her tea before saying, "After your most achievement and many others hidden in the dark, your laboratory was brought to the forefront of my attention." "Well, we did save Hokkaido and you billions in cleanup. Now all that money can go towards rebuilding," Izuku argued back. Sending him a hard glare, she retorted, "I didn't come to thank you for that or talk to a child." Egon clenched his crossed hands at the comment, trying to keep his cool, and calmly told her, "With all due respect, madam, here's the whole reason NIP exists. Without him, Hokkaido would still be a wasteland, so I suggest you respect him for that much at the very least. He may be young, but even I admit he is far smarter than me." The Prime Minister looked between the man and the broccoli boy before sighing and saying, "Very well." She then waved one of her guards. They brought out a huge stack of papers, when she told them, "Now, onto the topic of business. Sign here and—" No, we won't be doing anything like that, madam." Izuku quickly shut her down, making her glare harshly at him. "I beg your pardon?" she asked back with a calmly sharp tone. "No offense, but Nip will not be one of your lapdogs, held under your thumb, and many restrictions," Izuku exclaimed to her. Egon chimed in and added, "Without even a single bit of help from any government funding or inclusion, we were able to build this place from the ground up and won't be needing it now. She narrows her eyes at the men while tightening her hand around the pens and telling them, I hope you realize what you're doing is illegal. Both men resist the urge to laugh while Egon informs her, we have plenty of certifications notarized and accepted by the government with your seal of approval, a fact that makes the Prime Minister scowl at herself. While I admit we were trespassing on government property, it was also uninhabited and we made it habitable. Egon argues back nicely. The Prime Minister opens up her mouth to argue back with him, but Izuku cuts her off as politely as he can and tells her, Madam Prime Minister, let's just stop you right there. We're not going to judge unless you want to go in circles all day. And if you want to do a court battle, I can give you the card of 17 law firms we hired. He then gets a text on his phone, reads it, widens his eyes, and corrects himself. Oh, sorry, now it's 21 law firms. The Prime Minister takes a long drawn-out breath, and after calming herself down, taking the same neutral stern expression, she asks them, What do you want then? The two men smile at seeing her surrender, and Izuku tells her, In essence, we just want to be left alone. However, in return for this, you'll be the first one to know about every invention, weapon, or creature we make here and have first dibs on it, even before the public knows of it. If you want to buy it, then buy as much or as little as you want. Sounds good? She raises an eyebrow and asks back, So you want to be secretive and have an open trade? Sounds rather suspicious. I won't know everything you're doing or for what reasons. We have all secrets, madam. Us with Nip and you with Hokkaido. Egon says with a knowing hum in his voice that makes the woman try her best to hide any expression. The man then continued and told her, As for our reasons, it is for the good of humankind and science. We have no ill intent, and even if we did, we are not at a state where we can easily defend ourselves against you. The Prime Minister closes her eyes and sits there in deep thought for a while, after which she takes her tea glass, finishes it up, and smacks her lip, telling them, Very well, you men have a deal. Chapter 33. Going Public. A few days later, a crowd of reporters were standing around a mobile stage and podium with a microphone. The stage was set in front of an entryway of Nip, as they had heard this newly constructed research facility had a grand announcement to make to the wider public. The moment this was heard by any news outlet, people from all over Japan flocked to see this one lone building in the middle of the city. Izuku and Egon stood within the building, looking out into the sea of reporters, eagerly awaiting the announcement. The both of them were in their best suits available and had practiced and rehearsed what they would say and do for this very day. Egon clapped his hand on the teen's shoulder and smiled at the boy as he saw him become very nervous. Izuku took a breath and smiled back at him, showing he was ready, and so the two of them walked out of the building and to the stage where the hungry reporters began to shout questions and flash their cameras. Egon strode up to the mic and started off saying, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the press. The crowd exploded into strike of questions and flashing cameras as Egon exclaimed, Please, please, keep quiet. The crowd went quiet enough for him to talk, and he continued saying, Now I understand that you're all very excited and have many questions. We will get to that after the announcement we have for you. Now, before we begin, my name is Professor Egon Cristallo, owner and head researcher of the Neo-Icon Phoenix Research Facility, or NIP for short. I'll allow NIP's Vice President, Dr. Midoriya, to take over. Egon stood up to the side as Izuku came to the mic, arched it down towards him, and cleared his throat while starting with, Hello everyone. As the professor has told you, I am Dr. Izuku Midoriya, Vice President of the NIP and second head researcher. Yet again, the whole crowd exploded the same way it did for Egon, and Izuku had to be firm in exclaiming, Please hold on to all questions. I know you'll ask until after we've finished. Yet again, they weren't quiet enough for him to speak, and he continued after calming down internally. Now then, I'm sure most of you have heard about our facilities attacked by the League of Villains no more than a week or so ago. Well, you'll be happy to know that we were able to handle that dire situation far better than we expected and have come out even stronger from before. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why we have decided to go public despite being up and running for over 4 months. Well, it's because we are trying to get ourselves set up and stable. Our original plan was to go public much earlier until the aforementioned villain attack, but I'd like to call it a blessing in disguise, since we have far more defenses and security measures than before. If ever we are attacked again, then I truly pray for whoever is dumb or brave enough to do it, he explained to the crowd. After adjusting his overly tight tie, he said, Now, getting to why I'm sure a few of you are here, you must be wondering what exactly it is we do here, and he fell off as he noticed a woman in the front row holding her hand up for the duration she was there. Izuku said to her, Lady in the front, you've had your hand up for the last 5 minutes and I'm getting tired from looking at it, so please ask your question. Is it true that your facility does not have any form of government funding, and is it true that you've refused it when offered? Izuku asked after putting her hand down. Yes, he simply answered, making the crowd ask even more questions, to which Izuku shut them down. Please hold your questions. Once they went silent again, he sighs and continues from where he was before, getting back on track. I'm sure you're wondering what it is we do here. Well, we have discovered a new form of energy that can be used in a plethora of ways, but the main application is for it to absorb a select type of material it is constantly soaking in and then reproduce said material. This energy source has been dubbed soul energy. It is placed into a special crystal that then can become what we have dubbed a splinter. As he explained all this, he took out an empty splinter from his coat pocket and presented it to the crowd, who started to take pictures by the dozen. He put the splinter away and explained, From here we have used several methods to turn the blank energy source into something already existing or a mix and match. Soul energy can even be used by itself and causes a wide range of effects. And if you don't believe me, then how about I show you all of one of our most successful and accidental experiments. At this point, Egon had vanished from sight to bring out their main attraction. A few seconds later, the glass entryway opened up like huge doors as a huge hairy animal stomped through before the awestruck crowd. Noticing the ever-growing shadow behind him, he introduced, Ladies and gentlemen of the press, meet Gammoth. Gammoth, with Egon on her back, stood on her back legs, trumpeted loudly in an effort to show off to the crowd. They asked no questions but began to shoot as many pictures as possible of the previously extinct animal. As they all awed before the huge creature, Izuku shyly added, Now, with everything said, we will now be taking questions. Just as he planned, the majority of the crowd was solely focused on the mammoth, and so only a select few people asked questions. The first one was an ordinary man who asked, "How did you do this? The elephant, I mean." "Trade secret," Izuku answered. The next was a woman with a bird face who asked, "Was UA shown the wonders you created?" They were and were given waivers not to say anything until it has gone public, so you'll see them bragging a line about Gammoth and what she did during the attack. Izuku explained. After that, there was another woman who was colored gold and inquired, "What are your intentions with such vastly and seemingly limitless technology? Aren't you afraid villains and other groups will try to get their hands on it?" "That's why we've been preparing before going public. As for our intentions, it's all for the good of mankind and the pursuit of knowledge," Izuku told her. "What are your quirks?" a man with a bird nest on his head asked. Hearing this, Egon slid down Gammoth as she ate off some of the decorative plants, and, taking the mic, he answered firmly, "That is not necessary information. Next question." Izuku stopped, but Izuku stopped him, grabbing at his sleeves and telling him in a low tone, "Egon, it's okay." Egon saw his assured smile, so he backed off and let Izuku speak, telling the person, "Professor Egon's quirk is used in the production of splinters. My quirk is more silent, unseen, and not very useful. If anything, my intelligence is my quirk." The next person to ask was a strange man in a hoodie that covered his face as he shoved his hands in his pockets. "Why is someone like you in a position like this?" he asked in a vague yet sinister tone. Not realizing how he was spoken to, Izuku informed him, "I realize I'm very young for being a vice president, let alone a doctor, but I can assure you that No, not that." The man cut him off. Confused, Izuku inquired, "I'm sorry, then what do you mean?" "How can someone quirkless get such a position?" he called out in a loud tone, causing nearly the whole crowd of reporters to stop taking pictures of the mammoth and look between him and Izuku, who now had his mouth dropped open in shock. Taking a dry gulp, he tried to ask back, "Wait, how did you—" But the man angrily cut him off and proclaimed while inching his way up the stage to the podium, "You're nothing. You and the rest of your kind are nothing. You should have gone extinct long ago. This world belongs to us." Egon pulled Izuku behind him, took the mic, and yelled at him threateningly, "Okay, mister, that's quite enough. I don't know who you think you are, but you're done. Guards!" Egon tried to have him removed, suddenly pulled a gun from his hoodie, pointing it at Izuku, who was peeking out from behind Egon, and shouted, "Quirks forever, you scum!" The crowd screamed and began to panic. Egon covered Izuku in his body and waited for the gun to go off, but never did, as he heard the man suddenly scream. The two scientists looked back over to where the man was and saw him dangling by his leg, high above the ground in the trunk of a very angry Gammoth. The man tried to fire his gun at the animal, but she has enough experience with firearms to know what would happen, so she slammed him on the ground twice, causing him to lose his weapon. Feeling relief and calming down, Egon vexed him, saying, "Did you seriously forget about the mammoth not even 10 feet away from us? On second thought, don't answer that." Egon then slammed the man down again before throwing him at one of the newly planted willow trees. What he didn't know was that these were the new snatching willows, and quickly found himself wrapped up in many long leafy branches, all tied up and ready to be taken by law enforcement. Chapter 34. A new home. Okay, drop the package. Izuku spoke over the radio as he, Egon, and Hollyhock oversaw the dropping of the tweaked reset bomb, now called the Island Bloom, on a boat in the ocean. Egon and Hollyhock watched as the boy stood unsteadily on the ship, despite it not rocking at all, and rubbing a newly formed dark rings under his eyes as he yawned. The two adults looked at one another, and Hollyhock motioned with her eyes. He nods and walks over to the boy. He jumps when the man places a hand on his shoulder and turns around with his eyes full of adrenaline like a surprised animal. Izuku, are you sure you're alright? Egon asked in concern. Izuku brushes off his hand, waves him off, and replies nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Egon. We've taken every precaution possible. We're thousands of nautical miles from any sort of continent and hundreds and thousands from any human-inhabited island. Sure, the reset bomb is much bigger than the last, but we're over 100 nautical miles from it, and pointed in the opposite direction, so if it does get bigger than anticipated, we can easily move out of the way. We're literally in the middle of the Pacific Ocean." "That's not what he's referring to, Sugar, and you know it," Hollyhock interjected with a firm tone. Egon breathed and tells him, "Izuku, you nearly got killed by some quirk supremacist. Your mother was crying while holding you for hours as police and heroes investigated the whole thing. It was such a big scandal that every news station is covering it. Not very well, I might add." Hollyhock rolls her eyes at remembering how a few news outlets reported on it. "Aren't you in any way affected by it? What are your feelings on it?" Egon adds, looking at him with worry and fear. Izuku looks at the side of the boat, his gaze distant as he replies, unconvincingly, "I feel fine, just fine. Better to get back in the saddle than let the horse run off on you." "You didn't have an equestrian accident, you almost died," Egon exploded, making Izuku jump and look like a frightened rabbit. Egon calms down, breathes deep, and tells him, "Izuku, I'm just worried about you. Most people would freak out or try to hide away after such an event, but not you." Izuku thinks it over, shrugs, laughs, and tells them, "I guess I'm just built differently. I gotta keep an eye on these readings, 1 minute before sea bottom impact." Egon and Hollyhock walked out of earshot, and as Izuku had his eyes glued to the tracking screen. Once on the other end of the ship, Hollyhock stressed to him, "Egon, I'm worried about him." Egon nods while putting his hand on his cheek, saying in a stressed tone, "Me too, Pam. That kid went through a whole lot before I found him. I thought that by redirecting his interests and energy, I would be able to help him, but I'm not sure if that's helped completely." Hollyhock sighs as she looks over at him and says, "We'll have to keep an eye on him. I think that villain attack might have changed something in him." Egon nods and replies, "I think so too." Professor," Izuku suddenly calls, making Egon walk over to him. "The island bloom has reached the seafloor and is quickly expanding up and out." "That's great to hear. That means it's were." Egon tried to say congratulations before he was cut off. "I said it was expanding out," Izuku stated with more firmness and exaggeration. Egon raised an eyebrow and said back, "I heard you the first time, Izuku." "Expanding out and fast, we gotta go," he yells at the man while grabbing him by the collar. Surprised and then aback by his sudden and rough actions, Egon pulls him off and assures him, saying, "Go? Izuku, We're over 100 nautical miles from a drop point, so we should be perfectly safe. The island should be no bigger than 75 to 89 miles wide or long. But before he could continue, something forced him to look off the boat before his eyes saw an ever-growing and ever-expanding landmass coming towards them. Egon panics and yells, "Holy shit! Punch it, Captain! Punch it!" The captain sees what he's yelling about, panics himself, and kicks the boat up into the fastest gear possible. The boat rocked hard, and the scientists on board had to hold on for dear life to keep from being thrown off. The boat pushed through the waves as fast as he could, but with its size, that was easier said than done. So eventually, the rapidly growing island caught up and swallowed them. The boat, forced to make landfall, crashed into the forming land, causing everyone to black out. After some time, Izuku wakes up from his blackout section and sits up from the cold deck of the boat to rub his throbbing head. He looked around, seeing dark, and assumed he was dreaming, still blacked out, or his vision hadn't returned yet. "Oh God, my head, what happened last night?" he asked himself before remembering what happened and shooting his eyes open to look around. From there, he tried to find his friends, but can't, so he calls out to them in a panic. "Egon, Hollyhock, Captain, where are you?" he yells with an increased volume on each name, becoming more and more terrified. "Right here," Egon's voice calls out as he pulls himself out from one of the cabins. "Man, that was a ride," Hollyhock complained as she pulled herself out from some boxes. Once Egon pulls himself out and out of the cabin, he helps the other two. From there, he cracks his back and tries to look over the boat to see where they were, but didn't see anything, just black darkness. Had they been unconscious until the middle of the night? Then his nose picks up two things, dirt and pollen. He looks up, sees a bit of light peeking out from something covering them. Then he realizes that they aren't at sea, but underneath the canopy of a thick forest. Eventually, the other two realize this and looked out with him as he stares in wonder. Whoa, is all Egon can say. "I think it was far bigger than 89 miles, Professor," Hollyhock says in a snarky tone. Egon raises a finger to her and says firmly, "Don't even start, Pam." "My boat, you brainiacs owe me," the captain who burst out from the control deck yells at them. Realizing what the experiment did, Egon assured him, "Don't worry, we can easily compensate you." "So, does that mean we can transport Torchwick?" Egon looks around at the new environment, seeing it grow in several smaller parts, and tells him, "I'd say we should wait for this place to ripen a bit before doing anything. For now, let's try to get back to the mainland." Chapter 35. Mama. One day at Nip, Egon barges into Izuku's office and calls out in a chipper tone, "Yoo-hoo, Izuku, you..." He trails off at seeing the teen hunched over his computer and typing away at lightning-fast speeds. "Here?" He falls off with seeing the number of papers, notes, coffee cups and other things strewn about in a mess. He gets closer to the boy and says in a careful tone, "Izuku." Without looking up from his typing, Izuku replied in a monotone voice, "Hey, Professor." Egon just stares at him for a while before trying to break the ice by saying, "You sure are working hard, and how long have you been working?" "Don't know." Izuku replied with a small shrug, still not taking his eyes off the screen. Egon felt his phone vibrate and, taking it out, he saw a text. Looking it over, he said to the inattentive teen, "Your mother just sent me a text saying that you didn't return home yesterday." Izuku said nothing. Thinking he didn't hear him, he asked a bit louder in concern, "Have you been here all night?" Still, Izuku didn't reply, so he just yelled, "Izuku!" "Not sure," he answered casually, only stopping to drinking out of the now empty coffee cup. Egon narrowed his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and exclaimed, "Okay, that's it." He then took his young ward by the hand, yanked him out of his seat, and stated in a serious tone, "You and I are going out for lunch and fresh air." It took the teen a bit to realize what was happening, but when he did, he tried to fight back in vain to get back to his computer. "What? Huh? No, I still have a ton of work to do," he argued as he tried to reach out for it. "Don't care. You need a break," he exclaimed as he marched past the front desk, throwing off the lab coats. He said to his front desk lady, "Megan, we're going out to lunch." "Have a good lunch, sirs," Megan said while waving them off. Later, Egon and Izuku now sat at an outdoor seating for a restaurant with an American theme. Sitting at a table closest to the street at the front of the establishment, Egon chowed down on a huge burger that was twice the size of his head, though he seemed to be taking it with ease. After wiping his face, he stated with zeal, "Man, I love this thing. They have the most authentic American food in all of Japan." However, he was only one enjoying his food, as Izuku sat there and stared at it with a blank and somber expression. Taking a long sip of his soda, Egon asked him, "Izuku, you haven't even touched your Mega Meat Gut Punch burger. You can't tell me you're not hungry. You've been on a liquid diet of caffeine since yesterday." Izuku's gaze was distant, his face somber and pale with dark rings under his eyes looking darker and heavier than the last time. Whether it was from a lack of sleep or nutrition was up for debate. He looked sick, tired. Something was wrong, and Izuku was no good at lying. "I'm just thinking," he replied in a distant voice. "Anything else you want to talk about?" Egon asked while putting his food down and giving him his full attention. "No," he said with a slow headshake, making Egon look away in concern, only for the boy to suddenly perk up as he yelled, "Shit!" Surprised by this and looking around in a frenzy, Egon asked, "What?" He then followed Izuku's eyes and saw a small group of students from UA, and more specifically Class 1A, walking towards them. "Shit!" Egon cursed with him. "They're coming this way. What if they see us?" Izuku exclaimed in a panic while pulling on his face. "They won't," Egon assured him firmly, and took out a splinter from his pocket. Activating the blue-colored crystal, it shone a light around them that when died down seemed to do nothing at first. Looking at himself, Izuku noticed that where Egon sat was now an old man in his 80s. When he looked down at himself, he noticed he had some kind of black and white goth outfit, and was given some attachments. Completely dumbfounded by what was happening, Izuku babbled, "What is—" "Appearance-changing splinter. Just don't act like yourself," Egon quickly answered in his normal voice. Izuku did as he was told, took his phone, and pretended to look at it. Just then, a small group of UA students walked by the restaurant where they were eating. The group, consisting of Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Zero, and Bakugo. They didn't pay the disguised scientist any mind until something caught Kirishima's attention. The redhead stopped and looked over at the scientist, and more specifically, their food. With eyes wide and mouth dripping with saliva, he asked with an excited glitter, "Whoa, that's the biggest burger I've ever seen. Hey, old guy, where did you get that from?" "The restaurant right behind me. I'm afraid they will stop making them at this time. You have to come earlier or on the weekend, but only on Saturdays." Egon put on a fake old man's voice while thumbing at the restaurant behind him. Kirishima snapped his fingers and complained, "Aw, man. Well, thanks anyway, old guy." As he left, Kaminari said to him, "Bro, did you see that goth chick? Super hot." "Yeah, but she was with that old guy," Kirishima told him, thinking up something nasty. Kaminari waved him off and stated, "Maybe that's her grandpa." Luckily for them, and Izuku most of all, throughout the whole interaction, Bakugo took no notice of them even once. Once they were out of sight, Egon took out the splinter again and turned it off. With a sigh, Egon heaved and offered, "That was too close. Maybe we should wrap up and eat back at the lab," to which Izuku readily agreed. So, the scientist packed up their oversized food, left the money on the table, and walked back towards the laboratory. On the way to it, Izuku, despite his distant glare, noticed something strange and brought it to his walking partner's attention. "Hey, Egon," the man hummed a reply as he told him, "There's a lady following us." Egon took a peek behind them and saw a very ragged, dirty, thin, and seemingly unhinged lady walking behind them a few yards away. She looked worse for wear and almost ghoul-like. But Egon tried to reassure him. "You sure she isn't going the same direction?" After several minutes of walking, and the same lady still following them, now just a few feet away, he finally admitted, "Okay, she's following us." "What do we do?" Izuku asked in concern. Egon scanned the area around him for some kind of outlet, and when he did, he cleverly pointed it out and told him, "We're nearly at the lab. Once we reach that corner, we'd run like hell." Izuku nods. Walking calmly, they resist the urge to just boot it at the very moment, even when they're only feet away from the corner. Once there, they ran like hell and didn't dare to look back. Luckily for them, they didn't seem to have to run very far, since it was only a few blocks away. So their run was quick, and they made it through the front entry in record time. "Hi Egan, bye Egan, we're back," Egon said quickly to the woman. "Welcome back?" she replied, confused. From there, the two of them ran into Egon's office, where they threw the food bags on his desk, locked his door for extra safety, before finally relaxing and breathing heavily due to the lack of exercise. "Made it," Izuku said breathlessly. "What a creepy old hag," Egon huffed between words with a hard shiver. Suddenly, they were both startled by the office phone ringing, and Egon, quickly picking it up with his normal voice, answering, "Yes, Megan? Sir, there's a woman here who wants to see you, saying she knows you." Megan replies in turn. Izuku's eyes went wide at hearing this, and he mouthed out, "You don't think?" Egon shrugged and asked her, "What does she look like?" "Oh, old, desperate, ragged," Egon listed off. Egon rolled his eyes and stated, "I mean her description, not your opinion. Old, dirty, crazy grey eyes, thin as a twig, blonde hair, basically looks like a crackhead. She lifts off more in depth. Egon deflated and told Izuku, "Yep, it's that woman." "What does she want? You're not gonna see her, are you?" Izuku stressed to him in concern. Egon thought for a bit when speaking to both his employees and instructing them, "Keep the silent panic alarm ready and bring the spiderweb splinter." Megan hangs up and nods while doing the secret wall compartment to pull out the needed splinter and kept it close to him. Once they both walked out of the office and back to the front entryway, they didn't even get halfway into the room when the strange man saw Egon and ran at him. "Honey!" she cried out. Egon freaked for a moment, then activated his quirk and kept her at bay with the sharp ends of his crystals while yelling, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Back off, lady! I don't know who you are, but you better keep away." The woman looked hurt by his rejection, and she told him, "What are you talking about? It's me! It's me!" Everyone was confused by his statement, most of all Egon, who replied, "You realize that 'it's me' only works over the phone, right? If you're trying to be a scammer, you better try a different angle." Now she looked insulted by his accusation. "What? No, I'm not a scammer. It's me, your mother." "What?" Izuku and Megan shouted in unison. "What?" Egon asked back with narrowed eyes, clearly not believing her. "Lady, just how dumb do you think I am? My mother is dead," he firmly stated. She then took an irritated disposition and rolled her eyes. She said, "Oh, is that what your father told you? Guess I can't blame him for how he broke things off. But I am your mother. I gave birth to you." Suddenly, something clicked in Egon's head, and he said, "Oh, wait a minute, I know you." The woman smiles at this, only to be shocked when he followed up by saying, "You're that evil witch my dad would always gripe about." Her face twisted in anger as she yelled, "Evil witch? The nerve of that man! I ought to give him a piece of my mind. In fact, where is he? I'll go to him right now." "Try the cemetery," he offered while thumbing up out of the door. "The what?" she asked back in anger and shock. "Yeah, he's been dead for well over years. Him and my mum," Egon informs him. "I keep telling you that I'm your mother," the woman exclaimed, clearly annoyed with him. Egon rolls his eyes at the claim and tells her, "No, you're not. Naomi was my mother. She died with my father in the same accident." The woman raises her eyebrows, which were nearly gone, and asked, "Naomi? Who the hell is that?" Egon sighed in irritation and explains, "My stepmother. She and my dad married when I was about 6, and she's been my mother from then until she died. Do I have to keep talking about my dead parents to you? I'm gonna cry." She takes a minute to process all this and then says aloud, "So, Rich is gone?" Egon, clearly upset by this, half yelled, "Yes. How many times do I have to tell you?" "Rich?" Izuku inquired, noting it wasn't a normal Japanese name. "My dad was half American." The woman then huffed, crossed her arms, and gritted her teeth while saying to herself, "Well, this seriously puts a wrench in my plans." "Plans?" Egon repeated the word. Not realizing she said it aloud, she had no choice but to explain to him. "I was going to get back together with your dad and be your mum again." Egon's eyes shot up as a smile exploded on his face and he laughed. "What? Seriously?" "Stop laughing! What's so funny?" she demanded. After laughing for a bit, he calmed down and told her, "You, that's what. Even if my dad was still alive, he'd never get back with you." The woman took a snarky look, placing her hands on her hips while flicking her scrappy hair. She retorted, "I wouldn't be so sure. I know my ways around a man's heart." Egon shivered at the display and commented, "More like a man's pants." She quickly dropped the sexy hat and goes back to being angry and entitled while yelling, "Excuse you? How dare you speak to me like that? I am your mother, and you treat me as such." Egon glared harshly at her and tells back, "How dare I? How dare you suddenly come out of the God knows where and try to input yourself back into my life like nothing happened? I just met you like 2 minutes ago, and you expect me to treat you with any decency, courtesy, or respect? Especially after what you did. Get real." Confused by this topic, with zero context, Izuku carefully asked, "What did she do?" Egon laughed dryly and stated with an angry, crazed look, "Oh, where do I start?" The woman rolled her eyes and stated nonchalantly, "Oh, come on. That all happened such a long time ago. And it sent ripples that are felt today," he yelled back while spreading his arms. "The moment you found out what my dad's quirk was and what he did for work, you left me, took his money, and ran like thunder," he accused her, making Megan softly whistle and Izuku look away uncomfortably. "It's your dad's fault for lying to me in the first place. If it weren't for that, none of this wouldn't have happened." Confused by her statement, Izuku once again inquired, "His quirk?" "My dad was quirkless," Egon told him simply. From this statement, a light bulb lit on his head, and Izuku finally realized he had the answer to the whole host of questions he had in the back of the mind. He looked at the man and realized that all the things he thought of, he now knew that the man who helped him so much ended up knowing more about what it was like to be him from second-hand experience. As Izuku sat in mindless thought, Egon continued his argument and half yelled, "And sure, I don't agree with him lying to you like that, but he was young and quirkless aren't given the time of day or treated like dirt, and he may have lied about his job and title, but he didn't do so about his salary." "That didn't make him any better," she pouted in response while looking away. Seeing her reaction, Egon clutched his hand and exclaimed in a rant, "And if stealing from him wasn't bad enough, you tried to throw me away from the moment I was born. Like literally threw me in the trash like garbage. And don't even try to say you didn't. My dad has proof, and I still have it. You could have left me at my dad's place or put me up for adoption. But no. What kind of sick animal would do such a thing?" The woman appeared just around her, and she sighed and slumped her shoulders while asking in a coy, cutesy tone, "Okay, I admit I was wrong, but can't you forgive me?" Egon repressed the urge to moan in aggravation, so instead he inquired, "By the way, Dad told me that when you ran out with him, you ditched him for another meathead with a better quirk, as you called it. What happened to him?" Her face shifts from immediate cutie to irritation. and she says in a pissed off voice, "Oh, him. Don't even make me even remember that jerk. He was lazy, leeching, lying, good for nothing." Egon put on a fake expression of worry as he vexed. "Ah, jeez. Then why did you leave him? Sounds like you two were a perfect pair. I'm sure you made a great couple," she growled while rolling her eyes and telling him off. "Oh, don't even joke about that. Things were okay for the first 3 years until I had my second son and—" Before she could continue, Egon stopped her and exclaimed, Whoa, pump the brakes. I have a half-brother?" She looked confused by him focusing on that part, but shrugged and told him, "I guess, but he was such a pain, and even worse than his father. He got into so much trouble and eventually became a villain. My last straw was when I got a call from the police, so I left him and my son for good to find you again, and here I am. Aren't you happy?" she asked while batting her eyelashes and putting out her lower lip. On anyone else, this might have looked cute, but on a meth head that looks like her, it was disturbing. No one in the room tried to hide the instant disgust on their face. Which is when Megan asked, "Is she high?" The woman immediately turned back into a Karen and demanded, "Excuse me?" "No, she's right. Are you? 'Cause you can't be serious. If you are, then let me spell it out for you. I am not happy you're here. I do not want you to be here. I do not want you in my life. I just met you and I already hate you. I can see why my dad would badmouth you all the time. I'm sure the only reason you're here, besides your second screwed up family life, is because you heard I made it big and wanted a slice of that pie, right?" Egon accuses her. You want my money, not me, right?" Egon asks again, getting closer to her. Well, you can forget it. I don't care what situation you're in. Go crawl back to whatever hole you slinked out of and continue to stay out of my life like you have for the past 30 years. You're not my mother and you never have been, so get lost," he shouted in her face before turning around to leave. But she didn't. She stood there for a moment with her eyes down, covered over in her gaudy hair while clenching her hands. "You brat!" she yelled while jumping on his back from behind and attacking him with her fists and nails. Give me money! Now! I deserve it! You owe me! Be useful to me!" she demanded while screaming like a banshee. "Get off, you crazy hag!" Egon yelled while trying to fend her off. Megan panicked and froze in place at this, but Izuku didn't and sprang into action, jumping on her back and ripping her off Egon, yelling, "Get off the professor, you crazy lady!" But she screamed loudly and harshly while suddenly getting a strange burst of strength and ripping Izuku off her and screaming, "Get off me, you quirkless runt!" Izuku was thrown against the wall where he was nearly knocked unconscious. She shivered in disgust and yelled, "How dare you touch me! I'm calling the police!" But she never got the chance to pull her phone from her workout jeans as Egon saw red. He quickly grabbed one of the small decorative plant pillars and used it like a bat. The last thing she saw was Egon's furious expression before being hit so hard she flew to the opposite end of the room. Egon breathed hard while dropping the decor and commented, "Call that, bitch!" Sometime later, the police had been called and detained the woman. She was shoved into a cop car, but not without yelling and making wild demands before finally being driven away. Meanwhile, Egon spoke to another officer about everything that had happened. The The officer had a sober expression on his face, as he had been there for the last time when the laboratory was invaded. After penciling down the last bit of information, the officer told him in an apologetic tone, "I'm so sorry that you've experienced even more trouble at your facility, Professor." Egon waved off his apology and assures him, "There's no need to apologize, officer. Compared to what we've been through, this wasn't so bad. And to be fair, I kinda let it happen when I should have turned her away at the door." He tips up the brim of his hat and tells the scientist, "Well, I'm glad you didn't. She has several warrants for her arrest in several prefectures. You've done us a service." "Glad I could help," Egon dryly chuckled. Just before the lawmen left, Egon stopped him and inquired, "Oh, one more thing before you go. Could you look into something for me?" The officer raised an eyebrow and replied, "That depends if it's within my reach of power. She had another son some time ago, my half-brother. He turned to villainy. Could you find out who he is and where he is?" He explained to him. Again the officer raised an eyebrow and asked him, "Couldn't you do that yourself? You have resources and tech." "I am a scientist, not a PI," Egon shoots back. The officer laughs dryly and tells him, "Fair enough, I'll see what I can do, but I make no promises." Egon nods and thanks the man before going over to Izuku, who was being tended by a doctor for his injuries. Kneeling, he asks, "How are you holding up?" Izuku rubs a sore spot on his head and says with a dry laugh, "A bit sore, but I'm fine." Egon sighs as he sits next to him and asks, "Remember what we talked about?" "Don't know, we talked about a lot of things," Izuku says back with a dry laugh. Egon shoots him a look and reminds him, "About you taking unnecessary risks?" Izuku looks away in shame and tells him apologetically, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I saw you in danger and I blanked. I just acted." Egon sighed and ruffled his hair without telling him, "You are a good kid, Izuku. You just have a fuzzy head with a good heart." Izuku smiles a bit until Egon firmly grasps his head, turning it to him as he tells him in a serious tone, "But don't make stuff like that a habit. I can protect myself." Izuku soberly nods in a reply, his gaze growing distant once again. Chapter 36. Confessions. "Good morning, Megan," Ingo said in a cheerful voice as she strolled into the front entry of the facility. "Ah, Ingo, good morning. I'll call the professor and your son," the woman said to her as she punched in the numbers of both offices. A few minutes later, and only Egon showed up at the front entryway. Seeing the woman, he greeted, "Ingo, what a surprise. What brings you here?" "Just to drop off some lunch and snacks," she told him while placing 2 bento boxes and a box of assorted donuts in his arms. Looking at the lunch, he commented in surprise, "Geez, Izuku must be a big eater if you packed him 2 bento boxes." Ingo waved off the interpretation and told him, "Oh, don't be silly. One's for Izuku and the other is for you." Egon was shocked by the gesture and told her in a baffled tone, "For me? Wow, Ingo, I don't know what to say. Thank you." She smiles at the thanks and motions to those donuts as she says, "I also brought some donuts for your staff. I couldn't make bento boxes for all of them." She told him with a sweat drop, a tired look on her face, showing it took a lot just to make the 2. Seeing this, he reassured her and replied, "I'm sure they'll be happy. Thank you again." Ingo looks around the area and asks, "Where's Izuku?" "Held up in his office," Egon answers while giving the donuts to Megan to bring to the other staff. "Keeping him busy?" she asks suspiciously. "Keeping himself busy," Egon huffs with an eye roll. Surprised by this, she then said with pride, "He must be your most diligent employee." "Too diligent if you ask me," Egon commented on his head, knowing how hard he was pushing himself. Egon wondered if he should tell Ingo about what was going on, but has no idea how to bring it up. He wondered if she noticed or if Izuku had even told her a thing. He knows he should. He just has to find the right time. However, as he was in deep thought, he couldn't help but notice a few things about Inko as she stood there. She had a new scent on her, maybe a new perfume or shampoo. Her hair was more shiny than usual, and the way she would move it, it almost looked as if sparkles were being shed. Then her face, her full cheeks, her full glossy lips, and her dazzling eyes. She was beautiful today, but then again, she was beautiful no matter when he saw her. Then Inko spoke, and she shook him out of his daydreaming, and she said, "Well, tell him I was here, and that I love him. Keep up the good work." "Sure, and thank you," Egon replied, a bit quickly, mentally disciplining herself for it. Sometime later, when he was finally having lunch, Egon was shocked and amazed by the meal Inko had prepared for him. It was so cute, with the carrots and tomatoes cut into little flowers, and the rice balls were shaped like pandas, and the sausages were cut like octopus, and the noodles were so soft, and the tempura was grilled to perfection. He wondered if Izuku got the same thing, or if they got a similar one. He'd have to find out later. Though, before he could chow down, a familiar woman burst through his office and yelled, "OMG!" Kneeling, falling off his seat and saving the bento, Egon breathed down his racing gear and exclaimed, "Honeylemon, for the love of God, do not do that again." But the woman ignored him as she pattered into his desk. "You like Inko," she said with warning, pointing a finger at him. Before he could wonder where she got that idea, his face grew red, and his mind went blank as he argued quickly, "What? No, that's crazy talk. I don't like her. I mean, I do like her, but not in the way you're thinking." This just made her smile wider at him as she tried to calm down and collect his thoughts. "I just admire her and respect her as a person, and a capable woman who raises and provided for a son all on her own. She's a visionary, yeah," he stated boldly as Honeylemon just continues to stand there and stared at him with the same overly excited smile. His sweat dropped and inquired, "You're not believing what I am saying?" "Nope." Seeing no way out of this, he smiled exasperatedly and admitted, "Okay, fine, you got me. I may have feelings for her." Before Honeylemon could squeak like a fangirl, Egon stopped her and stated, "But, leave it right there, Honeylemon. She's called Mrs. Midoriya. Mrs. She's married, and I'm not going to degrade myself by going after a married woman." "Have you ever seen her husband?" Honeylemon asked him back. He rolled his eyes, then exclaimed, "He works overseas. The American dollar is very high over here, and that's not an excuse." She shrugged and offered, "Well, why not just tell her to get it off your chest? I can tell that it's been eating away at you." Egon opened his mouth to argue. Then he stopped as he thought it over. He slumped into his seat as Honeylemon watered his reactions until he turned around in his chair and told her, "Leave me to my own business, Honeylemon." She giggled and tells him, "Whatever you say, just think about what I told you." For the next few days, Egon does think about it a lot, and it didn't help that Inko came almost every day with a fresh bento for both him and Izuku. Finally, after letting his thoughts and emotions eat away at him to the point he couldn't work, he confronted this, just as Inko left after dropping off lunch. "Inko, wait!" Egon called out as he practically bounded down the front steps of the entry. Once catching up to the worried woman, he said, "There's something I have to tell you." She quirked an eyebrow, and the first thing to leave Egon's mouth was, Egon continued to babble out more incoherent nonsense until Inko went from intrigued to frightened. She backed away and said, "What? Egon, you're scaring me." Egon held his breath till he was red in the face and let it all out in one raspberry before asking her, If I do that again, I want you to slap me. Inko nods in concern and Egon tries again. This time, Inko quickly smacks his face and stops his chicken scratch talk. He rubs his face and says, "Thank you. As I was trying to say, there is something I have to confess to you. Something that has been on my mind for a while." "What is it?" Inko asks him, intrigued once more. Egon rubbed the back of his head as his face begins to burn up. Then finally admits, "Inko, I have feelings for you, and I know you're a married woman, and that it can't work out between us. I just wanted to get it off my chest, and not make things too awkward between us in the future. I'll drop it right here and now," he says while letting out a breath. "Egon," Ingo starts before grabbing both his hands and surprising him as she tells him, "I'm flattered, truly am. I never could guess someone like you would fancy a woman like me." Egon was enamored by her, but only for a moment. When he realized what she was doing, he ripped his hands away and exclaimed, "Inko, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your marriage?" "That's the thing," Inko says while looking down, drawing out the suspense in his heart before following up. "I'm not." Egon's eyes go wide and he asks in confusion, "What? But you and your son have told me your husband lives and works in America to provide for you, and your maiden name isn't Midoriya. I'm so confused." She sighs as she walks over to the steps to sit down, with Egon right beside her, where then she tells him with shame, "That was a lie. Well, partly. My husband lives and works in America, but not for the reason I told you or my son." Egon raises his eyebrow, now even more curious. Watching the woman grip her hands as tears welled up in her eyes as she admits, "It's to stay as far away as just from possible." "What? Why?" Egon shamelessly asked her. After wiping her eyes, she explains to him, "When Izuku turns 4 and we found out he was quirkless, my husband..." She fell off her story until Egon filled it in for her and said, "Was shunned by his family for it, put in for a transfer, divorced you, and had given up all custody, and is now paying you monthly child support from a world away. How did you..." She tried to ask, surprised by the accuracy of his guess. He chuckled dryly while rubbing his head and looking down as he admitted, "My father was in many situations like that throughout his whole life, and Izuku doesn't know, does he?" Inko shook her head sadly and replied, "He's already been through so much, I couldn't bring myself to tell him his father abandoned him." She takes out some tissues from her purse and wipes her face once more before taking a shaky breath and tells him, "I'm not proud of lying myself, but I know it was the best thing for him at the time." The two of them sit in silence for a while until Egon inquires, "Is it still the best thing for him?" "It's been so long and I'm not entirely sure," Inko admitted while calming herself down and telling the man, "But getting back to what we were talking about, I'm flattered you want to be with me, but I'm not sure you're making the right decision." Confused by her statement, Egon prompted her further and asked, "What? What do you mean by that?" She stands up quickly, nearly making Egon jump as she motions between Egon and herself, stating, "Come on, Egon. You're a tall, young, handsome man with a successful business. I'm just a 40-year-old, short, chubby, divorced woman with a son." "Oh, Inko, don't threaten me with a good time," Egon begged her as she shut his eyes with trembling fingers as a cold shiver and a trail of blood going down his nose, making Inko blush beet red. After focusing himself and cleaning away the blood, Egon told her, "Look, I don't care about how you look or whatever emotions there are about you. I like you for you." He took her hand and continued saying, "When I first saw you, it was like watching an exploding supernova, so beautiful and terrifying that I couldn't take my eyes away from it." Inko raised an eyebrow and asked back, "You're terrified of me?" "When we first met, you were 2 seconds away from calling the police on me, thinking I was a pedo. That makes more sense, Inko's sweat dropped, remembering their first meeting. But I'll be honest, Egon. I haven't been on the dating scene for a long time, she admitted in shame. That's great to hear, because I've never been on it before, Egon readily admitted. Inko shuffled on her feet and asked him, Do you think we can take things slow? Perhaps start with coffee and work away from there? Egon's mind went blank for a moment as his head overheated from a plume of smoke coming off his head, as he said in a stuttered hurry, Yeah, sure. I'm just fine with that. Then I'll give you a call when I'm free, she tells him with a small wink before walking away. Sounds great. See you then, Egon says to her while waving by. Once she was out of sight, Egon began to make a string of strange sounds and movements before falling to his knees and melting into the ground as he prayed to the sky. Thank you, gods in heaven. Meanwhile in the building, Honeylemon clapped hands with Egon as the two watched the whole scene with binoculars as the other Morgan triplets alongside Joe, Cluck and Otto all exchanged money for their bets. Chapter 37 Research Log Update. This is Dr. Izuku Midori reporting from the my office. Anyway, a lot has happened here at the laboratory and man, I need more coffee. I thought it would be best to report on it on. So, going in no order, I've already stated in another blog, probably, we were attacked when the League of I don't know, some villains came in when Niue came for a trip of some kind and we weren't prepared. Everyone got alive except the villains, and we killed the giant monster they brought to kill All Might. It was a whole mess. We carved up the monster, found out a bunch of stuff, and yeah. Oh, one other thing. We found some sort of thing on the monster's body. A calling card or a signature of the person who made it, going by DKG. And we're now trying to figure out what it means, but it's not much to work off. Anyhow, after that we went to full-scale modeling of this space, and now it's 10 times more secure than it was before. We have turrets on the roof, new types of plants out front for our hidden defenses, an anti-warp quirk generator, defense animals, silent alarms, super locks, sound-based weapons, chemical traps, railguns, wall spikes, and just about anything you can think of. At this rate, even if we get broken into, they'll be in a whole world of hurt. Hankoyo is even trying to develop a sound-based force field. Hatsume even perfected his robot design for all the grunt work and even a small armada of droids used for fighting a small army. He's even started production of a few special ones he called assassin drones. Once things were set up, everyone was allowed to go back to their own devices and continue on their previous projects. I personally haven't had the time to do any since I've been busy with stuff and things, and giving pointers or helping out with other projects and developments. I really do want to work on my own stuff, but I always find myself helping others with something or writing down notes on an idea I have and expanding on it. Then it becomes too much and I give it to the rest of the team to see if they want it. After that, we then set up a meeting on the problem with Torchwick. In short, he's gotten way bigger. We discussed determination, but in the end, it was Professor Hollyhock who gave us an alternative. She made something called the Reset Bomb, a small device the size of a really big watermelon covered in flora and highly unstable, using a piece of the original Singularity soul. In short, when this thing hits an area, it will cause a massive and sudden growth of indigenous plant life, after which we tested it in the fallout zone of Hokkaido, and it worked. It worked so well that we decided to completely scrub clean the radioactive zone, and now it's safe for rehabilitation. Of course, this caught the attention of the government, and they called a meeting with us. We prepared for this kind of event, and things went better than expected. Then, we decided to go public, and things didn't go well. During my speech, a quirk supremacist tried to kill me, but failed to do so. For some reason, he found out I was quirkless, and I have no idea how, but he did. I have a hunch it wasn't a coincidence, but the gunman isn't so keen on talking to the police. It was really scary. It was like looking at Bakugo, and this time he was out for blood and more. After this, Hollyhock made a new reset bomb that was modified. It looked about the same, but it was far larger, around the size of a small car, with larger fragments of the Singularity Soul inside. This one was dubbed the Island Bloom, and as the name suggests, it causes an island to form in an open ocean. If we had used the normal reset bomb to do this, then we would have just made a really big coral reef, which could be used to revive the coral reef around the world. We were supposed to throw a torchwick on there, and the moment it sprang up, but Egon said we shouldn't, as he noticed even hours later that the new island is still developing, so it needs to ripen, as he says. It should be ready in a week or so, but I hope it's sooner because Torchwick is already getting to be the size of Gammoth. As for the island itself, it is quite possibly one of the most geographically marvelous places in the current world. It has so many different biomes in just 4,000 miles. There's deciduous and evergreen forests, a jungle, a savanna, a desert, a swamp, a wetland, a high mountain with snow, a volcano with active lava flow, and some more I can't remember. From all this we decided to name it. Atlantis was immediately out, so it wasn't located in the Atlantic Ocean. So instead, we decided to call it Pacifica, after the Pacific Ocean. Anyway, back to what I was saying. What was I saying? I forgot. Where should I go from here? Oh, I know. I'll report on what everyone made in the time that this place became more fortified. First is Cho, who I already stated before has outfitted the facility with far more dangerous methods. She even started to make a laser gun with Dr. Cluck. Then there's Hastame, who, as I already said, is making new and improved robots. Honeylemon has produced a whole host of different materials from several chemical compounds such as super adhesive concrete for buildings, an instant air cushion for people who attempt to jump from high places such as suicide and trapped on top of burning buildings, and even super dissolvents to speed up demolition. She's even been working closely with Anima on creating a new form of bacteria that eats inorganic matter like plastic, glass, and metal. We actually finished that one and have managed to purchase Takoba Municipal Park Beach for experimentation. Hankoyo has figured out how to turn a splinter that is primarily positive or negatively charged into a base. I'll spare the details, but it doesn't seem to have any effect in causing evolution or quirks, and just gives off the radiation that allows for extra energy given when in the proximity of a living being. When we turned into a quirk splinter, we found out it was far more powerful than before. A normal quirk splinter will allow a person to utilize around 40 to 50% of a person's copied quirk, but this one allows for the use of 80 to 95%. So we decided to scrap all the current quirk splinters we have and make a new one. Luckily, through the intervention of Dr. Cluck, we now have a foolproof method and machine for producing them in mass stock. What took me months of work to do can now be done within only a few hours. As of now, we've completely remade and restocked and now making new splinters by the dozens. This gives me so many ideas that I've given to Clock, and now she's going absolutely bonkers with it, which in hindsight wasn't the best idea. Pamela has been restocking the greenhouse since the last attack, and is the main reason for the outside of the facility is so easily concealed. She made a willow tree that grabs anything that gets too close, a tree that appears dead at first glance, but when agitated will reveal a horrifying face that produces a paralyzing gas and throws homing fruits that can latch on with sharp teeth and explode after a few minutes. Another tree, which I can't remember, make flowers on different colors that have different effects, several defense cacti and bushes, a rose plant that can cause extreme and uncontrollable aggression, shrieking flowers, and so much more. Unfortunately, many of the plans she made had been deemed too unsafe to be controlled without her, so they have either been discontinued, destroyed, or are to be sent off to Pacifica. Speaking of the island, Egon has given Animal full reign to do with it as he pleases, since it's an island with no indigenous life. It's a blank slate for anyone to create a whole new ecology. You can imagine how he took it. By that, I mean he fainted. Otto was pretty excited too. He has so many new animals he can put on the island as both as a way to keep a balance and protect it alongside the killer plants that will be placed on it. As of right now, the only creatures that will inhabit it in the near future will be Tortwick alongside a horde of dodos and evolved sheep being used for food for him. We found out quite recently that new dodos I made months ago have an extremely quick life cycle. After an egg is laid, the chickens will hatch in 24 hours and then mature into fully grown adults in a week. How Pete has lived for this long still astounds me. But thanks to this, we were able to breed and cultivate more dodo meat to be sold. However, before this news was given to the creature division, Professor Genius had discovered and proved the aquatic ape theory. By testing some evolution splinters with a whole host of primates and subjecting them to environmental stimuli, we were able to create a living mermaid. Currently, a small bod consisting of a dozen are swimming in a large pool in the facility. But since we don't have the heart to kill them, they too will be sent off to Pacifica with another new aquatic species. Genius also decided to look into the terrestrial fish theory and ended up creating a sirens from a group of lungfish. I had the descriptions of both creatures, but I think there's something wrong with my eyes. I can see the papers. I think I'm going to end it here. End of whatever. Izuku turned off the mic and put the papers he was holding down on the table. He rubbed his eyes and tried to look at them, but no matter what distance he looked at it, short or long, he just couldn't make them out. What was happening to him? He felt his stomach twist in painful knots that nearly made him double over in pain and throw up into the nearby trash can. He tried to sit back in his chair, but found his limbs were so weak he couldn't even push himself up. He tried to look at the computer screen, but only saw a fuzzy light. His head began to spin, and the sound of his heartbeat began to blow out all noise. At that moment, the only thing he could rationalize was that he just needed more coffee. So he stood up with all his might in his legs that felt like they were stung with needles and made of jelly. He looked over to the other side of the desk, where he saw a half-finished coffee. He tried to walk over to it, one arm on the desk and the other stretched out to try and grab it. But the few feet felt like yards, and waves of pain and nausea hit him, even with slight movement, until he looked up and saw the room spinning. He saw everything and nothing at the same time, and then blacked out. That's where Honey Lemon found him, on the floor of his office, sprawled out with his face pale as a sheet, then altered the rest of the facility when she screamed. Chapter 38. The Truth. After a long and white dream filled with nothing, Izuku opened his heavy eyes to another white room. He knew it had to be one of the hospital rooms set up in the NIP facility for medical use or emergencies. He could only guess he was that emergency. Even with such a foggy mind, he looked around and saw a person half asleep in a chair next to him. He immediately knew who this was and with a weak voice called, Professor? Izuku! Egon shot up from his half-sleep while embracing him tightly. While on the edge of tears, he said, "Oh, thank God you're awake. I almost thought you had slipped into a coma." What happened?" Izuku asked him in a wary tone. Pulling away and wiping his face, Egon asked back firmly, "What do you remember?" Izuku took a few moments to think it over, then told him, "I was in my office doing a lot of updates, I felt sick, and then nothing." He looked over to Egon with an expression crossed between confusion, desperation, as if pleading with his eyes, trying to ask what happened. "Izuku, you had a serious medical emergency," Egon told him, after taking a deep breath and continuing to tell him. "I'm not sure how to describe it, but you had a burnout, and a bad one at that." A loud honk was heard as if to agree with this statement. Izuku looked down at the foot of his bed to see Pete nesting there. He then turned back to the professor, and almost trying to make a joke of it, he asked, "Was it that bad?" With a deep and somber expression, Egon explains to him, "Izuku, your heart rate, blood sugar levels, and pulse were off the chart. Your body was under so much stress, we thought you had brain damage, not to mention the lack of sleep and nutrition in your bloodstream. It was mostly caffeine." He then looked off to the side, biting his fingers before telling him, "Izuku, you nearly died." Then Izuku noticed something he hadn't done before. He initially chalked it up to just waking up after a dead sleep, but now he saw how blurry his vision was, so he asked, "What's wrong with my eyes? You look so fuzzy." "You put so much stress on your brain and eyes that you ended up messing up your vision permanently," Egon told him in a serious voice. He then went to his coat where a new pair of glasses had been made for him. Unfortunately, they weren't there, and just before he could start looking around, he heard Pete start to choke. The dodo coughed loud and violently, before finally regurgitating up the glasses. Egon sighed and swiped the spectacles before the bird could attempt to eat them again. After shaking and wiping them off clean, he put them on the teen's face while telling him, "We found your prescription while you were out and made a pair for when you woke up." When Izuku's eyes adjusted to the new frames, everything looked like it had before. As he looked around the clear room, he instantly took notice of the state of Egon, so ragged and worn out with bloodshot eyes, like he hadn't slept for days. A light beard dusted his face. Izuku didn't even know he could grow facial hair. He just looked bad. Even Pete looked worse for wear in comparison to how he normally looks. After taking everything in, he asked, "How long was I out for?" Egon raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that seriously what you're focusing on?" Izuku made no counter, so Egon huffed and told him begrudgingly, "You're out for days." "A few days?" Izuku yelled, while suddenly getting a burst of energy and trying to spring out of the hospital bed while yelling, "I have to..." Pete honked in fright and suddenly jumped off the bed, only to try and hide right under it. But Egon caught him by pinning him under his body and exclaiming, "No you don't." Trying to wrestle the wriggling teen, he yelled, "You are not leaving this hospital bed until you're 100% again. No exceptions." "No, I have to," Izuku argued back. "I said no exceptions." "No, I have to. Let me go. I have to go back to work." Izuku attempted to struggle even harder, making the heart rate monitor go crazy. Freaked out by this, Egon pulled a syringe from his pocket and proclaimed, "That's it." He then stuck the needle into the teen's neck and pushed the plunger, making the teen cry out at first before suddenly falling into a slump and calming down. "Sorry kid, you left me no choice," Egon apologizes while getting off him. As Egon resituated Izuku in his bed, the teen immediately realized the man used a tranquilizer on him. As he felt the effects of the drug set in fast, he had still attempted to fight back and tried to exclaim, "But I have to." "No you don't," Egon yelled. As he lay there, Egon then fell into his chair beside him, clutching his hair and breathing out a stressed breath. He asked in a fearful tone, "Izuku, why are you doing this? Why are you hurting yourself so much? Did you not hear the part where you nearly died?" "But," Izuku tried to argue. Egon whipped his head to him and exclaimed, in a half-yell with an expression of fear and pleading, "But what, Izuku? What? What excuse could you possibly have for hurting yourself like this?" Izuku said nothing in return, and Egon turned away as he told him, "I tried to help you and did. All of us did. But we didn't want to push the issue in case you regressed more. We wanted you to come to us." He then took a shaky breath, balancing on the edge of crying as he said, "Now, I see that was a mistake." Izuku saw all of this and couldn't help the hard pinning in his heart. He had done all this to himself. He didn't want to, but he did. He hurt one of the few people who cared about him the most. Speaking of such, "Izuku!" Inko yelled as she burst into the room. Looking up weakly from his bed, Izuku asked, "Mum?" Inko immediately wrapped the teen in a hug and sobbed as she said, "Oh baby, yes, it's me, I'm here." Inko cried into her son and Izuku lay there in tears welling up. Egon looked on and thought to himself after a bit of interjection and asked, "Inko, can I talk to you?" Inku got off her son, looked at the man, nodded and wiped her tears away. After assuring her son she'd be back, she stepped into the hallway with the tall man where he stated, Inko, I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. I should have been more strict with him, but I was trying to be too gentle and now he's here. Inko shook her head as she watched him drop his head in shame and assured him, Don't be ridiculous, Egon. It's not your fault. You never once hid your concern about Izuku from me and kept me up to date. If anything, it's mine. Once again, I proved to be an incompetent mother and allowed something terrible to happen to my son. Egon chuckled dryly at seeing her put this blame solely on herself, and said while taking her hands, Then, I guess we both share the blame. Inka leaned her head on his chest and asked, Why did he do this to himself? Egon sighs and tells her, That's what I was interrogating him about. Then let me help, she offered him, to which he agreed. The two of them then walked into the room, where she started off saying, Izuku, but the boy looked away as if knowing where this conversation would lead, and Inko told him, Please, look at me. But he refused, but Inko tried a bit more firmly. I need to know. You need to tell your mother why you did this. Please. I'm fine. Izuku finally babbles out, still averting eye contact. At this point, Egon's blood pressure shoots up and he puts on the bad cop motif as he yells, No, you're not. You're lucky to be alive after the stunt you pulled on your body. Egon! Inko scolded him. Inko, I'm not going to sugarcoat this for him. The sooner we get to the source, the sooner we can nip it in the bud. Egon argues back. I told you, I'm fine, Izuku says a bit louder while looking at them. Inko shakes her head and asserts with tears, Izuku, you're not. But Izuku looked away again and Inko says, Then, in that case, she turns to Egon and tells him, Egon, I don't want you to allow Izuku any access to his office or any work, even after he's healed up. Egon doesn't miss a beat to agree to her demand, and Izuku, still weak and pale as a baby horse, tries to rustle himself from his sheets as he exclaims, as much as he could, "What? You can't do that!" Inko looks at him sternly through her watery eyes and tells him, "You may be working and have a salary, but you're still my child and my son." The dam finally breaks, and Izuku tells it with as much gusto as he could, and with thick tears he shouts, "Fine, I need to do this to make up for it." "Make up for what?" Inko repeats. "For what?" Egon asks. "For my failures," Izuku finally admits as tears start to freely fall off his face. After sniffling back his emotions, he explains, "I couldn't be a hero. I became repulsed with both the idea of it, but I never really forgot." Both Inko and Egon's eyes grew wide at this, and he continued, "If I couldn't be a hero, then I'd help them to make up for it." "So that's what you're gonna say when we first opened this place," Egon says to himself in remembrance. After stopping a bit, he continues to tell them, "I thought it would be easy, but then the villains and the quirkist and Bakugo, it made me realize I wasn't trying hard enough. So I worked harder and harder to make up for it, but I'm still so weak." At this, he finally breaks down and manages to roll over into his pillow, where he sobs his heart out. Shocked by the full disclosure from his son, Inko carefully seats herself beside her emotional son and asks him cautiously, "Izuku, why didn't you tell me?" Izuku calms himself down enough to speak and tells her, "You don't make it easy for me to tell you." Inko, shocked by the revelation, couldn't bring herself to reply. After thinking over everything that Egon's heard and seen, he says to the two Midoriyas, "Okay, I can see what's going on here." They both look at the unusually calm man as he tells them, "It's apparent that this is going a little deeper than some unresolved self-issues, but an issue of trust and truth. And from what I can see, you two seriously need to talk about the secrets you are hiding." "You're hiding a secret from me?" they both ask one another before gasping. Egon gives an inward sigh and tells them, "I'll just leave the room and let you two talk." Once the scientist left the room with the dodo tucked under his arm, leaving the mother and son, they both stay there in uncomfortable silence for way longer than they need to. Neither of them was sure which would speak up first and about what, and if it even would be the truth. This goes on for several minutes, and the tension grows thicker for each moment. Finally, Inko breaks and she asks, "Izuku, why is it hard for you to talk to me about things?" Izuku looks away and tells her, "'Cause I'm always so scared of how you'd react. You've never taken bad news well. It would make me feel like it's my fault." Inko looked gasped at this, and she asks in a small tone, "Have I been doing that?" Izuku gives a small nod in return as Inko looks down at herself in shame and apologetically tells him, "I'm so sorry about that. It was never my intention. I just have always been a bit explosively emotional." They both go back to silence when Izuku refuses to speak back, so Inko continues and asks further, "Do you feel this way because of how I reacted when we found about, Again, another small nod. Her eyes welled up as she said, "I'm sorry, Izuku. I was so young back then. Your father left and I had no idea what to do or say." She wipes her face and gained control over her emotions as she admits, "But Egon is right. There is something I have been keeping from you. About your father." Izuku sighed as his mother trailed off and answered for her, "He is not in America for work. Just to avoid me, right?" Shocked by his spot-on guess, she stammered out, "How did you—" Izuku looked away as he explained, "I kind of figured it out. and you hid it from me because of what I was going through. Inko teared up once again, and she told him in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry I lied. At the time I thought it was good for you. I understand. Thank you for telling me. I thought I would have to bring it up, he told her as she leaned down to hug him, and he tries his best to hug her back. After they broke away, he sighs stressfully and says, I guess it's my turn. Izuku took another few minutes to collect himself and finally admits, Do you remember how I would go home looking like a mess almost all the time? Inko nods and Izuku feels the fear run up his spine as he says, I was bullied relentlessly. I figured, Inko said. Now it was Izuku's turn to be shocked as he asked back in a mix of confusion and hurt, You knew? Seeing what I was assuming of her, Inko told him, I tried to help, but that school had it out for you. I couldn't enroll you in any others because they all denied you, and we couldn't move due to my job and income. Izuku understood as he looked away as Inko added, But that's not all. Most, if not all, of my injuries that I got came from... He trailed off, a mix of emotions tightening his throat and chest until he could finally choke out, Bakugo. Inko was shocked as her mind raced with questions, but kept silent as Izuku continues to unload on her. And worst of all, on the final day of middle school, he told me to kill myself. He finally admitted, a mix of hot iron going around his chest, a huge weight on his chest hitting him like a wave. Inko was about to start bawling. She wanted to, but didn't. She kept her emotions in check long enough for her to ask, Why didn't you tell me? When Izuku thought about this, he realized he had no idea why. Maybe he was scared. Maybe he was being stupid. Maybe he thought he wouldn't be believed. Maybe because it was always hard to talk. So, for now, he just told her a half-truth. Auntie Mitsuki is your only friend. I didn't want you to destroy the only connection you had. That's why I kept quiet. You didn't actually... Inko trailed off, thinking back to what he said. You didn't actually... Inko trailed off, thinking back to what he said. I did, Izuku confirmed, making Inko gasp hard for air until he follows up by saying, There was more to it, like how I met All Might, and he told me I couldn't be a hero. If it weren't for the flurry of emotion she felt, then she'd be delighted for him to meet the man he was looking up to. But when she heard that, her heart sank. Izuku sniffles back and explains, But that was the day Egon found me, saved me, and gave me a new path. He's my new All Might. My hero, my light in all the darkness of my life. That's why I did what I did, so I could live up to him. Izuku began to cry again, thinking back to the day he was saved by no hero, but a normal man who was better than any hero out there. After calming down, his feelings of nostalgic gratitude faded away, as he said, Maybe I still want to be a hero, but I want to be known and not invisible. Maybe I want some credit. Maybe I don't know. Inko cupped her son's weeping and emotionally broken face, telling him with sweet words, Izuku, you've already done so much and are credited for so much more. You helped make this place, helped UA during the attack, aided Egon in his initial research in the Singularity Soul, he corrected her. Inko's sweat dropped and continued saying, Right, that. What I'm trying to say is, you've already become a hero in your own right. You don't have to live up to anyone apart from yourself. You are known for so many good reasons, and even if you weren't, you'd be known to me, Eon, and everyone else in the place you made. Suddenly, Izuku felt the last burst of energy he had felt for the whole day. he sat up, wrapped his mother tight in a hug, to which she hugged back. The two Midoriyas shed silent tears on one another's shoulders as they held one another for longer than they knew. When they finally pulled away, cleaned themselves up, and calmed down, Izuku inquired, "Say, you're not hiding anything else from me, are you?" Inko flushed red as she looked away while twiddling her fingers as she admitted, "Well, Egon and I are dating, so—" "Wait, what?" After the two of them separated, Inko left the room with a lot off her chest and thought about what her son told her. Then she suddenly got a call on her phone, and without even looking at the caller ID, she answered it saying, "Hello?" The voice of her best friend Mitsuki practically shouted through the phone as she exclaimed in excitement, "Inko, you long time no see, how have you been? Anyways, you'll never believe it, I got 2 tickets to—" "Mitsuki," Inko cuts her off. The somber tone she carries made the woman stop and ask, "What is it?" After breathing deeply with the memory of what Izuku told her fresh in her mind, she told her, "I think we shouldn't see or talk to one another for a while." "What? Inko, what are you—" She tried to ask only for the phone line to go dead. "Inko! Inko!" Mitsuki shouted in a panic. "Everything all right?" her husband Masaru asked as he poked his head into the kitchen. Mitsuki looked at the wall phone with a sad expression and said, "Inko just said she didn't want to talk to me and hang up." Masaru came up behind her, hugged her, kissed her head and assured her, "I'm sure Inko is going through some stuff. Her son was in those 2 incidents. Maybe she needs time to sort out her feelings and all that." Mitsuki hums and replies, "I hope you're right." As Inko hung up the phone, her mind clouded with too many emotions to handle talking to her friend right away, Egon walked up to her with Pete under his arms. "Hey Inko, I wasn't pretending to come back here as soon as you were done speaking with Izuku, and I wasn't eavesdropping the whole time and—" He began to tell her until Inko suddenly grabbed him by the collar, pulling him down to her level and passionately kissing him on the lips. Egon froze in place, his mind blank yet racing, his body still yet trembling, his breath caught yet heavy, his face hot and burning. Inko pulled away and told him in a grateful tone, "Thank you for saving my son." Egon said nothing in return. He couldn't say anything, not even a sound, so he just sputtered, grew red, produced steam, and fell to the floor face first. There, Inko looked surprised by his reaction, and Pete began to peck his head. After this, Izuku spent another 2 weeks recuperating in the hospital while being banned from working on anything else. It was nice for him, like a long due vacation, but without anything to do other than sleep, eat, and heal. The teen was put on a round of different medication for his stress and anxiety, alongside weekly talks with a therapist and a family therapist for him and Inko. When he finally got out of the hospital area, his office had been moved closer to Egon's, and he would go check up on him every so often to make sure he wasn't overworking. When he wasn't in or busy, a robot assistant would do that job. After about another 2 weeks, coming back into his work and new routine, Izuku showed signs of getting better, and he felt better. For him, it was nice to finally admit everything he was holding back to the people he loved. It felt right to be open and vulnerable to them, knowing he would never be judged. Now he felt happy, truly happy. Chapter 39. New Hires. One day, at the new Icon Phoenix research facility, the whole building was flooded with the sound of incoherent screaming. Screaming that lasted from the first thing in the morning till right this moment. Most everyone was able to power through it except for Cho, who looked like she was ready to rip someone's head off. Finally, having enough, she charged out of her division wing and barrels through the hallway, following the yelling until she finds it at the break room, where she bursts through the door and yells louder than whoever was. "What's going on here? What's with all the yelling? Who's yelling? It's only 10 in the morning." She screamed so loud that the shouting stopped all at once upon the sight of the fuming woman. "They are," Hankayo, who was in the break room, pointed at Izuku and Egon, both of which were silently cowering from the homicidal-looking woman. Calming down from the confusion of seeing the two people in the facility with the strongest bond arguing, she could only babble back, "What the—" Izuku found out that Egon is dating his mum. Honeylemon, who was also in the break room, explained with a giggle. Cho raised her eyebrow and asked, "It took him this long?" Now it was Izuku's turn to be surprised as he yelled in a harsh shock, "You knew?" "Izuku," Egon tried to grab his attention. Izuku quickly connected the dots and exclaimed, while pointing his finger, "You all knew?" "Izuku," Egon tries more firmly. Izuku whips his head back to the man and proclaims, "Don't you Izuku me, why are you dating my mum?" "'Cause she's hot," Egon argues back. "Egon, she is, she's my mum." "So? You're my employer, it's weird." "It's only weird if you make it." "Egon!" Izuku yells. "Izuku!" Egon yells. While the two of them bicker once more, Honeylemon whispers to Hankayo, "I heard they've already gone out on several dates." "Oh," Hankayo cooed, back in excitement at the gossip. "And get this," she exclaimed in a low tone while waving her hands. "I heard that they've even been holding hands." She squeals. "No way!" Hankayo says in a fake playful surprise. "Fingers laced," she said in a squeaky tone. "Oh, how lewd," Hankayo comments while putting his fingers to his mouth, his head tubes making weird cute sounds. "Doesn't that make babies?" Honeylemon asks with a giggle. At this point, Cho has had enough for the whole day, so she shakes her head, leaves the break room, making a mental note to get headphones. Despite their low whispered tones, Izuku and Egon could hear them the whole time and stop their bickering to stare at them. After they finish and Cho leaves, Egon shouts at them, "Can you two stop being weeaboos? You're scientists, for God's sake. Act like it." Calls the loud voice of Morgan. "What?" The two scientists half yell at the woman. "If you two are done with having a family squabble," she began, only to be cut off, "don't you dare marry my mum." Egon looked down at him and proclaimed, "Just for that, I'm going to marry her sooner than planned." This struck a nerve with the boy, and he quickly kicked the man, causing him to grab his leg and yell, "Ow, my shin!" Since they were quietish, Morgan continued and informed them, "As I was saying, you two have several people who want to have an interview for a job." "Are we still hiring?" Izuku asks. "As it turns out, we never took the hiring page down on the website," she explained to him. "Oh, piss. So how many are there?" Egon asks between her painful breaths and hopping on one leg. "About 6 in total, with 2 of them being a pair," she answered. "Let's split them between the 2 of us," Izuku offers, and Egon nods, but not before stamping his shoe on Izuku's toe. A while later, Izuku was sitting in his office with the first interviewee sitting across from him. Unfortunately, he did not expect her to be so big, and ended up using 4 chairs just so she could sit comfortably. The woman in question was a very tall, fox-like woman with a curved figure. She has blonde hair that just reaches her shoulders, a single strand of which goes down the right side of her face. She has large blue eyes and bushy eyelashes and pointed ears, along with a teal-green fur and a white furry underbelly. In terms of attire, she wears an orange button-up shirt with yellow-orange buttons and pockets on both sides of her chest, as well as black pants with a yellow-orange belt. She wears a wristband of the same color on both her arms, along with orange headband that seems to resemble a pair of earmuffs. She also wears orange and cream-colored slip-on shoes. The two of them sat in silence for a long while after Izuku noticed something strange with her resume and called Egon to come in to help him. But as time went on, it was apparent she was getting very nervous and anxious. So, trying to calm her nerves, Izuku said, "I'm sorry, Miss Futsujoshi," the woman pronounces her name. "Well, I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. The professor should have been here by now to assess your predicament," Izuku assures her as she nods back in affirmation. Suddenly, the automatic door slides open, causing the two to jump at its suddenness, and in walks a very irritated Egon, covered in head to foot in bubbles. After shaking himself off, he stomps inside and announces, "Sorry I'm late. Hatsume tried to weaponize bubbles and turned the entire robotics division into a foam party. Now, what seems to be the holy moly," he exclaims upon seeing the large woman. "Whoa, you, my dear, are a whole lot of woman," Egon comments, craning his head to meet her eyes. "Professor," Egon scolded after seeing the woman uncomfortably blush and fidget. "What? People gawk at statues of naked people and pagan gods. I gawk at large women," Egon argues back. "Professor," Izuku yells at him. Fine, sheesh," Egon finally concedes before taking his more professional mannerisms and saying to her, "Sorry about that. You're just a lot to take in all at once." "I get that a lot," Josie replies, her ears pointed down. Sitting next to Izuku, he says, "Now, what seems to be this very precarious predicament you're telling me about?" Izuku hands him her resume, and reading it over, he understands what he meant and said aloud, "Oh, I see." After reading it over a bit, he puts it down and takes a more proper and professional stance and mannerisms as he tells her flatly, "Well, Miss Josie, according to your resume, you have 0 work experience, 0 previous places of employment, and 0 skills for the job you're trying to get hired for. Can I just ask why?" Suddenly, she begins to tear up, and she explains, "Well, I have no choice in the matter. Due to my size and quirk, I'm not someone who's wanted for the workforce no matter where I go." Josie put her hand to her face and starts to weep bitterly in front of the two men, which causes Izuku to get up flailing and trying to calm her down, telling her, "Oh crap, don't cry, please don't cry." "Yeah, we don't need you to make Izuku cry as well. Then we'll have to brave the high seas," Egon chipped in a snarky tone only Izuku could hear. The teen whipped around and yelled, "Professor!" "Am I wrong?" he asked back with a teasing smile, making the boy blush in anger. Seeing things were starting to unravel, Izuku takes charge and tells her with a firm tone, "Miss Josie, due to your circumstances, we have decided to give you a chance." She stops crying at the news and smiles wide before Izuku tells her, "But don't be fooled by the title of secretary. It's not about sitting at a desk in cute clothes, clacking at a keyboard with finely manicured nails, making copies and coffee for your boss. It has a lot of challenges, and most of all, experience curves. Are you willing to do all you can to achieve the best outcome possible?" Josie sniffles back her tears and holds up her head while saying, "Yes, I am." "Well then, you start tomorrow at 6 a.m. sharp. You'll be shadowing our head secretary, front desk lady and organizer. They'll teach you all you need to take over their jobs when need be," he tells her while holding out his hand. So, elated by this, Josie grabs it and begins shaking it while exclaiming, "I'll do my best." Unfortunately, she was shaking him as well. She stops, letting him go and apologizing, After making the vertigo go away, Izuku shakes his head, fixes his glasses and tells her, "Though, we have to make arrangements for your size differences." "Thank you," she says gratefully. Izuku turns back around to scold Egon, but sees him standing there with a ridiculously open-mouthed smile and holding 2 thumbs open. It then dawns on Izuku that his mentor merely did all of that to test him, and apparently he passed, but not to his pleasure. Sometime later, Izuku's office was once again beset by someone who was looking for a job. Only this time, there were 2 of them, like Morgan told them, a man and a woman, both of which were quite unique in both appearance and personality. The 2 of them appeared very similar to one another in both appearance and age. Maybe they were siblings or something. They both had white hair, red eyes, tall, slim, yet toned physiques. Their clothes could be described as old-fashioned and ancient in terms of style, yet still had the appearance of a scientist. The woman had glasses, and the man had a strange pack on his back that fed into a tube in his strange goggles. "Oh yeah, check it out, age researcher Pura," the woman, Pura, exclaimed while holding a rock on sign by her head and winking. "And age researcher Robbie," the man Robbie exclaimed as he struck a pose, shooting his hand while pointing his finger into the air. "Reporting for duty." They both stayed in unison. Izuku laughed dryly and said, "You 2 sure are extravagant. So, why exactly do you want to work here, and what do you have to bring to the table?" "I'm glad you asked, Vice President," Pura said as she took out a file from her bag, placing it before him as she offered, "Have a look at this." "It sure is thick," Izuku noted aloud while feeling the folder that looked ready to burst. "It's the Cliff Notes," Robbie told him. Shooting his eyes open in shock, Izuku exclaimed, "These are the Cliff Notes? I'd hate to see the whole thing." "You see, Director, we are researchers in the field of ancient technology." Izuku narrows his eyes, no longer impressed by them, as he cautiously asked, "What, like the pyramids were built by—" But Robbie cut him off as he strode around the room, bobbing as if he were dancing to a song, and told him, Yes, we all know the pyramids were built by Hebrew slaves and not aliens. We're talking about something else." Now curious again, Izuku sat back to take it all in. Seeing this, Pura opened the file and flipped several pages to one part where she pointed out with her fan, "Studies show that the sandstone used in the construction of these monumental tombs of kings were crafted and sent from the southwest part of Africa, and studies showed that they were far faster in their delivery than methods of that age. That remains is how." Before the woman could answer that question, Robbie jumped in and exclaimed while pointing to the air, "I'll tell you how. It's ancient technology, y'all." "Uh-huh," Izuku replies, sitting forward again as his curiosity turned back into caution. "Still not convinced? How about this?" Pura asked while tilting her head before explaining. "Back when Genghis Khan was expanding his empire of the far west and north, recent studies have shown that he was able to take over towns and villages and cities in time much shorter than travel would be possible in these places. Not only that, reports translated from texts say that Khan army appeared from nowhere and took them by surprise, without any warning from scouts. So how did they cover so much land and take over so many civilizations in such a short time?" "So, how, you may ask? Well, by—" Ancient Robbie tried to exclaim once more, only for Izuku to butt in and say, "Ancient technologies, yes, I get it, Robbie." Izuku looks over all the notes for several minutes before taking off his glasses to rub his eyes and tell them, "To be fair, I had never thought of this before. Humans have been extracting resources from the earth for centuries. If at some point they found a vein of, then they would have—" He trailed off deep in thought, muttering to himself, before changing the subject and asking them, "So, why choose us of all places? When we saw you pull out that splinter thing, we knew it just had to be connected," Pura answered affirmatively with a smile. "So, we dropped everything and came here to look for a job," Robbie added. Izuku turned around in his chair and thought this over before turning back to them and saying with his hand out, "Well then, I guess you two are hired." Meanwhile, in Egon's office, Chu was interviewing one of the groups of two that came in. Sitting across from him were two people so vastly different he didn't know how such a pair could exist. The first was a toddler-sized human reindeer hybrid, with the left antler broken but braced at the base by a metal plate. He had a large head and eyes, and less defined muscle. He wears a large pale red/pink fuzzy top hat, with a sideways medical cross covered with a blue aviator's cap, a blue backpack, and an orange and white striped muscle shirt, and a maroon pair of shorts. The other person was an old woman who surprisingly didn't look a day close to 70. She stands tall and slim, with a body that seems to be in her prime despite her wrinkled face. She wears an outfit made for someone much younger, which includes navel ring, a shirt with a bare midriff, a purple blazer, and purple low-riding pants. She has a pair of small sunglasses that were not even covering her eyes. She wears them on her forehead. Alongside that, she wears bracelets and a ring on her left hand with a hardened expression on her face. She looked like a real no-nonsense person. Looking over the papers, Egon asked them, "So, your names are Dr. Kura and Dr. Tony Chopper." "That's right, you can call me Doctrine," Doctrine tells him in a gravely voice. "And everyone calls me Chopper," Chopper added with a happy tone that held a nervous tick. "Well, I certainly like what you two got going for you. This alone would guarantee you both in my facility," he then tells them, making Chopper brighten until he followed up. "Though, I have a question for you, Doctrine." The woman tilts her head as she adjusted the toothpick in her mouth. "It says here that you have unorthodox methods. Can you explain?" he inquires. Suddenly, the woman gets up from her seat, walks up to Izuku and begins to poke and prod at him in all sorts of ways, while saying, "Your temperature is 98.2 degrees, pulse is 46, blood pressure is 125/85, and BMI is 17.5. Shall I continue?" After tasting an old lady out of his mouth when she stuck her fingers in there for a temperature reading, he gets up and replies, "Please wait here." After Egon leaves, Doctrine sits back down with her feet propped on her desk. Chopper comments, "I think you scared him." She then whirls to him and punched him straight in the head while yelling, "Don't be stupid. Of course I didn't." A few minutes later, Egon was in the flabbergasted expression after getting his physical results as he said, "I don't believe it." "Well, believe it," she said back to him as Egon gingerly put himself back into his chair. After this, he breathes a calming breath and asks, "There's one more thing. It says here you've been practicing medicine for over 80 years. Even if you got into medical school at 16, you'd be well over 120. "I am," she says flatly. "You're what?" he asks her again. 120 years old, she tells him nonchalantly. Trying to freak out over the fact that one of the oldest living people was in his office, he then said while looking over at the small animal person, "Changing the subject, Chopper, you're quite young to be a doctor. Not that there's anything wrong with that. The vice president happens to be the same age as you." With this, Chopper beams so brightly that Egon almost had to look away from him, but put a hand up to shield his eyes, and push through as he continues. "I just want to know what encouraged you to pursue such a career. I can tell it isn't the woman sitting beside you." With that comment, Egon had to quickly move his head out of the way from a very irritated Doctrine's flying toothpick. Chopper stopped beaming, and reserved like he is having a flashback. After his somber tone turns to determination, he proclaims, "I want to find a cure to every disease in the world." Egon smiles and says, "That's a wonderful dream. I hope that by working here you can achieve it." Chopper nods enthusiastically as Egon imports, "Also, I'm quite fascinated by your quirk, a mutation that makes you look like a deer, and a small one at that." "That's because he is," Doctor interjects. "Is what?" Egon asks back. "A reindeer," she says nonchalantly. Egon blinks several times, looking between her and Chopper until he points out and asks, "Intelligent animal?" "You've got cotton shoved in your ears," she replies in an annoyed tone. After taking a moment to digest all of this, he tells the intelligent animal, "Well, Chopper, you'll be ecstatic to know that 2 of our other residents are also intelligent animals." Chopper once again beams at this news. But then Egon leans into him and whispered, "But my advice, stay away from Dr. Cluck Orpington. She's nuts." "I heard that, you hairless monkey," Cluck shouted from behind his office door. "Like I said, nuts," Egon egged on. The very last person to be interviewed was by Izuku, who found himself with an old and strange-looking man sitting across from him with the biggest forced smile he'd ever seen. He was a strange, short man who was already dressed like a scientist with a lab coat buttoned up, and a red tie, pants, and black shoes. He was bald, with the only hair left on his head growing from the back and the sides, which gave him 2 twin-tailed bushes of the size, a large nose, and a thick mustache coloured grey framing his face. Feeling suspicious, he asked the man, "Dr. Albert W. Willie, am I saying that right?" "Please, Dr. Willie is fine," he tells him with a small wave, trying too hard to act friendly. "I like what I see, but—" Izuku began until he was cut off. "But?" Willie asked too quickly. Looking back down at the papers, he tells him, "It says here you've been fired from several different laboratories in your career. I may be young, sir, but I know red flags when I see one," he inquires while leaning. The facade dropped, and Willie loudly proclaims while pointing at him, "It's not my fault, I swear." Narrowing his eyes while raising an eyebrow, he prompted him, "Go on." Willie calmed down a bit and then exclaimed, "My old associate, Dr. Light, is to blame. I'll spare you the details. We butted head on a lot of things, and in the end he tried to ruin me multiple times. But I'm far more resourceful than he thinks." After performing this little scene, Willie froze up, knowing he had done himself in. All while Izuku continues to bore holes into him with a suspicious glare. He knew right away this guy was bad news, and he should probably just cut his losses and throw him out. But then he thought it over a little bit and quickly realized that this man could potentially be too dangerous or slippery to handle for anyone in the future if he got in with the wrong crowd. So, the best option going forward was to bring him on so he could watch them closely and have control over everything he did. As the saying goes, sometimes it's better to have the devil as your ally than to have him as your enemy. So, rubbing his temples, he sighs deeply and tells the man, "Tell you what, I'll give you a chance, but if I find out that what's been said is true, you can kiss your resourcefulness goodbye," he said in a firm, threatening tone, while glaring daggers at him. Willie adjusts the tie and gulps deeply while sweating and answering, "I accept the terms of your agreement." Chapter 40, Dangerous Experiment. And that concludes another productive day at the Neo-Icon Phoenix Research Facility, Egon proclaimed as he locked up the front door of the facility one fateful night. "Does he always monologue?" Chopper asked while sweat dropping. "Only when he's in a good mood," Morgana tells him with a small chuckle. Egon whips around with a huge smile and tells them, "You damn right I am. I've got a hot date with a little lady." "I get it, you're dating my mum," Izuku yells in groan while covering his ears. Egon huffs while pushing out his chest and stating, "And I'm gonna keep saying it until you stop complaining about it or ask me to stop dating her." This then caused the two to engage in a mini-argument about the topic, causing awkward energy to hang around the few employees who stayed late. However, the argument between the two owners stopped when a certain topic was broached. "Hey, why are you bringing the mascot with you?" Hankayo asked as Pete was trying to snap at one of the head tubes. Egon quickly scooped the bird up and explained, "He doesn't like being left alone. But we have dozens of them in the facility," Chopper states with confusion. "He just likes people," Egon shrugs back. "So you bring the brainless bird, but not Otto or Cluck?" Willie inquires as he adjusts the research papers in his briefcase. Egon looks to the side, sucking air between his teeth, as he said, "I tried once. It didn't work, and now they will live here full time." "Why's that?" Morgana asks. Egon sighs while bringing up an exhausting memory and explains in short, "House guests that are like fish. They stink like after 3 days, and when they come to stay with me, they've already ripened for 2 days prior." "Is it also because Otto smells like fish?" Doctorin adds with a cackle as she finishes off her first bottle of booze of the night. Egon wiggles his hand in a so-so manner, placing Pete on his head and explain with aggravation, "That's just a small part, but also Cluck got me up at the ass crack of dawn for food, and Otto kept bugging me for mental stimulation." Before anything else could happen, a strange person in a hoodie came out of nowhere and practically threw themselves in front of the entryway steps, scaring everyone half to death as they screamed, "Help me!" Everyone jumps at the sudden arrival and gets ready for a fight or to run. One of them was Pete, who, after falling off Egon's head, ran up to the person, jumped on their head, and began to mercilessly peck at them. To which the person ignored and continued yelling in a desperate plea, "Please, please, help me!" Who are you? What's wrong?" Izuku asks after realizing they were in no danger. But the person still didn't explain anything as he continued to beg as Pete mercilessly attacked him. "Please help me, hide me, before they find me." "Before who finds you?" Izuku asks as he moves back, seeing the person crawling towards them. Egon places a hand on his shoulder and tells him with his staff, "We'll ask questions later. I'll open the door, you help inside, and Morgana, you call the heroes." But before he could finish, the person suddenly shrieks, "No, don't call them. They're working with them." "The heroes?" Izuku asks back. "Yes," he exclaimed as Pete still attacked him. A little while later, the mystery person was helped into the building by the scientists. After getting him inside one of the division wings, they closed down the building again, making it look closed from the outside, as they stayed in the deeper parts of the building where no light could be seen from within. Once they had the man settled, they woke up Otto and Cluck from the downtime and got back to work trying to figure out this man and what had gotten him in such a frenzy, especially over refusing help from the heroes and all law enforcement. They even had to put Pete in another room to keep him from continually attacking the man. The man in question was about 30 or so, tall and so incredibly thin, bald, had green eyes, black skin, with a skeleton that seemed to either bleed through or was painted upon his skin. He sort of looked like a well-made skeleton costume. He somehow looked tired and out of his wits at the same time. The man was sitting in a testing chamber in front of a table where he was drinking glass after glass of water as Izuku and Egon stood behind the one-way glass and observed him. Izuku was looking over something on a Pura pad, made by its namesake when Egon asked him, "So, what you got on him?" Flipping through the information he had just managed to gather, he answered, "His name is Viktor Petrov. He's from Russia and is wanted in several parts of the world." This surprised him and sent Egon on edge, thinking they had just aided a known criminal or terrorists. But, taking it in stride, he continued with a suspicious tone. "Wanted for what?" "It doesn't say. It does say, but I'm pretty sure they were fabricated," Izuku told him with an unsure tone as he handed the pad over to him. Taking the pad and adjusting his glasses, he looks over the info on the man and is shocked by what he sees, exclaiming his disbelief. "Geez, you're right, even by the untrained eye, these are fabricated. Why in the world are several countries across the globe trying to get this one guy?" Before Izuku could theorize, Otto comes in and answers, "It's his quirk." The octopus handed him a clipboard of information printed off about the man's biology. Egon sighs and tells him, "Thanks for helping us despite it being a time off, Otto." Otto waves him off and assures him, "It's all part of the job. Anyway, I ran a sample of DNA and I managed to decode and what his quirk can do." "And?" Izuku prompts him. "I've personally dubbed it as Resurrection," he tells them as they both look over the sheet of paper with all the current information they had on Victor's quirk. If he touches something after it has long since died, he can bring it back to life no matter what state it's in, Otto explains, making the two men look on in shock, with every word they heard and read to themselves. He could touch a piece of hair and bring back a whole woolly mammoth from it. "But we don't need to do that, do we?" Otto jokes. Egon rolls his eyes and snorts in amusement as he replies, "We don't, but whoa, that's quite a power. It's no wonder he's being hunted like an animal. If anyone in the world managed to get their hands on that, they'd be unstoppable." Izuku nods and the two men decide to confront the man to get the whole truth and why he was even here. So, they entered the testing chamber where the man just finished off a second picture of water. Sitting across from him, Izuku starts by asking in a kind tone, "Hey Victor, how are you feeling?" "Better," he admits while breathing in deeply. "You don't have to worry, you're safe," Izuku assures him. "Thank you again for helping me," Victor graciously tells them. We figured out some stuff about you," Egon admits. Victor shoots them both a look and inquires, "Let me guess, my background or my quirk?" Egon puts his hand together and answered, "Yes to both. We understand your situation, but we don't know why you came to us for help." Victor looks off to the side, a sign that they were in for an origin story, and the man tells them, "Ever since I was young, my mom told me I was special, though I didn't know how much she truly meant it." He started, but could see in the man's eyes that they were already getting tired of hearing it, or just tired, so Victor sighs and tells them, "I'll spare you the details, but one day a friend of mine was killed in an accident, and well, I brought her back. From then on, I was hunted down no matter where I went. I got to the point where I even tried to kill myself." Both men became extremely uncomfortable by this, especially Izuku from his previous experiences with this. But seeing that the man was very much alive and that Izuku was too uncomfortable to ask, Egon inquired carefully, "I'm guessing your quirk works just as much on you as it does on others." "Precisely," Victor told him in a dry and crazed chuckle. "Then I heard about your facility and I came here as fast as I could so I could ask, no, so I could beg you, please help me. He suddenly threw himself across the table and grabbed at the two scientists' lab coats, pulling the hopelessly desperate man off and seating him down again. Izuku asked him in a horrified tone, "What do you want us to do? Try and kill you?" "I want you to take my quirk away," he answered quickly. "Take away your what?" the two scientists asked before looking at one another. He gets down on his hands and knees before them and pleads, "Please, I know how amazing you all are. You are smart and have some kind of ace up your sleeve, getting you this far after such a short amount of time. So please, do anything to rid myself of this nightmare," he begs as tears fall from his face. The two scientists quickly excuse themselves from the room, and once on the other side of the door, Izuku asks in stress, "Egon, what will we do? No one's ever attempted to extract a quirk from a person. I'm not even sure such a thing is possible. Science is already determined. It's no different from eye color and height." Egon opens his mouth to agree, but stops and thinks for a bit before replying, "I wouldn't think so. The Nomu had multiple quirks, so it is possible." "But we have no idea how to do that," Izuku argues back. Egon puts on a thinking face as he racks his brain for an idea. He sees the hallway sign that leads to the Singularity Soul and smiles as he tells his ward, "Maybe not, but we have to try." Egon then pulls out his phone and it picks up quite quickly as he says to the other end, "Hatsume, I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but we need your help." The man says something on the other end, and Egon tells him, "I'll spare you the nitty-gritty, but in short, we need to extract a quirk from a living person." Suddenly, the line goes dead. Egon calls out loud, "Hello?" "Say no more, I'm on the case," Hatsume suddenly exclaims as he appears from nowhere, making the two men jump in fright, so bad that they nearly wet themselves. Frantically looking around and at the one-eyed man, Egon sputters out before realizing, "How did you stole the super speed splinter, didn't you?" Hatsume just sticks out his tongue while putting his hand on his head, trying to act coy, but Egon just sighs exhausted while rolling up his sleeves and tells him, "We'll talk about this later. Let's get to work." The hours of the night went by quickly as all the scientists still at the facility worked as hard as they could, planning, designing, and making a machine capable of performing an unnatural feat of nature and science. Hatsume was in his element and was buzzing around as he made his contraption. Egon couldn't tell if it was either caffeine or the super speed splinter he had forgotten to take from him. It also helped a lot that they had an army of robots to do the work of 100 men, and a few splinters that helped with aiding in brain function and construction, including a strange splinter that allowed someone to construct anything like it was made of Legos, as long as they knew how to put it together. Things were going well, too well, and that foreboding feeling manifested in a message for Morgana. Sir, there's a small militia out by the front of the building," she said over the speakers. Egon quickly took out his own Purapad and brought up the security cams from the outside where, as the woman said, there was a small militia from what seemed to be another country standing outside his front entryway. So, he stopped what he was doing and cleaned himself off before going to meet with the army. Once he got to the front door, he took a deep breath and unlocked it. Stepping outside with the army and their tanks, he asked as innocently as he could, "Can I help you boys with something? We're looking for a man by the name of Viktor Petrov. He looks like a skeleton and is a wanted fugitive in several countries." The front man, no doubt the leader, told him in a thick accent. Egon placed a finger in his chin and, shaking his head, told the man, "Sorry, I haven't seen anyone like that." But before he could turn around to leave, the man yelled, "Don't lie!" "Who's lying?" Egon asked back while keeping calm. "We know," he insisted. "Know what?" Egon insisted back. The man then took out his own iPad device, turned it around, and showed an aerial footage of Victor racing towards the facility and being brought inside as the leader stated, "We know." Egon put his hands up while acting calmly and admitted, all right, you got me. I'll bring him out, so no need to get violent." But the leader wasn't having it as he approached the front steps as he tried to force, "No, we will come in and—" But he didn't even get a chance to finish as every security measure at the front of the facility suddenly sprang to life and pointed the laser-guided lights at the leader and all the soldiers present. The leader froze in his tracks upon seeing this and slowly backed away. The laser lights did not go away. Upon seeing the smug expression of Egon, he gulped while grimacing, and the scientist repeated, "I said I'll bring him out, so let's not get violent, yes?" Taking a deep breath, the leader agreed, "Yes." Once he was back inside the building, he stood over in one of the darker parts and leaned against the wall while letting out a stressed breath from fear. After calming down, he looked over to the side, seeing nothing at first, but continued to stare until Izuku suddenly appeared out of thin air thanks to the invisibility splinter. Izuku just smiled awkwardly at him, and Egon just rubbed his head. After thinking over their predicament, he told Izuku, "Get the dragon." Izuku nodded and vanished. After a few minutes of what seemed to be a stalemate between the foreign troops and the NIF security system, Egon makes his reappearance once again, standing boldly before the aggravated troops and proclaims, "Sorry to keep you waiting, boys, but he is here," he stated while motioning off to the side of the building. When the soldiers moved to see what it was, instead of seeing their quarry being brought out to them from a different part of the building, they see something that locks them in place with fear. Between the darkness of the night, the city lights casting a vague casting alongside the red glow of the laser-gilded weapons, they saw the shape of a huge creature with eyes that burned like hellfire and bore into their souls. Without a single warning, the hideous shape breathed deeply and exhaled a stream of flames so massive and hot that none of them had the chance to scream before they were all engulfed. When the fires settled from Torchwick's charred mouth, the only thing left of the invaders was nothing but a pool of molten blood, bone, and molten metal from the tanks. Nothing remained of them, ashes to ash, dust to dust. Izuku's pet, the now elephant-sized dragon, telling him, "Good job," and bringing him back to his enclosure. Egon sighs with relief at seeing the potential problem taken care of while saying to the puddle, "You get what you deserve, bitches." After splitting the molten pool of death, Egon presses a comlink on the ear and says, "Send some cleaning bots to scrape up the mess out in the front yard." A squad of bots come out of nowhere and begin to clean and dispose of the evidence. By morning, it will be like nothing ever happened. Egon walks back to the building and back to the division wing where Victor was hooked up to the machine that would hopefully extract his quirk. It was so large, and much of the inner workings went over Egon's head. He just hoped this behemoth of a machine would work. As he approached the hooked-up skeleton man, he asked him, "Professor, what was all that noise?" Egon waves it off while a kind smile tells him, "Oh, nothing you need to worry about. But on a more serious note, listen, Victor, what we're doing here is completely experimental, highly dangerous, and comes with a high chance of you dying. We've never done something like this before and have practically thrown this machine together in the last few hours. No tests have been made, even with all the synthesized scenarios for the outcomes. But there is also a huge chance of this not working at all or killing you. Are you sure you want to go through this? Victor closes his eyes, nods and affirms, I'm sure, even if my quirk was taken and I survived, I wouldn't have a life to go back to. He then looks down at the huge machine with metal parts and strange tubes connected along its body and hooked up to several parts on his own, as he asks, just explain how it works. Izuku, who just came back from putting up Torchwick for the night, explains to him, we found these things called quirk centers. They're basically what everyone has in determining where their quirk manifests the most. We'll hook up to these spots and use a machine that has a reverse polarity charge to bring it out. The site of this will be used from the large crystal structure you see on the other end. The crystal will be used to suck up and store away your quirk. Could you dumb that down? Victor asks, his brain already short-circuiting. We're gonna suck your quirk from the special unseen holes in your body using the power of that huge crystal to remove and store it away, Izuku says in a more simplified manner. That makes more sense. Victor finally relents with acknowledgement. Then it was Dr. Orpington who came up in a mechanical device, and reading off a clipboard, she announced to him, there's a 5% chance of full success with no death, a 27% chance of it working with you dying, a 67% chance of it not working and you just dying, and a 30% chance that this is not working and you survive, and a 59% chance of this machine exploding and... Okay, we get it, Wiley yells at her, seeing how uncomfortable she was, making everyone with her analysis. Doctorian then took up the front and told Victor in no uncertain terms, her voice very regretful and somewhat nervous as she doused her mood in more booze. Listen kid, I won't lie, I've crunched the numbers and this will hurt like hell. I've made a sedative geared towards your specific bodily functions and will sedate you with it, but I can't promise anything after that. I told you to do it anyway, Victor told her and the rest of the staff with no hesitation. Doctorian shrugged after taking a long sip from a bottle and relents. So be it. As Egon goes to control of the machine, punching it all, he needs to show the greatest leg of success. As Chopper and Doctorian prepped Victor for the procedure, Wiley came up to his side with Izuku and inquired, Professor Egon, are you sure about this? You're using the thing that started and is keeping this place afloat. Egon stopped thinking up his mile-a-minute calculations and typing as he leaned down his head and sighed deeply, after which he told the short old man, It's for a special cause. Besides, we're not copying a quirk, we're taking one out. We'll need everything we can use to pull this off. Besides, we've already established that there's more and we know where to look. Both he and Izuku did not look fully convinced, so he rolled his eyes at their twin concern and assured them, I've already got Pura and Robbie working on setting up an expedition to dig up more. The two of them already knew how passionate and on par their new co-workers were. They had only been there for a short time and had managed to simultaneously turn the place upside down while making huge leaps in research. They just left yesterday for their trip, but knowing them, they probably sent back several veins of Singularity Soul and an alien to boot. Izuku was the first to relent as he said, I guess you're right. This is what a hero would do. Goodbye, Singularity Soul. Thank you for everything so far." Wiley was not so pleased, but had no room to argue, so he just sat there and stewed in his frustration. On the other hand, he'd have his name on the title of being one of the first people to extract a genetic trait, so that brightened up his mood ever so slightly. After typing in the last bit of numbers into the machine, Egon placed on goggles and announced, "Begin." The machine burst to life, and the Singularity Soul also began to glow an even brighter white, to the point it became the spotlight. Things seemed to be going well at first, with red energy being pulled out from the tubes attached from all over Victor and slowly being drawn into the Singularity Soul. The screen attached to the machine showed the progress going from 5 to 30% in a slow yet concise manner. Then, things started to go wrong once it was at 40%. The machine began to whirl, buzz, and expel excess heat far faster than it did before, to the point of the sound starting to become overwhelming. Victor, who had been holding up well so far, spat out the mouthguard he was biting down on as he started to scream in pain. Fear and anxiety gripped the scientists. Some wanted to stop the procedure, but Egon refused, not knowing what would happen if they stopped midway through and the potential consequences it may hold. So they continued as the machine ran faster and Victor screamed louder and louder. Soon the machine began to fizzle and buzz and short-circuit wildly and dangerously. But Egon yelled for them to keep going. The machine was only at 70%, and every moment was like hell. Suddenly the machine began to burst and catch fire. The scientist rushed to keep it under control, and Egon wanted to stop it when things caught aflame. But it was Victor who swayed him and yelled to keep going. So reluctantly he agreed, and the process finally hit 90% as the Singularity Soul began to die down and change color. Victor kept screaming and his blood began to pour out from all his orifices. Finally it hit 100% and the machine stopped as the fire came in and out. The fire extinguishers came in to put out the flaming machine as the kickback of the energy nearly knocked the facility's power out. Turning the emergency stop on, Egon jumped from behind the controls and yelled, "Victor, Victor, get him out of there!" Izuku and Doctorin spring into action as they rip the man away from all his hookups and place him on the ground, where Chopper got to work checking his vitals, and the staff surrounded the man's smoking and bloody body. The machine was burning faster and faster as the fire extinguishers worked to put it out. After a few horrible seconds, Izuku asked, "How is he?" Chopper pulls away from him and says, "He's alive, but barely." At that moment, Victor stirred and weakly called out, "Professor, Doctor?" "Yes, we're all here," Izuku told him, taking his hand to reassure him. He breathed heavily and ragged as he barely mumbled out in a whisper, Did it work?" Izuku sniffles back tears and confirms, Yes it did. Your quirk is gone." Egon waved his hand and Wiley brought over a hand mirror that Izuku held up to his face. Victor could barely open his eyes, but when he did, he saw himself without black skin and a skeleton that bled through. Now he saw a normal Russian man with fine skin and blue eyes. A smile crept over his face as he barely managed to say, "So this is how I look. I'm glad." With that last word, Victor took his last breath, closed his eyes, and left this world behind. A smile still on his peaceful face, the scientist gathered around the man and parted with his passing in silence, shedding tears as they did so. "He's gone," Chopper said with a tone of disbelief. "Oh, Victor, I hope you found peace." Izuku sniffles. I hate to break up a mournful moment like this, but what are we supposed to do with the Singularity Soul now that it hosts the resurrection quirk?" Hatsume puts forward. They all looked towards the Singularity Soul and saw how it drastically changed. Instead of glowing white, it glowed as dark black with parts that almost looked like it had bones showing through. But there were no bones of any living creature, just a large assortment of shapes and lengths. It looked like Victor before his quirk was taken, and it dawned on them, the procedure may have killed him, but it worked in storing his quirk. Without moments of hesitation, Egon walked up to the Singularity Soul, picked it up over his head, and threw it down with all his might, smashing it to bits and causing the group to gasp from everything else. Turning around with a ragged expression and breathing heavily, a serious look on his face, he told them in no uncertain tones, "I want all the fragments they collected and destroyed. This quirk doesn't exist in any records around the world, and it will stay that way. No one is to speak of what happened tonight. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," they all said in unison. Calming down after this, he said to the staff in an exhausted tone, "Good, then clean up the mess and go home. You all deserve a good rest. I'll cremate Victor's body." Just as the cleaning bots came in to collect the mess and Egon went to put Victor's body on a stretcher, Izuku spoke up and offered, "Can't we just bring him back?" Egon turned to him, a somber expression on his face as he asked back, "Do you think he'd want that?" Izuku looked down at the peaceful face of the dead man, a single tear running down his face as he answered back, "Yeah, that was a stupid question." As the body was covered and sent off to the blast furnace, Morgan came up and said, Sir, if I could make a suggestion." Egon gave her his attention, and the woman offered, "Do you think we should erect a statue in honor of him, for his sacrifice to science?" Everyone perked up at that idea, and with a sad smile on his face, Izuku chimed in and stated, "That's a wonderful idea. We'll do that. First, let's get the ever-growing dragon out of here before he outgrows the whole facility." The other staff laughed a bit at the joke, and this ended a tragic and monumental day for the laboratory, a day that would never be spoken of or only be known again decades later. Chapter 41. Accident. I gotta admit, that was one sad story. That poor guy deserves so much better, Hankoyo said with a depressed tone as he and Honeylemon began to clean up for the day. The woman agreed with him while wiping her wet eyes and replied, "I agree, but sometimes, that way is usually the only or most humane way. At least he's getting a statue." "At least," Hankoyo said back with a dry chuckle before divulging, "this shows how weak we all really are in the end. We can pretend to be the strongest thing in the world, but ultimately we all bleed the same color and die all the same." Honeylemon stopped what she was doing, stared at the man, and tried to say with a chipper tone, That's insightfully morbid." Suddenly, something caught Hankoyo's attention, and with a bright expression, he said,
"Oh, Ungliot, what are you doing out of a terrarium, you silly spider?" He then reaches down. He picked up the tiny jumping spider on his finger. Looking at the little creature reach up its arms at him brought a smile and more philosophical questions to his mind, as he said them aloud. "You know, she probably thinks I'm some sort of god compared to her. I'm sure she's the biggest thing in her world too. But in the end, we're all bugs in the grand scheme of things." Again, insightfully morbid, Honeylemon said with an uncomfortable tone. "But I guess that's the rule of life. The large and the strong protect the small and the sweet," he said while nuzzling the small arachnid with his nose. "I guess let's stop talking," Honeylemon practically pleaded while quickly excusing herself for the night. Hunkayo placed the tiny creature back in its terrarium and sweetly said, "Good night, Ungliot. Sweet dreams." He kissed the spider, closed the cage, turned off the light, and left the room. Once he was gone, Ungliot was left to sit in her thoughts. Despite being a small and unintelligent creature, she had a certain feel for things and a baseline understanding. To her knowledge, Hunkayo wished she was stronger for her safety, but while she was small, she had to rely on her benefactor. But he too was weak and could only do so much. So she needed to get stronger and faster. And she knew how. She knew he was doing something with something strong and strange. All she had to do was get to that thing, and that's precisely what she would do. So she escaped the hidden hole in her home and scurried off the counter, crawling down to the floor and out a very fine crack in the door underneath it. The whole ordeal took an hour to do just at her size, but she had a plan to how to get to a destination that would take her days at her size. So she hitched a ride on one of the many cleaning and security bots. She clung to its metal body and waited until it brought it to her destination. How did she know where to go? Thanks to Hunkayo's pheromone trail. He had been going to that place a lot recently. Once she was there, she hopped off the robot and made her way into the room under the slightest crack in the door. Once again, she had all 8 of her eyes on the prize. The remnants of the strange thing he had been working on were not gone, but the whole thing was gone. That didn't stop her, though, as she felt a peculiar energy pulsating from somewhere in the room. Scurrying towards it, she found a large piece that broke off and was hidden away from view. So she went up to the strange thing, laying on top of it, and began sleeping. The following day, Hunkayo came in with a more genuine smile and a cup of coffee from his favorite shop, only to be greeted by the sound of discord. Investigating all the activity, he saw Egon nearly lose his mind. He ran around the building between rooms and yelled nonsense. The only thing he could make out was, "Where is he? Where is he?" "Where is who?" Hunkayo asked, hoping to help. Egon whipped his head to the man, practically lunged on him in a hug, and exclaimed, "Oh, Hunkayo, thank gods, it's your spider." Fear gripped his heart at the statement, and in a panic he grabbed the man back and demanded, "Ungliot, what happened to her? Tell me." Dr. Cluck, who had just came out of the room where the Singularity Soul used to be held, riding a cart, said with a terrified expression, "You're going to want to see this for yourself." She pointed to the room with one of the mechanical arms. Hanko pushed past them and burst through the room, only to stop when he saw a huge shape sitting in the chamber. "What is that?" he yelled as the thing stood up on many legs and turned towards him, revealing many, many red eyes. Eyes that he recognized all too well before it dawned on him. Looking over the shape of the thing, he asked, "Wait, Ungliot?" The huge spider took one of its legs and brought it up over for him to grab. When he did, he began to tear up as he ran to hug the spider's face and sobbed, "Oh my God, is that you? What happened?" "I think she got the Singularity Soul and turned into this," Egon told him from behind. "But it was destroyed, wasn't it?" Hunky replied. "I guess a large enough piece broke off before we transferred the resurrection quirk. Then she found it, and now here we are," Dr. Orpington told them as her mechanical hand held up the last fragment of the Singularity Soul. Suddenly, dark thoughts ran through the man's mind, and he whipped around, trying to shield the huge animal with his body. He pleaded with tears, "Professor Egon, please don't kill Ungliot, please, she's my best friend." "Calm down, I'm not going to kill your pet," Egon assured him with a groan, making the man calm down. "But we do have to do something. We can't keep her here." He followed up, telling him the facts. "She's not that big," he argues back, him getting an "Are you serious?" expression from his boss. "Why not just throw her into Pacifica? We're dumping Torchwick and a few other crazy things Genus and Cephalopod cooked up together," Dr. Orpington offered. Hunkayo shook his head violently and argued, "No, if she goes there, then I'll never see her." "Then make a teleporter if you really want to see her," said the chicken jokingly with a cluck. Then a bright expression came across the man's face as he exclaimed in excitement, "That's a great idea! I already had some plans on the drawing board, but now I'm going to fully put my attention into it." As they watched the happy man dash off to start his project, leaving the two in the dust, Cluck stated, "Glad to see him so spunky, but what are we going to do with her in the meantime? Torchwick and the other animals aren't getting transported till next week. Pura and Robbie have already gone out to dig another Singularity Soul, and knowing those two, they'll have something in a day. So once they get back, I guess we can use her as a guard dog for the time being," Egon told her, making Ungliot chatter her fangs in protest. Egon glared at her and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have anything else in mind that a giant spider like yourself can do?" Ungliot looked like she wanted to say something, but she stopped and just shifted dozens of eyes away. Suddenly she began to produce silk from her abdomen and, with her many legs, spun it into a sheet that she gave to the man. Looking at the dark cloth, he said, "Okay, that's impressive. You want to keep a highly radioactive material that causes immediate changes in a creature with an already giant spider?" Cluck asked him rhetorically. Just then, Professor Genus came into the room with his puripad and informed them, "No need. I ran some tests and found out she's immune to the radiation. Funnily enough." Just before they could all relax, He followed up by saying, "Also, she eats light and uses it to spin webs made from darkness." Egon stops. He looks down at the silk sheets he's carrying, the one he was just given by the same spider they were talking about, realizing it was made of an intangible substance, and asked, "What?" As if nothing else could surprise the man for the day, he heard a pair of fast and familiar footsteps running in the hallway and getting closer. Once they reached the open door, he heard ragged breathing he was all too familiar with. He distinctly heard 2 sets of feet and breathing, but only knew the first by heart. Representing a groan, he asked, "Yes, Izuku, what is it this time?" He trolled off as he turned around, catching his breath with Chopper beside him. Izuku heaved out, "We have a problem." "What kind of?" He fell off while looking at what he was holding in his arms and finished asking, "Problem." A little bundle of white was tucked protectively in his arms, and it unraveled to reveal a small girl with long white hair, red eyes, a single horn on her forehead, ragged clothes and scars. Understanding what was about to happen, Ungliot crafted a hammock-like seat for the professor and the few others. Sitting down on the web seat, he told them, "Explain everything." Chapter 42. A Strange Find. "Izuku, Izuku!" Chopper exclaimed as he bounded into his office one morning. "Oh, good morning, Chopper," Izuku greeted him as he turned around in his chair. "Let's get breakfast together," Chopper offered in excitement. Izuku smiles and replies, "That sounds great. I forgot to eat before coming here. What do you have in mind?" "Cotton candy!" Chopper exclaimed excitedly without missing a beat while jumping into the air thinking of his favorite food. Izuku's sweat dropped, but kept smiling as he tells him, That's not a breakfast food, Chopper." "Ice cream? No." "Candy? Nope." "Chocolate," Izuku sighs as he puts on an exhausted expression, telling him, "You can't have sugar first thing in the morning." Chopper looks down in disappointment, but Izuku quickly changes his tune and informs him, "But you can cheat it with donuts." "Donuts?" Chopper asked inquisitively. Seeing he had no idea what he was talking about, Izuku explained, "Yeah, they're like little tire-shaped pastries, with just about anything you want on them. I know a place that sells American-style meals. We can get donuts there." "Yay!" Chopper cheered while jumping up into the air. Before leaving the facility, Izuku donned a simple disguise, since he was afraid of being spotted by any more quirk activists. He forgot the lab coat, wearing some of his more plain clothes while wearing sunglasses and a sick mask. After some time, the 2 boys made their way to the restaurant that Egon frequented. Once they had seated and got their food, Izuku was surprised by what Chopper got. At the same time, he had a plate of eggs, bacon, sausage, toast, hash brown, and a pancake. On the other hand, Chopper had 2 dozen donuts, pancakes with chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and whipped cream on top, and a massive glass of chocolate milk. Izuku was equally impressed and disgusted by the amount and how fast he ate it. It was like watching a shonen protagonist scarf down food after a very long battle. From the amount of sugar alone he was consuming, his orange juice looked too sweet to drink. But no matter what, the reindeer didn't stop or slow down. "Easy, Chopper, you're gonna choke," Izuku tried to warn him, until he stopped and made a face. Izuku sighed as he watched his little friend chug down the chocolate milkshake to help pass the food down. "Told you so," he groaned. After taking a deep breath from the food going down, he gasped before exclaiming with tears in his eyes, "But it's so good!" Izuku sighed as he picked up his food, watching the little animal scarf down his breakfast's remain. After a bit of silence, Izuku inquired, "Hey, Chopper, why did you want to become a doctor?" At this point, Chopper had polished off all his plates and looked down at the table while answering, "It's a bit personal, but I'll tell you if you tell me." Izuku nods. Chopper tentatively sips his chocolate milk while saying, "It goes back to my earliest memories." Izuku almost regrets asking now, knowing he was in for an origin story. "I was once a normal wild reindeer when a strange gas hit my herd. I found out later it was the government trying a bioweapon that could potentially cause the awakening of quirks inside a dormant body. Out of everyone in the herd, I was the only one affected. At least until I hit 4. Chopper stopped him momentarily. Stopping Izuku momentarily, inquired, 4 in human or reindeer years? Chopper blinks twice, thinks, then says, "Yes?" Anyway, I gained self-awareness one day and my body changed. With this, plus my small size, I was kicked out of the herd. But being able to take a human form, the locals tried to hunt me down, until I found someone special." He trails off with a sad, nostalgic smile before continuing. "His name was Hiroruk. He was my mentor and father. He gave me my love of medicine and my goal. But that goal was only strengthened when something awful happened." Izuku leaned in, more curious than before, as Chopper withheld emotions and exclaimed, "Hiroruk became ill with a disease that had no cure. I was young and dumb as I tried to find a cure, and I accidentally stumbled upon a medical book on poison plants. So I went out to find it, found my old herd, nearly died, and brought him back the mushroom. He cried, hugged me, ate it, and... He trailed off while tears ran down his face. Izuku saw this and almost panicked as he told him, "You don't have to finish that, but why did you think a mushroom would be his cure-all?" Chopper sniffed back his feelings as he told him, "Hiroruk showed me his stamp of honor, a Jolly Roger. He called it his calling card of health, so that when anyone sees it, they would see only their health on the horizon." "A skull and crossbones?" Izuku realized where the mistake was. Chopper nods and finishes, "Then Doctrine took me in as her apprentice, and we came here." After breathing deeply to calm himself, he asked, "What about you?" Izuku laughed dryly and admitted, "Not half as bad as yours, but I wanted to be a hero since I was little, but couldn't. Chopper blinks in confusion, then remembers, "Oh, that's right. You're quirkless, aren't you?" Izuku nodded sadly and explained, "I was picked on and bullied mercilessly by all, even by my own best friend." This fact surprised Chopper, and his mouth went open in shock as Izuku continued, "But I never gave up until I did, and tried to end it all." This shocked him again. He didn't have anything to say, being winded by the information given to him. But Egon found me, saved me, and gave me new hope. I'm grateful to him forever, Izuku told him with a sad, nostalgic smile. "I feel the same about Hiruluk and Doctrine," Chopper agreed. After a very long session of silence between them, Izuku finally finished his food and offered, "Let's go back to the facility. It has been a while." "Yeah," Chopper agreed, looking and sounding just as sad as he was. After Izuku paid for the meal, the two began to walk back to the office in silence at the re-emergence of their old wounds. Mixed with regret for asking about it, they were stopped in the street out of nowhere. "Hey you," a voice called out, causing the two to run around and see a guy approaching them as he asked, "You're that Dr. Midoriya guy, aren't you?" Izuku got a bit nervous, but played it off as calmly as he could, waving his hands and cracking his voice, answering, Sorry, I think you have mistaken me. Well, I got to..." Before he could run off with Chopper, he ran into someone who was discreetly behind him and followed 3 other people blocking their path and surrounding them. One of the people turned their hound into a blade and sliced off his sick mask and sunglasses, revealing his face. They all sneered at him with sinister smiles as the blade guy said, "Nah, you're the guy, the quirkless little rat who thinks he can have such a high station in our society." "Look, I don't want any trouble," Izuku said defensively, raising his hands. "But we do, you see," one of the other guys said, while turning their hands into guns. "What do you even want from me? What have I ever done to you?" Izuku exclaimed. "You exist simply as that. Your whole existence is a complete anomaly of nature," the gun-handed man told him in a half-yell. "And we, the card-carrying members of the MLA, have a duty to get rid of scum like you," said the sword-armed person. Chopper jumped before Izuku and proclaimed, "Keep away from Izuku, he's a great person. You're the one who's scum. If you want to get him, you'll have to get it through me first." "Chopper," Izuku attempted to dissuade him, but one of the thugs told him, "That's the plan. The MLA also deals with unnatural mutants like you, Tanuki." Chopper looked down at the ground as a gun-handed man pointed his weapon at them, gripping his hooves and saying with an angry, shaking voice, I'm a reindeer." Just before the gunman could fire at them, Chopper yelled, "Guard point!" And suddenly, Izuku was swallowed by a sea of light brown fur as he heard gunshots go off, only for the sound of something bouncing being heard. He managed to get his face out of the fur and saw Chopper's face sticking out of it. Pushing against the fur body, Izuku noticed how springy it was, but still so dense. "Whoa, I didn't know you could do that." I can do way more, Chopper told him as the huge furball receded into him. He put his hooves together in a small opening shape and looked through it. He called out, "Scope." Chopper looked at their assailants and then said, "Aha!" The gunman shook himself out of his shock and said, pointing his weapon at them, he announced, "You'll pay for this, raccoon dog." Chopper ran up to the man and suddenly changed forms again, yelling, "Heavy point!" He transformed from a small reindeer human to a huge man-like creature that vaguely resembled Bigfoot, with a more human version of Chopper's face, formed with bulging muscles. Catching the man off guard by his transformation, he turned his hand into a fist and, bringing it down on his head, yelled, "Heavy gong!" The man spat out blood from the crushing blow to his head and passed out. Chopper turned around and ran to two men, making them cower by his huge form. Chopper then transformed again and called, "Walk point!" Chopper then turned into what looked like a regular reindeer and charged at the two men at top speed. Launching off his feet, he transformed again, this time into what looked like a teenage version of Chopper with antlers 3 times his size. He yelled out while crashing into the men, "Horn point! Horn cannon!" Ramming into the two of them with great force, they flew across the street before slamming into the wall, where they both passed out. "How the hell is he doing that?" one of the goons announced as he turned his head into an old-time cannon and yelled, "Take this!" The shots were fired, and the shocked Chopper appeared to be sucked into the attack. "Got him!" cheered the man at the smoking spot. Suddenly, the air began to stir, and out popped a very unusually shaped Chopper that looked like an egg. Taking a familiar stance, he said, "Kung Fu point!" Chopper then bounced towards the cannon man and began to hit him with a flurry of Kung Fu attacks until he falls over in a second from the barrage of blows. However, he didn't notice another goon coming from the side. But Izuku does and yells, "Chopper, look out!" Chopper turns his head and sees the man fast approaching with malicious intent, until a spiderweb comes from nowhere and tarps the man against the building, saving the reindeer's life. Surprised by this, he looks around to see who saved him, only to see Izuku standing at the opposite end of the attack, with his hand stretched out and webs coming out of it. His mouth shut open in surprise, and he babbled, "Izuku, what's—" "Spiderweb splinter. Egon told me not to leave the lab without a splinter," Izuku explained quickly, before pointing behind him to where the giant person was caught in the webs trying to free himself. "Okay, listen. This guy is too big to take it down, but I have an idea," Izuku quickly said as Chopper smiled. The giant troll man finally breaks free from the webs and looks around to see an idly standing Izuku. He loomed over him while stating, "Huh, all alone, just like the quirkless runt you are." He then quickly surveys the area and asks him, "Hey, where did the raccoon go?" Izuku pouts and tells him, "He's not a tanuki, he's a reindeer," Chopper announces as he bursts from the ground with horn point. Suddenly, the ground gives out under the giant man, and he falls onto his chin, where he knocks it so hard it stuns him. From there, Chopper turns into walk point, grabs Izuku from behind him, and runs around the giant while Izuku secures himself down with more webs. After going around twice, they finally stop. Izuku jumps off Chopper as he turns back to his brain point. Now, will you hold tight until the cops get here? Izuku tells the criminal before turning to Chopper and telling him, Chopper, we did it! Chopper seemed a bit perplexed by this until he realizes and gets just excited as he is, exclaiming, We did it? Yeah, we did it! Chopper then jumps into Izuku's arms while they both dance, spinning, laughing, and cheering at their victory. The troll just looks at them in frustration. Izuku puts down the reindeer and praises him. And you were amazing! How did you do that? You thought it was amazing? Chopper asks in confusion before he gets giddy and dances whilst circling him. Don't be stupid, you idiot. You can't praise me. I won't be affected by all your affection, you big dum-dum. Yeah, you are showing it. Izuku's sweat drops as he watches his tone and body not match his words. Just then, the troll person broke free from his web restraint and picked himself out of the hole, looming over the two while boasting, That wasn't half bad, kids, but it'll take more than that to keep me down. Oh crap! Izuku yelled while cowering. Any last words? The troll asked him as he smiled with sharp teeth. Chopper then reached into his hat, pulled out an orange-colored ball, popped it into his mouth, and said while crunching down on it, Rumble Ball. At that moment, Chopper began to grow and grow and grow until he was outsized the troll man. His antlers grew large and twisted, his body hairy, and his form like that of a twisted deception of a Wendigo. What the? The troll cried in shock, looking up at the mountain. Chopper roared and reeled his hand back, yelling, Cloven Road's palm! Chopper hit the troll square in the face with his open hoof hand and knocked him down so hard that he went down in one blow. The huge monster then turned around and loomed over Izuku, who was starting to stand idly in the mix of shock and horror. Gulping, he cautiously asked, Chopper? Chopper smiles and says back, It's okay, Izuku. He quickly calmed down, then got excited and called out, Whoa! I don't even know where to start, but you're so cool. Once again, his eyes light up, and he gets all giddy and dances while insulting him. Oh, stop it, you fool. You can't make me feel all giddy over your compliments. Izuku laughs awkwardly before he feels the ground underneath him start to crack and give in. He looks down and sees the fast-forming cracks and exclaims, Chopper, I think we should get going. Chopper stops dancing and looks down. Seeing the ground give out under him, he panics and turns back into his brain point. Even with the weight reduction, Chopper's landing on his feet was enough to finally make the ground break apart and send the two of them into the sewer system of Japan. Luckily, the fall wasn't very hard or long, so they didn't get hurt, especially since the water below them broke some of their fall. Izuku got up while rubbing his back and complaining, Well, that was unpleasant. Chopper also rises from the water and shakes himself off, apologizing, Sorry, I always forget how much Monster Point weighs. Izuku tries his best to wring out the sewage and tells him, Well, let's get out of here and back to the lab before Egon freaks out. I'll think he'll do that anyway when he finds out, Chopper tells him before his ears perk up, and he says, "What was that?" "What?" Izuku asks back. "I heard something," Chopper tells him, making Izuku stand on edge. The reindeer looks around with his ears before pointing to a spot and shouting, "There!" Izuku took hold of the splinter and called out while holding his hand and demanded, "Come out! I don't want to hurt you." Just then, a small child peeks around from the corner, and her face wet with tears as Izuku calmed down and said, "It's just a child." "Thank goodness," Chopper sighs with relief. Izuku puts his hands down and holds them out while going down to a level and says in a calmer tone, "Hey, it's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. You just scared me, that's all." Bit by bit, the girl came out of her hiding spot and walks towards Izuku through the sludge until she finally rests her tiny hand on his larger one. Then she tears up and asks, "Help me." "Of course I'll help you, don't be afraid," he tells her while taking her into his arms and asking, "Did you lose your mummy?" "If she did, I think Doctrine would like to have a word with her foot into her face," Chopper tells him while looking over the girl's less favorable conditions. "What's a mummy?" the girl asks back. The two boys' eyes widen with shock, and Chopper stated, "That's not a good sign." "Then what's wrong?" Izuku prompts her further. She sniffles before saying vaguely as she looked behind her, He's coming." "Who?" Chopper inquired. "The bad man with the mask," she exclaimed. Izuku pets the panicking girl's head and reassuringly says, "Don't worry, I'll protect you from that man. We'll take you to a safe place." "We will?" Chopper exclaimed. "Yes, of course we will," Izuku replied firmly. "What's your name?" he asked the girl gently. Eri."
Chapter 43. Prepare for the worst. After explaining their whole story to the man, Egon's eyes rolled back, and he falls off his hammock as Izuku says calmly, "And Egon went into cardiac arrest again." "Again?" Chopper exclaimed in fright. "I'm on it," Dr. Orpington says as she comes in on her cart with her defibrillator. Putting it on his bare chest, she says, "Clear." A shock of electricity jolts across his body, and Egon gasps air while yelling, "I live!" "Welcome back to the land of the clinically depressed, Professor," the doctor tells him. "Good to be back," Egon says sarcastically while coughing. "So, you still a kid?" Egon watered down their story while buttoning up his shirt. "I didn't steal her per se. I just took her away from a perceived threat," Izuku said with an uncomfortable smile. "That's kidnapping," Egon shot back. "Does it count when the kid looks like that?" Chopper shoots back, looking at the girl in the teen's arms. He shrugs and agrees. "Good point. But where did she come from?" Professor Genus asks. "She hasn't said. We just got here as fast as we could," Izuku informed them. "Through the sewers," Chopper adds with a disgusted shiver. "That explains the smell," Genus says while pinching his bare nose. It is days like this that makes me glad my sense of smell is practically useless, Dr. Orperton says with satisfaction as Genus glares at her, gloating. Egon sighs and says, "Well, let's clean you three up, give you a checkup, and figure out what to do with Emmy." "Eri," Izuku corrects him, making Egon look off to the side. Just then, Megan enters the room and asks, "Sir, are you busy?" "No, I just finished up here. What is it?" Egon tells her as she opens her mouth, only for it to fall short when she looks behind him and sees a huge spider standing behind him. She points to it in fear, and Egon sighs, "Yes, I'm aware of the giant spider behind me." "Was that there the whole time?" Chopper exclaimed while seeing the huge arachnid behind him with dozens of glowing red eyes. Egon waved her and Chopper off while saying, "Explain later." "What is it, Megan?" Megan composes herself, clearing her throat. She says, "The Prime Minister and the Principal of UA are on the phone regarding Pacifica." "Fuck me with a chainsaw," Egon blankly curses, only to feel immediate regret as he looks over to Eri, who has wide eyes staring at him. Even everyone else was staring at the girl, which is when he carefully asked, "She didn't hear that, did she?" "Let's pretend she didn't," Izuku agreed. He changed subjects and says while rolling up his sleeves, "Genus, you help the kids clean up, change, and go to doctrine for a physical to make sure they didn't discover a new disease. I gotta do an adult." After a long while, Egon finally emerged from his office, looking pale and exhausted as he marched through the hallway with Doctrine at his side. He complained, "What a drag." "How did Go explain a new subcontinent in the middle of the ocean?" she asked him in a serious tone. He blew a raspberry and explained, "Nezu understood that it had nothing to do with him directly, but the Prime Minister, oh, that bitch can make you want to claw metal. I asked her if she wanted to keep an ever-growing dragon in Japan and find a way to feed it." "I'm surprised she didn't take you up on it, to use it as a super weapon," she inquired. He shook his head in aggravated amusement and told her, "Oh, she did, but only after I told Torchwick wouldn't listen and would probably kill everything." "Did she?" Doctrine tried to ask, only for Egon to cut her off and list off in irritation, "Yes, she asked if Izuku or I would want to join armed forces. I politely declined and told her we had no interest or skills in running an army over one dragon, and that he was a baby." She then chewed on a toothpick a bit while staring at him, knowing she wasn't here to let him vent. Egon got to the point of her company and asked, "But enough of that. How's the kids?" "Clean and disease-free, thank goodness. But that Eri girl is a different story," she explained while telling him. "She was so scared the entire time. She has to bathe with Izuku, she wouldn't leave him, and every time one of us came in, she would start to shake, especially around Dr. Orpington, and don't even get me started on medical devices. I thought she'd passed out when I pulled out a stethoscope." "There's more to her, about her quirk," Egon prompted further. This was when Cluck came beside him in a chart and said, "It took us forever to get a blood sample. She was crying and clinging to Izuku, begging him to make us stop. Eventually we drugged her." Egon stopped
as he grabbed the chicken by the neck and yelled, "You what?" Laughing nervously while Dextron looked on in amusement, she said, "Perhaps I should rephrase that. We used the drowsy puppy to put her to sleep." Egon thought back for a moment and remembered when Dr. Hollyhock brought the same plant to him. It looked just like a regular poppy flower, but once he took a whiff of it, he was out like a light for 2 hours. From what he was told after the fact, it was supposed to help people with severe insomnia. After hearing this, he calmed down and let the bird go, saying, "You should have said that. So, what's her quirk? You are never going to believe this. She is one of those rare singularity cases," Cluck told him. "She is?" Egon and Doctrine said in unison. The chicken nods, and taking out her pewter pad, she explains, "It is called Rewind, and it causes any and all living matter she comes in contact with to revert to a previous state, physically, biologically, or evolutionarily." "Crap," Egon said while biting his fingers. "And she has no control over it," she added. "Double crap," Egon exclaimed. "But that's not all," she adds again, getting amused by his expression. "Please don't make me say crap any more than I have to," Egon practically begged while grabbing his hair. She quickly explained, "I read her mind with the telepathy splinter, and for a long time she was in the company of the Yakuza." "Yakuza?" Egon exclaimed, while Doctrine just looked lost. "Her memory is a bit fuzzy due to her not understanding what she was seeing or hearing, but they needed her for some kind of plan to, if my understanding is correct, erase quirks," she explained more in depth. Egon walks about while thinking aloud and saying, "That makes sense. If Eric can cause living things to revert to a previous state, then that means she can cause a person to go back before they got their quirk, or even just erase the gene from their DNA entirely." Cluck shivered and stated, "I don't want to return to being a normal chicken." Seeing this was already getting out of hand, Doctrine unplugged a bottle of wine and said with surprised calmness, "Well then, we have to tell the Prime Minister about this. If we have her, then it's only a matter of time before they come to get her." Egon sighs, exhausted again, and tells her, "I'm already dancing on eggshells after she finds out about Pacifica and Torchwick. I'll try the Hero Public Safety Commission." A bit later, Otto and Anima waited a long time for Egon to come out of his office, but to no avail. Whatever he was saying to the HPSC had to be essential for it to be going on this long. However, curiosity overcame any sense of moral high ground, and they both placed an ear or whatever Otto had on the door and listened in. From the sound of it, it seemed like they had just come in on the tail end of it, judging by the sound of the ever-increasing stress in their boss's voice. "This isn't a joke. We're in real danger here, and if they come, we'll..." "What? Hello? Hello?" Egon called out from the phone line before he screamed into the receiver. "Jump on your ass and die!" The two scientists quickly moved away from the door as they heard the sound of his angry footsteps stomping towards them. Egon came out, leaned against the door, and pulled his hair back while exclaiming in terror, "We're dead in the water. They won't believe me." "Then what do we do now?" Otto asks. Egon slams his fist into his palm and declares, We prep and strike back when they do. The two scientists nod at one another, then turn back to the man, where they nod in affirmation. But before they could start on this plan, a peppy and familiar voice called out, "Oh yeah, check it. Ace researcher Robbie and Pura have come back," called Robbie's voice as he struck a pose in the hallway. Pura was holding her signature rock in hand, signifying her winking face. Egon dashed towards the two, grabbing them in a hug while exclaiming, "Robbie, Pura, am I glad to see you two safe and well." "I didn't realize we meant so much to you, Professor," Robbie said, a bit flattered. Egon pulled away and replied, "Well, that and we're probably going to be attacked by the Yakuza soon." "What?" Pura asked as her glasses nearly fell off her face. Egon waves them off, then inquires, "I'll explain later, but first, I didn't think you two would be back so soon." Robbie smiled brightly while saying with a dance, "When you have an army of the mechanical wonders to do all the nitty and gritty, things progress real fast." We went back to the location where you found the Singularity Soul for the first time around and established a base camp. Afterward, we found a vein of the Singularity Soul. We came back here while leaving the robots to continue the excavation," Pura informed him while showing a massive crystal node of the Singularity Soul carried by a robot. Egon sighs and says, "It's good to know we'll have a large supply and a new guard dog for it." The two ancient scientists look at one another and shrug. Just before Egon goes to take care of other businesses, Rogi exclaims, "And one other thing." Egon turns around inquisitively as he tells him, "While mining for this stuff, we accidentally stumbled upon an ancient cave where we found something real cool." Egon waits for the rest of the story, but when both are just drawing out the tension, Egon practically yells, "Well, don't leave us in suspense. Tell us what it was." "We're not entirely sure what it is, whether it's a new species or an alien," Pura started. "We are going with aliens," Robbie interjected. Pura sighed while pushing him aside and saying, "But we found this." Then two robots brought in a huge tube tank with what looked like to be the largest blue starfish ever seen. In addition, it was one huge yellow eye in the center of its body, with mouths dropped open in shock. Pura said, "We have decided to call it Starro." Anima was frantically taking notes and pictures while Otto fainted. Egon managed to calm down and not go into cardiac arrest again, as he breathed deeply and said as calmly as he could, "Well, I'll be damned. They did bring me an alien." Chapter 44. The Alien. "So, what can you tell me about our friend Starro?" Egon asked Professor Genus as the two observed several scientists running around the starfish alien and doing things to it from behind the glass of the observation room. Genus looked over his Pura pad and informed him, "Every living creature in this world is carbon-based. This isn't." "Anything else?" Egon prompted. "Sentient, sapient, has its own language, the whole 9 yards," he answered back. "But you can't talk with it?" Egon inquires. This time Izuku answered as he walked into the observation chamber. "Not even a little. It understands no English and can't write or read. Not even Chopper can communicate with it, and he can talk to any animal on Earth,
extinct or otherwise. Egon then asks, have you tried a translator like the one for Otto and Cluck? Genus nods and answers, we are, but it's still a straightforward creature in this biology. Hard to translate brainwaves when your whole body is a brain. Eri seems to like him, Izuku chipped in, watching the young girl, now clean and in a change of clothes, stand and stare, mesmerized by the alien. Egon sighs sadly and says, to be fair, she'll take anything she sees, so long as it isn't medical or bird-related. Just then, Hatsum barges through the doors of the observation room and announces, Sir, I think we have finally cracked the code. It took a lot of modding, but we've hooked up a two-way translator to Starro. The three scientists enter the room and are greeted by Starro, frantically looking around with his single eye as he hooked up to several nodes on his body in his own sized tank. The nodes have wires that go into machines that has a microphone hooked up externally to it. Egon and Izuku looked at one another, and Egon, taking the mic first, said, Hello. Starro stood looking around frantically and stared at Izuku for a long while. After a bit, the machine said back, Who are you? Seeing the machine work, Izuku explained, I am Dr. Izuku Midoriya, and this is Professor Egon Cristallo. You are currently in the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. You're safe. We won't harm you. Starro looked lost in his words, so Izuku tried. Do you have a name? What is name? Starro asked back. It's something that identifies you, but if you don't have one, everyone here has been calling you Starro. Is that alright? Izuku asked the alien again. Starro looked around for a bit before deciding, Starro, yes, I am Starro. Where did you come from? Egon asks the starfish. Up, he said. Up? Both he and Izuku said at the same time. Starro turned his eye to the ceiling and exclaimed, Up in the stars, from my home, but not home, haven't been for so long, he said with a voice of longing before staring intensely at them and stating firmly in a dangerous tone, I want to go home. I'm afraid we can't do that, Izuku tells him. Why? Starro asks back in a calm demand. You live on a planet, yes? Izuku prompts further. Yes, large, blue, warm, beautiful, Starro describes while looking up. We have no idea where your home world is, or any way of getting you there. I hate to tell you this, but you're stuck. Egon breaks the bad news. Stuck? No. Starro said, back in disbelief. But Izuku quickly interjected and told him, But don't worry, here at NIP we are making leaps and bounds in all fields of science, so we'll get you home someday. Just not today. You just need to wait. Starro looks around before replying with gratitude. Wait. Yes, I can wait. Thank you. Let's get you out into something more comfortable than this tube, Egon offered, and he could almost swear the alien looked happy.
Just before wrapping up in the observation room, Robbie exclaimed, "One more thing." All eyes turned to the man as he proclaimed, "While transporting Starro, I think he had some babies." Gracefully moving to the side, 3 robots held up a fish tank with what looked to be smaller versions of Starro, freely swimming around. "Holy crap," Egon murmured as he bit his fist, and Izuku stared in wonder at Eri. "Not babies," Starro suddenly said. Going over to the mic, Izuku asked, "Sorry, can you clarify?" "Not babies. Me," Starro affirmed vaguely. All the scientists looked at one another, wondering what the alien meant, until Genus piped up and inquired, "Isn't that just what babies are? A smaller version of you and your partner?" "What I think he means is that they are metaphysical extensions of his consciousness. Once their copy adheres to a host, they can communicate what Starro thinks and feels, even allowing him to understand a foreign language and control said host like a puppet." Pura answered for them while bursting into the observation chamber. All the scientists go from staring at her to one another, then back at her, where Izuku asks, "That's all well and good, but how did you figure that out?" She then motions into the hallway, where they see something both amazing and terrifying. Laying on the ground, after being attended by other robots, was a robot whose faceplate had been ripped off, and its AI processor was destroyed and fried. It looked damaged beyond repair, with arcs short-circuiting from whatever was left of the motherboard. Next to it was one of the little Starros that appeared to be dead, with a faceplate stuck to its underside. And, apparently, when removed from the host, it kills them and the copy. Pura puts forth, "I'm just glad it was just a robot." Izuku sighed, biting his fist in stress. Suddenly, a light bulb went on in Egon's head, and he said, with an annoying smile, "I think they could come in handy." Chapter 45. Attack of the Yakuza. Hidden within the many cities of Japan was a storage and package facility that was used as a crafty cover-up for the Yakuza's main base. Within its confines is the office of its current leader, Overhaul, who is waiting impatiently for any news on his recently vanished secret weapon. At some point, his second-in-command, a man with grey, arrow-shaped hair known as Chronostasis, enters the room and stands before his leader while telling him, "Sir, we've located where Eri is. She's been brought to that new research facility that opened recently, but the trucker died after a few hours. For all we know, they could have taken her elsewhere." "They wouldn't," Overhaul says with certainty. His right-hand man looked at him in confusion as he continued, "They know about us and that we would find them. They're trapped and know it. What do you suggest that we do then?" Chronostasis asks. "Well, try diplomacy, then invade," Overhaul tells him after thinking it over. The grey-haired man bowed deeply and said, "Right away, sir." With that, he took a phone to his boss's desk, punched in the number for the NIP building, let it ring, then gave it to his boss. The phone rang for a second, and was picked up by Jose's voice. "Hello, this is the front office of the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. This is..." she tried to say, until Overhaul cut her off viciously. "Cut the crap and transfer me to your boss. This is the leader of the Yakuza speaking," he hissed at her in a firm tone that emanated his ever-increasing but repressed rage. The woman gasped before the line was cut. A moment later, Egon picked up. He did not sound happy at all as he yelled back, "Professor Egon Cristallo, who is this and why are you making my staff cry?" "This is Overhaul of the Yakuza," Overhaul told him. There was silence for a long while until Egon spoke up again and said sarcastically, "Right, and I'm All Might's mum." Overhaul said nothing in return, feeling what the man was saying over the phone. Egon observed aloud, "Wait, you're serious? I have nothing to say to you. I'm reporting you to the heroes." Before he could hang up, Overhaul slammed his hand on the desk and said, "I know you have her." Egon paused and asked back, "Her? Who's her?" "The girl, Eri. She's my asset. Give her to me, and I won't dismantle your building," Overhaul offered. Suddenly, the phone was taken from him, and a new, younger voice answered. "Ah, geez, that sounds like a real convincing argument," the voice said with heavy sarcasm, before drawing it out in silence and saying, "But... nah, if you want her, come and get her. If you can, don't worry, I'll make a spot ready for you and your group in our morgue. Toodles." The phone line went dead, and Overhaul slammed the phone back on the receiver with enough force to break it. After seeing this and waiting for his leader to calm down, Chronostasis asked, "Invasion?" Overhaul gripped his hands tightly and breathed an angry sigh before affirming, "Invasion." Sometime later. "Here they come right on time," Pyrrha said as she looked through her periscope device attached to the building. A few miles away from their location, several large carrier trucks were zooming their way. Not so inconspicuous ones that immediately tipped them off that they were part of the Yakuza invasion. They knew it would happen today. They planned and calculated it, and the thugs proved them right. "They are way too easy to predict," Cho scoffed as she operated a set of controls that maneuvered the many defensive measures in, on, and around the building and its land. Seeing the trucks get within a mile of them, Pyrrha told her, "Begin the defense measures." Cho pushed some buttons and said, "Raising the gates and tower turrets." As the trucks rapidly approached, a long line of thick concrete walls was erected up from the ground around the edges of the facility property line, 20 feet high and 2 feet thick, with an added illusion splinter on it, making it appear to be made of something flimsy. Besides them were several small towers of concrete that had a single turret gun on top. The turrets looked into the incoming trucks and began to unload ammunition. The trucks sustained heavy damage, but kept pressing on until they came to the wall, thinking they would easily break through. They didn't stop until they saw the 3 trucks hit the wall and explode. The ones who stopped short ended up exploding when the wall plasma cannons began blasting them point blank. All seemed well until one of the trucks that was farther back sped to the wall, and everyone inside jumped out just before impact. When it did, the vehicle exploded in a blast so powerful that it destroyed the wall and the 2 tower turrets. Pura groaned and reported, "They broke through our first line of defense. Activate roadblocks." Cho nods and pushes more buttons to affect the outside. As several trucks rush in through the new hole, many more hidden traps spring up. Road spikes that burst the tires, piping hot oil spilled, and even mechanics that made the street uneven with potholes and bumps, making more vehicles tumble over or crash, allowing the turrets to take them out. One even exploded, causing oil around the area to catch fire and set off a chain reaction. However, this didn't stop them for long, as several more armored trucks with non-air-inflated tires barreled through all the previous and current defenses. Pura sucks in air through her teeth and says worriedly, "And they got through those. They sure are persistent, but not very smart. They still haven't entered the building and are using the same strategy, bum rushing," Cho observed through several monitors. "With how this attack is going, you'd think they'd just try to distract us," Cluck added while sitting beside Cho. Otto, who was running calculations, noticed something on the sonar and said, "Looks like they are." Cho sighs and asks, "Let me guess, from the rear with the same strategy?" Otto only nods, and she says with disappointment, "I thought these guys were supposed to be a threat, not a joke." Ever since heroes became a thing, the Yakuza have been taken down so far that they are no different from regular thugs, Cluck informed her. At this time, Izuku and Igai, who were standing silently in the back and watching this unfold, spoke up and stated firmly, "Thugs or not, they are still dangerous. Keep an eye on their progress. If they enter the building, we'll have to take drastic measures." Egon told them. Pura waves her hand and says, "Righto, boss. But don't worry, they may have gotten to the front door, but the defenses are taking them down quickly. But it doesn't look like they have a large force." As she said this, from outside, the armored truck pulled up to the front and began to unload people, only for things to go backwards for them. The moment the doors opened, a hailstorm of bullets and cannon fire was thrust on them. Anyone who survived, or was lucky enough to keep the doors closed, had to deal with the plasma rail cannons. One by one, trucks began to explode. People were torn to shreds by the gunfire. Any who got close enough to the front entry was attacked by strangling and tickling vines, grass as sharp as blades, snapdragons with teeth, hypnotic pitcher plants and rose bushes, the whipping willow, pine trees and cactuses that shot needles, daisy flowers that screamed loud enough to damage eardrums, and so much more. Robbie, who was looking through another periscope, informed them, "Don't look now, we have a large carrier coming this way." "What's going on?" Izuku asks him. As stated, a large carrier truck positions itself at the destroyed concrete wall, and when it parks, several vast people come out. One of them is a short man in a purple parka with fur trim, black hair, sharp eyes, and a uniquely designed bird mask. "Wait, is that the Yakuza boss?" Robbie asks. "Let me see," Izuku demanded while pushing him aside. Looking through, he saw the man and said, "Yep, that's him." Pura looks through her scope and says, "Looks like they have a warper." Back outside, the Yakuza had all converged just outside the concrete protection walls, with one man in a strange mask with purple hair beginning to do something with his glowing hands. "Is the anti-warp quirk generator up and running?" Egon asked his people. "Long before they got here," Honeylemon announced from another room. "I'm sending out sniper drones," Cho told him as she pressed some buttons, and an opening revealed on the outside of the facility. There, a single object, shaped like a ball, was launched into the sky. After being launched 100 feet, it unveiled at 50 and began to fly at 30. It was shaped like a drone with 4 fan rotors and a single sniper rifle built into it. It flew over in the near silence to the gangsters and aimed its barrel at the warper. Within moments, the shot was taken, and the warper dropped to the ground. "Got him! Now for the leader," Cho announced as she maneuvered the barrel towards the leader. Once she had the man in her camera sights, he turned and looked at the drone, suddenly causing the picture to go static for a moment before he made some kind of motion, knocking the drone from the air before hitting the ground and cutting off the video feed. "What the... Something shut down the drone," Cho announced. "What are they even trying to accomplish? They lost their whole armada. How are they expecting to get in?" Robbie asked, as the black security measure were also breached, fending them off. Thinking about all they had witnessed so far from the Yakuza's invasion, Izuku thought it over while muttering quietly to himself. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he said, with dread in his tone, "Wait, I've seen this before." He looked through one of the cameras and saw Overhaul doing something and remembered his quirk. "Oh no, this is bad," he exclaimed while jumping back. Everyone looked at him, and Egon asked, "What?" "Cannon fodder," Izuku exclaimed as he ran to grab something sturdy. "Wait, oh no," Egon exclaimed as he too realized what Izuku was saying and doing. Before anyone could inquire about what their bosses were talking about, he grabbed onto something sturdy and yelled, "The attack just cleared a path. Take cover!" Izuku yelled as the other scientists scrambled to hook themselves down. Back outside, Overhaul had removed his glove and placed his hand on the ground ever so slightly. Upon this, the earth shot out like a wave mixed with a bullet and hurled right for the building. The security measures could do nothing at all, as all of them were destroyed or uprooted by the blast of earth and stone. The front of the building took the brunt of the impact and caved in a huge blast before carving the front entryway inwards and violently shaking the whole building. After the shaking had stopped and the staff had regained their composure, Izuku announced, "We've been breached. Places, everyone. We're taking down these wannabes once and for all." Chapter 46 Attack of the Yakuza, Part 2. "Nice place they got there. Too bad we have to wreck it," one of the Yakuza's 8 bullets comments as they walk through the now destroyed front entryway of the research building. Broken and fragmented pipes of everything under the sun littered the floor as they walked in. Getting inside was easy after destroying the front way, thanks to their boss's quirk. All the defensive measures had been busted beyond use, and anything left was double destroyed by Rappa and Hekiji. Nothing was left to surprise them as they casually strolled inside. A small cadre of around 24 Yakuza was left after the initial attack, alongside the 8 bullets, the boss, and his right and left-hand man. But before the bullets could start destroying anything that was still standing or left untouched, Overhaul firmly and strictly stopped him as he said, "We're not here for vandalism. Just the girl and the heads of all those who work here, especially that Professor Egon and Dr. Izuku." "Yes, sir," all the Yakuza said together. One of the more peppery members of the 8 Bullets got fired up and exclaimed, "No one mouths off the Yakuza. Let's get them." "Wait." Overhaul stopped him before he rushed in. Looking around a bit, he pointed to the first dozen underlings and told them, "You all go ahead first." The underlings gulped nervously and nodded as they took up arms and began to walk carefully through the main foyer. Things seemed to be going well so far, with nothing suspicious, until they came upon the main fish tank at the center of the room, which somehow managed to get broken open by the attack. Inside the tank were many different fish that had been experimented on at the facility, mostly for profit. Fish which were deemed safe for public to have on account of them being nearly harmless and pretty to look at. Inside, with all the strange fish in the surprisingly large tank, were dozens of large blue starfish with a single yellow eye staring off into nothing. One of the underlings looked into the tank, saw the starfish, and commented, "Yeesh, those are some ugly-looking starfish. What the hell are they doing here?" Another one grunted, joined him to stare at the strange creature, only for one of the starfish to move its single eye in their direction. The first grunt asked, "Wait, is it looking at us?" Before they could think about it, the second grunt felt something wet hit his head. Looking up, he saw that one of the starfish had climbed its way up the side of the tank and was looking down at him. He gasped, and before he could do anything else, it jumped down and latched onto his face. "Ah! Get it off! Get it off! Ah!" he screamed as he tried to rip the creature off of him. As this was happening, one of the other grunts looked to the top of the tank and saw a huge number of them crawling out and yelled, "Look out! Here comes more!" As he said this, all the ones left in the tank quickly swam to the top and jumped from the water to the side, where they began to fly all over the place and latched onto each and every one of the nearby grunts. After they were all caught, they flew towards the other Yakuza members, and Hikiji put up a force field around them, all except Ruppa, who moved away from the protection and ran towards the horde of flying invertebrates. "I'm gonna fight the starfish!" he yelled while preparing his punches. "Ruppa, no!" one of the bullets called out. Overhaul stopped him and said, "Let him go. It seems they do not affect him. Or they need a sizable and uncovered face to latch onto," Hikiji observed as he watched how, no matter what they did, the starfish couldn't latch on to his face. The huge man was punching away swarm after swarm of them until there were none left apart from his body, where he pulled them off and threw them to the ground. "That's the last of them," he called back as the ground was littered with the dead creatures and the seemingly dead bodies of the grunts that had gotten a starfish latched onto their face. One of the bullets walked to one of the downed men and asked while poking him with his foot, "Are they dead?" The question was answered as the single eye looked at the man, grabbed his ankle while screaming, "You will die, filthy lowlives!" The bullet screamed and kicked him off as he backed away, watching all the other people rise back up with their emotionless starfish-covered faces as they all zombie-walked to the gangsters and said in unison, "Starro will protect his home. Starro will protect his family. You will die. Mind control starfish. Interesting, Overhaul said in amusement. The dozen mind-controlled people began to move towards the villains, trying to swarm them. That's when Rapper jumped in again and exclaimed, "Don't worry, I'll just rip them off, and they'll be back to normal." With that, he grabbed the closest one, took hold of the starfish, and in one swift motion ripped it off alongside the person's face. Both fell limp and were dead in the huge man's hands as he muttered, "That didn't work. Then I guess they're lost to us." Overhaul sighed, irritated at losing more people. The ensuing battle didn't take long due to their slow speed, unused to their host quirks and tactics that involved surrounding them. The only thing working in their favor of the mind-controlled grunts was the fact they didn't experience pain and could still move even after many broken bones or missing limbs. Within minutes, a dozen grunts were dead on the floor with all the other mind-controlled starfish. Chronostasis looked at the fallen people and their remains, then at his boss, and offered, "Sir, I don't think we should go onwards with the invasion and extraction. We're the only ones left, and we still don't know what traps and other things like this are in here." Overhaul snapped his head to him, causing the man to go to Juno. As Overhaul affirmed, "We get the girl. That is the top priority. We need her." Chronostasis bit his tongue and replied, "Yes, sir. Fan out and find her. Kill anyone or anything that gets in the way," Overhaul ordered. But before they could do that, one of the 8 bullets pointed down the hallway and asked, "Like the horde of robots coming this way?" As stated, a massive horde of more advanced robots with top-of-the-line weapons came down from the dark hallway in several lines of dozens of single units. The leader in the front of the commands, "Surrender and you'll not be harmed." Overhaul groans and says while taking off his gloves as the robots surround them with weapons drawn, "How annoying." Chapter 47. The Attack of the Yakuza, Part 3. "These guys just don't know when to give up, do they?" Pura asked as she and the staff, locked up inside the security room, watched as the Yakuza tore through the mass of robots. "If it weren't for their leader, the big one, and the one with the force field quirk, then we would have dealt with them already," Robbie said as he pressed buttons to ready the indoor security. "Guess we gotta get our hands dirty," Cho said as she cracked her knuckles. "I should have stayed in bed," Wiley groaned. After they made sure the Yakuza would be kept busy for a time, Egon gathered everyone up and asked, "All right, people, do you know what to do?" Everyone replied or nodded, and he said, "Good. Then stay safe." After this, the staff left the security room and went to their divisions to prepare their traps for the invaders. Everyone but Chopper, Doctrine, Wiley, Pura, and Robbie stayed in the security room with Egon, all left except for Izuku, who made a beeline for the facility storage area. Going to one of the man's doors in the hallway, he knocked 4 times before saying in a low tone, "The password is green banana." The door opened, and he stepped inside the dark room. Once in, he saw that it looked like any other storage room in the building. High security lockers, dozens of different sized mimicuties, and after looking around, he found the edge of a sheet and pulled it up, where he found the Morgan triplets, Jose, and Eri hidden under the sheet. The sheet in question was a large black silk sheet made by Ungliot and a web of darkness. The silk she produced had several effects, the most prominent being that it would cause something hidden under it to turn invisible and act as a one-way mirror once under. Eri was sitting on Jose's lap and watching a video on her phone with her muff on, and upon seeing Izuku she smiled. Izuku sighed with relief at seeing them and asked, "Hey girls, how are you doing here?" "We're alright, a bit spooked, but we're managing," Megan answered. "How's everyone outside?" Millicent inquired. Quickly glancing at the now distracted Eri, Izuku said in a low tone, "Not good. We got through easier than expected, but the numbers are limited. You know the plan, right? Stay in here under the invisibility sheet. If someone breaks in, we stay quiet and use the mimicuties on them. If that fails, we put up the force field and evacuate to the escape pod at the back," Morgan listed off. "Excellent," Izuku praised. Just before he left, Eri tugged on his lab coat and said, "Mr. Doctor." Izuku kneeled to her and said back, "Just call me Izuku, Eri. Are you doing alright? Do you want a snack?" Is everything okay? Are they here?" she asked with fear in her tone. Izuku thought up the best way to say it without upsetting her or setting off her quirk, so he smiled, petted her head, and told her, "Things are confusing right now, but we have it all under control. Do you remember what we talked about?" She nods and lists off, "I stay here with all the pretty girls, and they will protect me. And if someone comes, then I have to stay quiet. And if things get loud, then I have to stay calm, and Miss Josie will get me away." The girl giggles at her statement, especially at the pretty girl's part, making Izuku blush. Clearing his throat, he praises her. "Good job. Now don't worry. We're all here to protect you. I'll come back when the things are safe." With that, he puts the sheet back on top of them and leaves the room, getting ready for the fight ahead. Robotics Division. After the brawl with the robot army, the accuser thought the best way to find Eri, with the limited amount of time and people they had, would be to split up and search the whole complex. Each of the 8 bullets went by themselves, or in groups of 2 or 3, alongside a small group of the dozen or so grunts they had left. Mimic was the only one to go solo, since he could cover more ground quickly with his quirk. Chronostasis went with Overhaul as protection. The group, consisting of Rappa and Hikiji, walked down the robotics division with a small following of just 2 grunts, looking through every room for Eri, but coming up with nothing every time. After a short time, Rappa impatiently complained, much to Hikiji's annoyance. "Now, where could they be?" Hikiji asked aloud, also becoming impatient. Suddenly, Hatsum jumped from behind a corner and yelled while spitting a raspberry, "You, Mr. Gangster!" "Get them," Hikiji commands as the grunts and Rappa run after him. They ran after him till they turned a corner and saw a flash of white enter a large open double doorway. The Yakuza run into the room to be large and empty, except for a large mirror at one end of the metal room. They looked around the room, finding nothing, especially the one-eyed man. "Where is that guy?" Rappa asked, excited to punch something. Looking around the strange room, Hikiji asked, "Better question, where are we?" "At our mercy," over a loudspeaker on the wall. Suddenly, the double doorway slammed shut and bolted tightly. "And unfortunately for you two, we're fresh out of it," said the voice again, as they turned their attention to a large mirror. The mirror changed into a window, and behind it stood Hatsum and Cho, both smiling at the crooks. Rappa went up to the glass and demanded, "Come out and face us."
Hatsum rolled his eyes and vexed. Oh, but where's the fun in that? After all, we need to test some of our new robots and machines in the field, and you two will make for perfect guinea pigs. Cho then pressed several buttons in the control room, and weapons and robots began to pour out from the walls and ceilings. Have fun, Hatsum said in a chipper voice. Was one of many broken machines and a few corpses left in the aftermath. During the fight, Hikiji did what he did best. He used his quirk to protect his allies from the hail of bullets, energy blasts, bombs, and other such things. Unfortunately, he had to drop the shield when they needed to attack, leaving them open until he covered them back up. This was extremely hard for him, as he normally had to only deal with Rapper or someone with more finesse. So in a short amount of time, all the grunts were dead, leading him to give his full attention to Rapper, which on its own was a chore. He watched as the huge man barked at him to lower the shield every time he wanted to punch something, which was almost always. The huge man even got a hit a few times, but was able to shrug it off. In the end, Rapper was able to rip apart every robot or weapon used, leaving them both extremely tired. In the wake of the broken machines, receding weapons, and newfound safety, Hikiji said while wiping his brow, "That was actually quite challenging." "I loved it," Rapper exclaimed with enthusiasm. You defeated our weapons and machines? Well, I guess we need to do some serious rework," Hatsum said in mild irritation, pouting like a child. Rapper then raced over to the window and began to pound it mercilessly, only to quickly find that no matter how hard he hit, it wouldn't even shake from the vibrations. However, that didn't stop him from trying, which made Cho sigh, roll her eyes, and say over the speakers, "Oh, don't even try that. This glass is quintuple reinforced. It would take all might just to even crack this stuff." Then Hichigi tried to use his air bubble move, or explode lung attack, only to find his force fields constantly manifesting on the glass itself. His confusion was rectified when Cho looked at him and exclaimed, "And don't think your quirk will work either. We've given it anti-quirk tech. No quirks pass in or out of it." "Then what do you intend to do? Keep us here till the police arrive?" Hijiki asks, back in a sarcastic tone. The two of them laughed at this offer, and Cho told him, "I think we can all agree that we are far past any law officials." "We're gonna start with this," Hatsum exclaimed while pulling down a lever. The two thugs got ready for something else to fight, but became confused when they saw a wall rise between them, all the way to the ceiling. "And this," Hatsum exclaimed again while pushing 3 tune dials down, causing both halves of the room to go black. "Thanks so much for separating yourselves from each other. You made it quite easy," Cho thanked them in a vexing tone. "So, you put us in a different part of a room and turned off the lights. What? Don't tell me you think we're afraid of the dark." Hikiji shot back, making Rapper laugh on the other end of the wall. Cho shook her head with a sinister glint in her eye and said, "Oh no, nothing like that at all." Then Hatsum jumped in and exclaimed, "I'm sure you've heard of Pacifica, that new subcontinent that just appeared. We're doing it, by the way. Well, one of our co-workers
was allowed to fill the island with whatever he pleased and attempt to make a small, stable ecosystem. But as you know, when you give a mouse a cookie, so on and so forth. And? Rapper asks back, not following at all. Cho rolls her eyes at the question and explains further. And we made many creatures that were deemed too dangerous for the public and the continent. So, they're kept here to be deemed as reworked or destroyed. Behind the doors behind you are just 2 of them. She then pressed several buttons and 2 large doors, next to where the robots came out of. And as for the lights, they much prefer the dark. For the 2 newly opened doors, 2 sets of vastly different eyes bled through and stared at the 2 gangsters. They both stepped out on steady feet, breath hot and heavy, as their images came to light in the booth behind them. Yakuza jerks may introduce you to the Night Feeder and the Glavenus. Have fun, Hatsu announces as he turns off the window effect, causing the glass to turn back into a mirror and submerge the 2 men in advanced darkness. The Glavenus is a large dinosaur-like creature with dark red scales covering his body. 2 rows of blue, bony plates run along his back, going from the eyes to the nails. His underside is more of a cream color. Glavenus's unique feature is his huge, sword-like tail. The tail was originally the same color as his back plates, although it turned a rusty color or a fiery red during the battle. His hind legs are powerful and muscular, while his arms are much smaller and mostly useless in combat. The face and the jaws are covered in sturdy plating, remarkably resembling the head of a Carnosaurus, though the arms and proportions were modelled after Tyrannosaurus. Every step it takes is hard and heavy. The Night Feeder is a theropod, or theropod-like dinosaur, that is similar in size to a smaller T-Rex. Not much is known about its appearance. It remains unseen in the darkness, and its silhouette was barely visible even when light was present. However, judging by its form, the Night Feeder heavily resembled the raptors, albeit with a few characteristics unnatural to dromaeosaurids. It appeared to be a chimera of various dinosaurs, with baryonychine features in the snout, Therizinosaurian or Megaraptor claws, and an unusually short tail. Its eyes glow white in the dark with no visible pupils, and its footsteps are nearly silent. The Night Feeder appeared to be covered in some sort of black tar-like substance that dripped off its body. Creature Division. "Airy," sang Tabe's voice as he, his 2 partners, and their combined size grunts walked through the facility division for animals and other such creatures. Getting no response or show of her presence, he sang again in a sweet tone. come out, wherever you are." "Where is she? This place is huge. For all we know, they have her stashed away in some sort of secret room deep in the earth," Setsuno gripped while cracking his neck. "Hey, Yakuza fools, looking for us?" called a voice. The thugs turned to the sound and saw Anima and Otto standing on the far side of a trident-shaped hallway, bent over and shaking their butts at them, which immediately granted them their ire. "Get them!" all 3 of the bullet losers said in unison, chasing after the man and octopus. As they chased them through the winding hallways, Yu saw something small and familiar run down the different hallway. His brain processed it quickly and realized who it was. Eri! Yu shouted while stopping in his tracks. The rest of the Yakuza stopped and looked around while asking, "Where?" "Down that hallway," Yu points in the direction. "Everyone split up," Tabe shouted, and everyone went into pursuit of the girl and the two scientists. Tabe and Setsuna went with their group, knowing there would be some trouble when retrieving Eri, while Yu took his group after the scientist. The small group of two ran after the scientist until they saw them spilled through a doorway at the end of the short hallway. Bursting inside, they saw that Otto was nowhere to be seen, but Anima looked to be cornered at the end of a catwalk on a raised long stage. Ignoring what it was on top of, they ran up the steps and across the walkway, where they trapped the unusually calm men. "Ha! Nowhere to run now," Yu gloated, while his underlings chuckled. Anima then put on a show and exclaimed like a cheesy movie actor, "Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Oh, have mercy, for I am but a lowly scientist. I have no way of defending myself." Yu was confused by this reaction and asked aloud, "Why are you saying that with so much sass and sarcasm? It's almost like you got us." "Well, I have," he said before pointing to a wall and yelling, "Otto, pull the lever." Otto, who was camouflaged, appeared and wiggled his eyebrows. He grabbed the lever and pulled it down. At that point, two things happened. First, a hook on a rope near Anima began to rise into the air, and he grabbed it to drag him up. Second, the catwalk underneath them fell in, and all the things fell into the pool of salt water. Emerging quickly from the water, Yu coughed before seeing his surroundings and yelled in an insulted tone, "What the? You think a pool will stop us?" "It's what's in the pool that counts," Otto told him while climbing to the edge to watch. The face of the thugs turned sour the moment they saw something swimming in the water. A moment later, they saw something that appeared like an elongated fish with a human face. They all disappeared under the water, and all quiet, until the villains were dragged under. The water was colored red by their blood, and the siren felled the first of the Yakuza. Meanwhile, with Tabe and Setsuno, the two of them and their group of grunts were chasing after the surprisingly quick-footed Eri. Eventually, they managed to catch up to her when they saw her trapped in a long hallway with many closed-off metal doors of different sizes. Once surrounding the small girl, Tabe jeered, "There you are, Eri. There's nowhere to run now." Suddenly, Setsuna notices something in the unusually quiet girl's hands, so he asks, ready to use his quirk, "Hey, what you got there? A rock?" Just then, she dropped the rock, now seen as a splinter, and in a flash, Eri had vanished with Pete in her place. After their eyes adjusted, Tabe looked around and asked, "Hey, where did Eri go?" Setsuno grabbed the splinter, and thinking of the girl, he morphed into her. Dropping the splinter, he morphed back, and absorbing what had happened, he realized, "Oh, it was just an illusion." Tabe snapped his finger and said, "Shoot. By the way, what is that thing?" "A dodo bird, if I'm not wrong," Setsuno answered, watching as the girl flew up to the handle with a lane marked as Purge on it and tried to push it down with its weight. Setsuno asked aloud, "Wait, what is it doing?" Pete kept jumping on the lever until it finally went down, and then an alarm rang out. All doors in the hallway suddenly opened at At the same time, after a bit of waiting, nothing happened. Tabe laughed while stating, "Ha, once a bird brain, always a bird brain. There's nothing in this place." As all the Yakuza laughed at the bird, they felt the hot breath of something large breathe on them, and they halted their laughter. After a bit of suspenseful silence, one of them dares speak. "Hey," Tabe says. "Yeah?" Satsuno replies. "Tell me that's your hot breath on my neck," Tabe asked him. "No." Satsuno represses a sob and answers. All the gangsters turned around slowly and saw a huge creature standing over them, a creature that they had never seen before, something new and alien, something created. They looked back and saw several dozen eyes peeking out from many different sized doors in the hallway. Small animalistic noises came from within each room and got louder and louder. They knew what would happen, but didn't dare to try anything to prevent the innumerable creatures from attacking. However, that plan fell fast as Pete made an old-time bugle call and stirred up the creatures. "Run!" the two bullets yell as they all begin to run for their lives from the stampede of vastly different creatures, a flock of 100 dodos, and Pete riding on the head of Gameth as they lead the charge. Weapons Division. Rikiya had destroyed another set of large robotic arms that came from the ceiling and the walls in Dr. Orpiting's office. After which he looked down at the bridge and boasted, "Ha! Nothing but a dumb little chicken." The doctor clicked a laugh and said back as she casually walked into a large metal box while pecking a button, "I'd be eating those words if I were you." At that moment, the cube began to reform and, in seconds, took the shape of a mech with two huge cannon-like weapons in its arms. It was so big it vastly outsized the large man himself. The doctor glared down at him with an expression of glee and sinister intent. "What the?" Rikiya exclaimed as he stepped away, but shook back his nerves and stared. "You think that just because you ride a mech and can talk that I'm intimidated? You should be, because this is where you meet your match," she exclaimed in an excited tone as she pecked several buttons, causing the devices on the arms to charge up. "So, I heard you like to absorbing energy. Let's see how much you can take," she offered while activating them. Suddenly, the cannons blasted the man, but instead of destroying him, they instead started to be absorbed by him. Shocked at first, then quickly settling into it, the Rikiya moaned in satisfaction as he absorbed the energy blasts. He quickly began to grow in both size and strength until he was the size of the mech the chicken was riding. "Ha! I've never felt so powerful!" He laughed as he readied himself for a fight, only to quickly realize that he couldn't stop absorbing the constant flow of energy. He couldn't even stop it on his own accord. It was like he was being forced to absorb the exorbitant amount. His body kept growing and growing, and he yelled as he reached an unnatural precipice. "No, wait, stop, it's too much!" Just then, he flared up like a balloon as the energy kept flowing inside him, and the man burst into a stream of blood and gore all over the office, including all over the doctor, who didn't seem dazed at all. After the mech fell from the lack of power, she cleaned off her pad, pecked at her finding, saying to herself as she typed, "So that much. Interesting." Chemical Division. Shin and his cadre of grunts had chased down the cornered honey lemon in a smaller testing chamber, Due to the nature of his quirk, he took a large group with him to do the heavy lifting. Now they had perfectly cornered the spunky woman. "Nowhere to run, girlie," he chuckled while closing the distance slowly until he saw him starting to rapidly place bands, bracelets, and rings and some kind of tiara on her body. Confused, he used his quirk to make her confess and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Honey Lemon found herself unable to deny him an answer, so he hurriedly answered, "Oh, I'm just field testing my newest invention. I haven't had a chance to work out all the bugs yet. But hey, if I'm gonna die, it'll be on my own terms." She then pressed a button on a console beside her, and metal tubes descended from the ceiling. This was when Shin and the other grunts noticed where they were. Though they stepped into a testing chamber, they hadn't seen the plastic-covered tubes, making the room even smaller and giving the grunts a chance to corner her easily. "What the heck is this place?" Shin demanded while looking around, seeing that the door they had come through had locked down. Still under his quirk, Honey Lemon hit the commands on the controller and admitted, "It's a gas chamber. Hope those marks aren't just for show." She pushed one last button, and several different colored gases shot out of the tubes, quickly filling the room with them as a blue energy field was put up around the woman and her attachments as the plastic bubble began to fill. The Yakuza began to cough harder and harder until one of them threw up blood. Then their clothing began to melt with their skin. Some lost chunks of flesh that melted clean off, while others began to cough out their organs. Shin had it the worst, since his mask melted onto his face, causing extreme pain as he tried to remove it. When he did, he ended up pulling his whole face, and with what life was left in him, he hobbled over to the unarmed woman with his legs melting off. "You bitch!" he gurgled out while falling to the floor and melting into a flesh puddle. "Huh, it works!" Honey Lemon cheered at her own invention's success, until she noticed one of the devices on her short-circuit. She quickly hit the purge override to let herself out and clean the air, examining as she did so. Sound division. Unlike his co-workers, Hunkoyo didn't fare as well and ended up getting caught by Dedoro and his 3 grunts on the ground with a new black eye and breathing heavily as his head tubes wrapped around himself and hissed in defense. He looked up at the masked man with the feeling of vertigo hitting him hard. After finishing his bottle of sake, Dedoro demanded, "Tell us where the girl is or we'll kill you." A thought crossed his mind, then an idea, and Hunkoyo smiled to himself as he put on an act, saying, Okay, you got me. I'll show you where she is. Just don't hurt me." "We'll see," Dedoro said while grabbing him up to his feet by his head tube and pushing him towards the door while yelling, "Now move." Hunkoyo did as he was told and led the criminals down to where he wanted them. The room he brought them to wasn't where Eri was kept, but something that would save him. As he stood off to the side of the door, he told him, "Welp, here she is." "Where?" Dedoro asked back. Hunkoyo rolled his eyes at the question and told him, "Behind the door, stupid." He punched the wall next to the man and demanded, "Open it." "It's automatic, just walk up to it," Hunkoyo said calmly. Dedoro walked up to the door, which, as he was told, opened itself up. Inside, he saw how dark the room was, with several large, strange, and glowing white crystals acting as its only dim light source. "It's so dark in here," the bullet observed. "That's why she's in there," Hankoyo told him, trying to reassure him enough to go in. Todoro was cautious but stepped in slowly with his grunts at the rear. Once a few feet inside, something hit his nose, and he complained, "It smells weird." "Oh, that's just the after effects of eating light," Hankoyo informed him casually. Todoro stopped his walk, turned his head, and asked, "What?" As he asked this, he heard something strange, like something large, just standing up after staying so quiet and still. The sound of many large, single-pointed legs hit the metal floor alongside what sounded like fangs clicking against one another. The bullet and his men looked on to see a huge shape that was just barely fit into the huge room, looming over them with dozens of red eyes glaring down at them. Struck with primal fear, Todoro froze as he asked, "What's that?" "That's Ungliot," Hankoyo said with a proud tone. Suddenly, the man found himself bound in black webs, and he shouted as he tried to wiggle free, "I wanted you to take me to Eri." Hankoyo put on a coy expression as he stood in the doorway and told him, "Oh, well, you just said her, so I just took you to the only her I know." He then stood out of the way as the grunts began to run at the sight of the huge spider, and dozens of smaller spiders covering every part of the free space in the room. Webs held down the first one. The second one was impaled by one of Ungliot's legs, and the last almost made it out of the door, but was caught at the kegs by the smaller spiders and dragged back inside the room. Hankoyo laughed at the men's reaction to his best friend, and assured them with an unhinged tone, "Oh, don't worry, she doesn't bite to hurt, just to kill." After the men were caught, Ungliot brought one of her huge legs to caress Hankoyo's face and saw his new black eye. She turned her eyes, filled with so much ire you could feel it, towards the men and let out a booming shriek as Hankoyo told her, "Eat up, Ungliot, chow time." Plant Division. Mimic made his way into one of the greenhouses in the plant division and looked over the many different and wild-looking plants growing in boxes and pots. While in his tiny puppet body, he held a teal flower and commented, "Nice plants." "Thanks, honey, I grew them myself," said a voice, causing Mimic to whirl around, at which he saw Dr. Hollyhock sitting on a giant leaf and typing something down on a pewter pad that was held up by a branch, not looking stressed at all. He smiled within his cute-looking body and said, "Thanks for saving me the trouble of sniffing you out. Tell you what, I'll cut you a deal. You tell me where the girl is, and I'll convince the boss to let you live." She waved her hand, and the branch and the leaf recessed back into the nest of plants as she stood and said in a calm tone, "How about go fuck yourself and your mama?" A tack mark appeared on his head, and Mimic said, "You asked for it." He then placed a small hand down on the floor and tried to morph into it, but he instantly noticed his quirk wasn't working. "Hey, what the? I can't fuse with the ground," he stated aloud. Hollyhock smiled and told him, "Look closer, sugar." A bit put off by this, he looked at the ground and realized it wasn't metal or stone like the rest of the building. "Moss!" he exclaimed, knowing his quirk was useless on anything organic. He then looked at the walls and ceiling and stated, "It's covering everything." "You just stepped into my trap, honey," she said in a proud tone as she struck a pose and something started to fill the air. "Well, honey, I may be trapped, but I don't need my quirk to kill you," he yells as he bursts out his false body and runs towards her with a knife, only to slow down and stop halfway when his senses starts to dull. "Wait, what's going on? I feel weird." Hollyhock giggles and informs him, "Oh, that's the effect of the drowsy poppy, the sweet rose, and the hypnotic pitcher plant. The room is just spinning right now, isn't it?" Suddenly, many vines wrapped around him, and the large man is pulled into the toothy maw of a giant carnivorous plant. The last thing he said as the plant closed around him was, "You witch! Don't worry, I'm not going to let you get away. Not after what you did to that sweet little girl," was the last thing he heard her say as the plant closed shut, making everything go silent and dark. The facility storage. Chronostasis and Overhaul walked down the long and winding hallway of the storage area, looking through each room for the girl. Chronostasis, with a device in hand, used to scan the room for any signs of life, but never got anything. After scanning the most recent room, Chronostasis told his boss, "Nothing in here either." Overhaul sighed out a groan of irritation and said, "Try the next one." Using another device that was hooked into the wall console, Chronostasis hacked the door open, leading to what appeared to be another empty room. However, it wasn't, as this was the room where the girls and Eri were hidden underneath the invisibility cloak. The moment Eri heard Overhaul's voice, she froze, but when she saw his silhouette plastered over the bright hallway he entered from, she shut her mouth and hid her face in Josie's chest, to which the large foxwoman held her tightly and stroked her head. The Morgana triplets didn't dare to move an inch, even though their movement under the sheet wouldn't be seen. They mentally prepared for the worst, hands at the ready. They would give it all they got in self-defense. They thought a force field wouldn't be enough for this, though, and since the two villains were in such proximity in such a small space, power word kill would be their best option if they ever found out. If they did find the sheet and rip it off, it would be the first thing they do, even if it did mean knocking them out. As the two men stepped deeper into the room, Chronostasis, using the life finder device in her hand, scanned the whole area they stood in. Chronostasis hummed after the scan was completed. "What?" Overhaul inquired, not hearing this before. The arrow-haired man takes off his mask to examine the device and explains, "It says here there's something in here, lots of somethings, but I don't see anything." Just as Overhaul looked at the device with him, they heard something large quickly move. They both shut their heads up, and in front of them was a small lockbox that hadn't been there a moment before. Did that lockbox just move?" Chronostasis asked aloud. Suddenly, they both saw all the different lockboxes begin to wobble and move ever so slowly towards the men, trying to surround them. The one in front opened its lid and showed off its rows of sharp teeth, causing the others to do the same. "Shit!" Chronostasis cursed as he tried to shield his boss. "What is that thing?" Overhaul exclaimed as all the Mimicuties began to chase after them with hungry fervor. "Sir, move!" Chronostasis tells as he practically throws the man out of the room. Falling to the floor outside the room, Overhaul can only watch in horror as his closest ally is seen trying to run for the door, only for it to close and lock in his face. The sound of him slamming his fist on the metal and the horrific sound of him screaming bloody murder as the Mimicuties eat him up. He looks down while on his knees, balls his fist and yells while punching the ground. Damn it, damn it! Suddenly, the floor under him moved incredibly fast, and he managed to center himself enough to see where he was headed. Out about several yards was one of the electrified Tesla gates. He was headed straight for it, and he headed straight for it, and its moving track. He wasted no time in tearing off his glove and slamming it down on the track, causing the metal to put out and strike the Tesla gate, making it short out and stop the moving track. Once he was situated back on his feet, he saw a security camera and yelled at it, "You cowards, come out here and face me. Use all your little tricks to try and stop me. Do you know who I am? Do you?" The camera didn't say anything in return as the man yelled, "I am the leader of the Yakuza, Overhaul. You should fear me and do as I say." "Well, then maybe you should take your own advice," Egon said in his voice, shaking the man's head. Standing several yards from him, Izuku and Egon stood with serious indifference before the man. He smiled under his mask and said with a slightly manic tone, "So, you finally came out of hiding." Izuku rolls his eyes, crossing his arms as he tells him, "Yeah, and now you should give up. I just got word from my employees that all your men are dead. It's over. Give up or get out." "Everyone is dead?" Overhaul repeated the words as if they weren't real. "Yes, you have nothing left. Even with your quirk, you only have 10% chance of winning this." Egon told him the odds while taking out cuffs and quirk dampening collar. "If I'm going down," Overhaul said as he tightened his hand into fists, "then it'll be on my terms," he yelled as he ripped off his other glove and slammed both of them on the ground, causing the two scientists to watch in horror as the leader of the Yakuza began a monstrous metamorphosis. Chapter 48 Attack of the Yakuza, Part 4. Animal Division. Hikiji was having the worst kind of luck against the Night Feeder. Since his quirk couldn't be used for offense, he had to rely solely on defense. The few offensive options he had couldn't work unless the person stood still, but that wasn't the case here. The Night Feeder was fast, and he couldn't even tell which direction it was coming from in the dark. Its footsteps were so quiet and quick. The moment he heard them and turned around, it was gone. However, it was a good thing that he had the quirk he did have. If not, he definitely would have been dead for a long time ago. The claws on this thing were so sharp that they were creating gash marks in the metal floor when it came in for a strike. He heard and felt the attack, turned, and saw nothing. Fear gripped his heart more tightly than it did before. In his time with the Yakuza, he had done many things that would make a normal person's heart beat uncontrollably. But he always remained still. He was the best in the business, but not this time. Now he was truly scared for his life, with a fear so old in his body that had been buried by years of evolution. Now he was scared, like a rat being tortured by the cat. The Night Feeder kept striking at the force field time and time again, but nothing made a single scratch. So long as Hikiji kept his concentration, his only source of protection would stay up. The Night Feeder changed tactics and stopped its quick attacks. It stood motionless in the dark and waited to put a sense of false security on him. When it saw that it worked, it immediately began to shriek out a horrible and high-pitched scream. The scream was constant, and his ears were bleeding. It was so bad that Hikiji couldn't hold his protection up, and once it fell, the last thing he saw was the Night Feeder's eyes and claws. Meanwhile, Rappa was not having an easy time with the cleverness, but having fun with the fight no less. This was the most excitement he had in a long time. At first, the huge T-Rex looking creature used its teeth to bite him, or its feet to kick or stomp on him. Rappa was surprised to see such a huge animal manage to jump any distance at all. But after taking a few blows from Rappa, blows that did nothing against its natural armor, the monster changed tactics. After circling Rappa and huffing out ash and embers, it began to run its tail against the ground several times. It flipped the tail into its mouth and used its specialized teeth and flame breath to superheat it. Once out of its mouth, it holds up its hot red tail and soars into the air. This creates an enamored Rappa, but only for a moment, when the monsters began to fling its red-hot tail around like a weapon. For something so big, it was agile. Rappa had to dance around its attacks, and could barely land any of his own. The ones he did were used to block the red-hot tail. He groaned in pain, and loved every second of it. He hadn't had a fight like this in ages. For once, his life was indeed on the line. If only he could have more fights like this. But he knew he had to beat this thing somehow. He wanted to give the blows back as hard as they were received. He wasn't able to break past its armor. As he tried to think of something, he saw something interesting happen in the darkness that was only lit by the tail. Its glow died down, and before he knew it, the tail cooled and hardened into a useless rock. "Ha! Looks like your weapon is useless now," he glared while pointing at the creature. To which it growled, turned around, and slammed him with its blunt tail. Rappa hit the wall hard and nearly went out until he saw something through the glazed eyes. The glamourness threw the tail into its mouth and broke off the hardened recesses. When it pulled out, its tail was as sharp as it was once more. Rappa knew his current plan wasn't working, so he had to try a new approach. He formulated a new plan and concluded by saying aloud, "I just have to hit harder." The glamourness roars back in return. The two of them charge at one another, and this glamourness swings around its tail. Rappa ducks and hits the flare side where the metal meets the flesh. He punches with it all his might, breaking the monster's tail clean off. Glamourness falls to the ground, kicking and screaming in pain. Rappa takes the opportunity to send a barrage of punches in his body and legs. This seems to do the trick as it fails to get up. As a last-ditch effort, it fires a ball of flames at the man, but he takes the hit. After charging out of the flames, he knocks it in the chin and then grabs it, spins it around, and with all his strength throws it at the divider wall. This causes Glamourness to fall unconscious and leave Rappa as the victor, covered in soot, burns, and cuts. He then turns to the divider wall and begins to pound on it, trying to break it. Cho's annoyed voice comes over the speaker in the now dark room, and she yells, "Cut that out, you gorilla. I'll just drop the damn walls. Sheesh." Meanwhile, behind the observation room, Hatsum was in shambles. He complained, "Oh man, I can't believe he managed to beat the cleverness. I like it." Ignoring his complaint, Cho asked him, "How do you think he'll fare against the Night Feeder?" Hopefully, they both kill one another. But his smart friend who took it on and couldn't beat it, so his chances are looking pretty slim. Hatsum theorized as Cho dropped the divider wall. Back in the testing chamber, the wall fell, and in the dim darkness, he could barely make out the shape of his partner. He started to run up to him, excited, and exclaimed, "Hey, Hikiji, I just had that epic fight with a T-Rex that breathed fire and had a sword tail. It was..." He then stopped when he noticed something strange about him. He seemed to be walking funnily, almost like a baby with a full diaper. Stepping back a bit, he asked, "Hikiji?" Suddenly, something rolled off him and onto Rappa's feet. He rolled it over his foot and saw it to be a decapitated head of Hikiji. Getting into defensive stance, he demanded, "You're not Hikiji. Who are you?" The body parts of his friends fell, and a set of sharp claws clicked and dragged against the metal floor until a set of blank eyes stared at him from the darkness. In a more cautious tone, he asked, "What are you?" The Night Feeder showed its glittering white teeth in the darkness, and then opened its mouth while charging at him with a roar. Rappa, for the first time in his life, felt genuine, unnatural fear, and he ran. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the down body of the cavernous and threw it at the creature. From the sound of it, it worked, but it wouldn't be for long. So he looked around the dark room for something else to defend him, and remembered the broken tail. Frantically searching around for it in the dark, the Night Feeder broke free from the giant animal's body and sniffed out Rappa. When it spotted him, it ran towards him with killer intent. Just when it was about to pounce, Rappa found the tail and began to wildly whip it around until it got to the floor and caused sparks. The spark flashed before the monster's eyes, and it retreated in fear, making a scary sound. Rappa noticed this. An idea came to mind. So he kept using the tail to strike up sparks and light up his area, giving him time to see where the Night Feeder was and trying to corner it. After this game of cat and mouse, the monster was cornered. He struck the ground several times, causing a display of sparks in the air that kept the Night Feeder still. From there, he placed the tail into the unconscious cavernous mouth, kicked his throat, which set off a fire, and pulled it out of the red-hot blade. Using the blade like a spear, he threw it at the monster. He had just barely been able to see and threw. The blade hit and pinned the beast against the wall. It screamed in pain as its whole body went up in flames and burned away like a candle. Seeing the Night Feeder burn out, Rappa shot his fist into the air and cried out in victory. Back in the observation room, Cho was white-knuckling her chair as she watched the huge man win while Hatsum slammed his fist on the control table as he yelled, "Holy crap, he killed it! How are we going to take him down now?" Cho then rose from her chair, pressed several buttons on the controller, and grabbed a shotgun off the wall while saying, "I'll do it." "What?" Hatsum exclaimed back. She cocked the gun and firmly stated, "I'm gonna go in there and blast his head off." Hatsum got between her and the exit door and told her, "Are you crazy? He's a gangster." Cho put him aside, knowing the door was an automatic timer, and she hurriedly said, "I'm a soldier. No punk-ass petty criminal is gonna beat me. I've taken on guys like him before." "Wait, I have a better plan," Hatsum offered, trying to think fast. only for the woman to ignore him as she made her way to the testing chamber door. "Ah, nuts, I better go get it before she gets herself killed," he said to himself while also running out of the room. After Rapper announced his victory, he used the glowing tail once more to light his way through the dark room. When he found a smaller chamber door exit, he prepared himself to punch the sturdy metal door and called out, "Knock, knock." But just before he could hit the door with all his might, the lights went on, nearly blinding him, and the door opened by itself, with Cho standing there with the barrel of a shotgun pointed to his face as she yelled, "It's death!" But Rapper wasn't going to be done in by something like this, and quickly jumped out of the way of the gun as it was fired. Still blinded by the light, he had to cover his eyes and try to make an evasive maneuver as he could not get a shot. He heard the gun go off time and time again as he jumped, dodged, and rolled around until his eyes adjusted again. During his frantic escape, he heard the scientist yell at him, "Stop squirming, so I can blast your head off." After a while of wild dodging, Rapper finally adjusted to the light. He used the opportunity to jump behind the unconscious body. Once there, he peeked through and saw Cho reloading the gun. Taking the chance, he once again threw the animal bodies in the hopes of crashing her. But then he went to see the results. He only saw nothing under the huge creature. He wondered for a moment what would happen to her until he heard the sound of a gun cocking behind him. He slowly turned around and saw the one-eyed man with a barrel right to the back of his head, looking smug. Unfortunately, when she pulled the trigger, nothing happened. It jammed. Losing his momentary fear of life, Rapper pointed at her while laughing, "Ha!" But the moment didn't last long, as the woman held the shotgun by the barrel and used it like a bat as she whacked it across the man's face. She knocked him to his knees and knocked him across the face again. This time he arched back, and she jumped onto his shoulders, using the leverage to change her grip close to the gun, and smacked him across the face several times until Rapper grabbed and threw her off. After shaking the pain from his legs, Rapper reached into his open mask and felt his face, noting how blood was leaking down from it. He smiled wildly and cracked his neck in excitement. Cho tried to come in with another blunt attack, but Rapper sidestepped and punched her in the side while grabbing the gun from her hands. Cho went flying, and when she was on the ground, Rapper considered the weapon in his hands. Cho got back up to her feet, rolled her shoulders, and took a fighting stance in front of the huge man. Rapper smiled excitedly at this. The two of them engaged. The whole fight between them was more of a cat-and-mouse style fight. One is bigger and slower and harder to take damage, but the other is smaller and faster and able to hit, but not hard enough. Rapper, even though he could move much faster, was enjoying his time sparring with the spunky, serious, and one-eyed woman. After a while of this back and forth, Rapper decided to end it, but underestimating Cho was his first mistake. As he tried to hit her with a hard, fast punch, she ducked, sidestepped, and grabbed his arms, using the momentum of the attack to fling him over her shoulder. Rapper hit the ground hard and choked back his attack one more time, driving her heel into his attack and head several times until she finally decided to shove her heel into his throat. But before she could pierce him, Rapper grabbed her limb and tossed her away. Rapper got to his knees and breathed heavily. But Joe didn't give him a second chance, as she began her assault on his face with a flurry of punches and kicks. This put her right in the range of his attack, and he proceeded to hit her with a full power attack. it connected, but instead of flying away and passing out as he expected, she had dragged her nail into his arms to keep herself anchored and still conscious. She looked up at him with messy hair, and blood trickled down her mouth, where she kicked him in the side of the head. Once she was stunned, she took out a piece of wire, jumped over him while hooking it around his neck, where the man stood up and suddenly began to choke. Cho pulled against him with all her might, and didn't even stop when he tried to pull the wire away from his neck or smash her into the wall. Come on, choke out already!" she groaned in despair as she fought against his stretch and her fluttering consciousness. Suddenly, the huge man changed tactics. He turned blue and jumped up while landing on his back, flattening the woman and freeing her ability to breathe. Once free, he rolled over, took time to refill his lungs. However, it didn't last long. He was knocked in the side of the head by the woman's heel and fell to the floor, seemingly out cold. Standing over him and breath ragged, Cho wiped the sweat from her face. She said, "Stay down." Just as she was about to leave the room, the huge man suddenly rose back from his seemingly unconscious state, and she whirled around and took up a fight stance while exclaiming, "Crap! What does it take to keep you down?" Rapper stumbled over to her, fell to his knees, swiftly grabbed her hands, and proclaimed, "Marry me." Cho froze up and went silent as her brain short-circuited at the question, only managing to babble out, "What?" Rapper was exhausted and badly injured, but still managed to stay on one knee and talk through his breathless state. With gusto, he proclaimed, "I've never been in a fight like that before. No one has fought me like that. I'm in love with you. I love you, so please marry me." Cho's brain finally absorbed everything that was being said to her and came to her senses. She ripped away her hand while exclaiming, "You're crazy." "Crazy in love," Rapper said with a purr. "And I am coming," shouted the voice of Hatsum as he ran in with a large fish tank sitting on a trolley, grabbing the attention of both people. He then stopped short, allowing the tank to fly off and towards Rapper, and he yelled, "Starro, I choose you." The alien burst out of the tank and with a high-pitched screech latched onto the enormous man's face. He screamed, arrived on the ground as he struggled to pull the alien off his face, but suddenly he stopped just as quickly as it started, and he relaxed on the ground. Starro travelled from his face to his body, where he hooked himself around it. From there, Rapper opened his eyes and stood up, looking down at the two scientists. Hatsum came towards him and asked, "Starro, are you there?" Rapper raised a hand, then gave a thumbs up as the single-eyed Starro smiled, causing Hatsum to fall on his butt and sigh. "What a relief!" After calming down from the tension, he jogged over to Cho, who was also resting on the ground. He held out his hand and asked, "You okay, Slugger?" "I'll live," Cho replied with a weak smile. She took his hand and was hoisted to her feet. She kicked off her heels and asked while pointing to Rapper, "So what do we do about him?" Looking over and seeing Rapper Starro test out his new body, Hatsum thinks for a second before saying, "I think we should." He never got the chance to finish as the entire building begins to violently shake, enough for the two scientists to be knocked down to their knees. After calming themselves down, Hatsum asked, "What was that noise?" Cho shakes out her nerves as a Rapper Starro helps them both back to their feet and offers,
Either Hankoya has been eating beans again, or something really, really bad is happening. Meanwhile, back with Izuku and Egon, the two of them were standing in a frozen mixture of astonishment and terror as they looked up at the new firm that Overhaul had created with his quirk and available materials around him. Egon? Izuku stared off. Yeah? I think we're in way over our heads, Izuku told him. I think so too. Give me the girl! Overhaul roared like an animal in his new unhinged and disgusting form. In his fit of rage, resentment, fear and sadness, the villain went all out with what could only be considered a last-ditch effort, using every ounce of his willpower and power in general to create a whole new body around him. A hulking, misshapen tower of horror crafted from concrete and metal of the building he was still inside of, alongside the flesh of all his fallen men. The anomaly was well over 150 feet tall, and looked like something only a crazed god would create to punish humanity. The two scientists were now exposed to the outside as the monstrous man stood above them, ready to crush them and their entire facility in a feeble-minded effort to reclaim what he had lost. And so it was that the true battle began for life and death. Blooper reel. Ha. 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 Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Go ha, then you go put tongue out, go ha, then you go deeper, ha, then you go backwards more, ha, then you go ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh oh oh. Chapter 49. Attack of the Yakuza, Part 5. After seeing the man turn into a monster, the two scientists made haste and began to run deep within the facility to try and outpace the monster. They did their best to run as fast as they could and take as many sudden turns as they could to throw off the thing, but it always seemed to know where they were and crash its huge feet through the building in an attempt to crush them while screaming at the top of its very human lungs. Once they got away from the last of the attempted stompings, Izuku stressed his concern to Egon. Egon, what will we do? Izuku asked him breathlessly. What's it look like? Keep running or we'll get crushed. Egon told him as he tried to put off even more speed. What about Eri and the girls? Izuku exclaimed while trying to keep pace. That's why we're going deeper into the facility, to draw him away from them, Egon half yelled at him, making Izuku gain a relieved expression. The only question is how to beat that thing. By the time any hero strong enough to deal with it shows up, we'll all be crushed. Egon stressed as they both made a sharp right. We have to throw everything at it, Izuku offered. Everything is broken or offline. Anything that is left has been absorbed by that thing's body. Egon shouted back as a huge fist hit the ceiling, but didn't break through. Suddenly, Egon got a call on his phone, and as he picked it up, Pura began to say, Sir, why has a giant monster...
But Egon cut her off and exclaimed, "No time for that. Send an announcement to evacuate." In slight panic, she yelled and then replied, "Yes, sir." "Give me the girl," roared Overhaul as he tried to rip a chunk off the roof, stalking the building and knocking the scientists off their feet. "Oh God, so what can we do now?" Izuku rapidly looked around, saw something, and stated, "I got it." "You do? Tell me," Egon exclaimed as he grabbed his shoulders. Izuku went to a wall and pulled away a panel while typing in numbers. After hitting the enter key, the floor opened and what looked like a mini bullet train appeared, only as big as a carnival ride for two. Egon looked at the device connected to a magnetic line under the floor and pointed at it wordlessly. "It's a work in progress. It's a way to make travel around the facility faster. Get in," Izuku explained and exclaimed in the same sentence. The two jumped in, pulled the lever forward, and the small cart went off down the long hallway like a blur. At this point, Overhaul broke enough of the roof to peek in and see nothing in the room. He grunted, let the roof go, and went somewhere else to search for them. The two scientists' ride came to a crashing halt as they flung from their seats and crashed into a wall, leaving them disoriented. "Work in progress, eh?" Egon asked as stars danced in front of his eyes. "Yeah, work in progress," Izuku confirmed as birds flew around his eyes. After getting back to their feet from the nasty escape, Egon summarized, "Don't suppose you have anything in mind to beat that thing?" Izuku thought for a long moment and suddenly an idea shone through his head. Grabbing the man, he told him in a serious voice, "I need 2 assassin drones and an illusion splinter." "But the assassin drones aren't ready yet," said Hatsume's voice as he came through the other hallway with an injured Cho and Rapper Starro. "Hatsume, Cho, and Starro?" Egon said in the order of relief to confusion. "What happened?" he asked while looking at them. "Long story. What is going on? What's all that crashing and exploding?" Cho answered and asked back. "No time for that." Izuku cut them off without going to Hatsume and asking in a feverish, fast tone, "Hatsume, it's time for a field test, and I have no time to spare." Hatsume put on his glasses with one glass and with one hand and said excitedly, "You're the boss, boss." As Hatsume gave Cho to Rapper Starro and ran off to fetch the robots, Egon looked out of a carrying case full of splinters and gave the illusion to Izuku, after which he asked him, "What else?" Izuku gave a serious look with a smile and told him affirmatively, "Time to bring out the big guns." A little while later, Izuku had everything he needed and made his way to the paddocks in the animal division. There, he stood before one of the large ones and took a deep breath. Sure, the one he needed was more than tame, but even domesticated animals react violently when stressed. Plus, he hadn't seen this one in quite a while since his burnout. So he woke himself up and unlocked the huge warehouse-sized door. Slowly it opens, and the first thing he feels is its hot breath hitting his face, followed by amber eyes that burned like coal. He steeled his nerves and said, "Hey, buddy." A grunt of dissatisfaction came back with an underlying tone of fear. Izuku felt pity and carefully said back, "I know all the noise freaks you out, but we're in danger, and you're the only one that can help. Can you do it?" A moment of silence, and a slight purr. Then a tongue barely stuck out and gave a long, forced tongue lick to his face. "Good boy," Izuku praised the creature as he began to walk out of his enclosure, and Izuku said in an amazed tone, "Good big boy." Back with Overhaul, he was continuing his rampage as he smashed his huge feet through the roofs or prying them open to take a look inside for his quarry. Getting more and more upset, the less he could spot a single living thing, he eventually just roared out, "Izuku, Egon, where are you? Give me the girl." "Hey, ugly," called out a familiar voice, causing Overhaul to turn around and come face to face with Torchwick, now 3 times the size of a mammoth, standing on the rooftop, glaring daggers at him, with a familiar green-eyed boy and red-eyed girl. "If you want her, come and get her," Izuku announces, as he held up the same thing in front of him like an enticing treat. Torchwick wastes no time in shooting a fireball at the monster, making Overhaul use his giant arm to block it. The fire was so hot and intense that his arm exploded almost clean off and went up in fire despite being made of stone and metal. Overhaul looked at the limb and saw how it burned to a stump and had calcified from the fire. Knowing it was useless and could be regenerated, he sawed off the stump and a new limb grew back. After the limb regrew, he saw how Torchwick spread its wings and took off into the air. Overhaul pursued the creature and roared, "You fucking lizard, I'll kill you." Egon and a few other scientists watched as the young man rode away on the back of the dragon, the girl in tow, with the monster man chasing after. Seeing the most pressing issue at hand walk away, he fell to the floor and sighed in relief. The damage to the facility had been enormous. Nearly half of it was completely gone to Overhaul's transformation, or him just breaking it, and the other half sustained severe damage, something he was extremely grateful for. "Professor!" the voice of Honeylemon screamed as she ran into the now open part of the laboratory. From her view, Egon looked dead for a moment, but once he sat up, she looked much more relieved. Standing, the man said back, "Honeylemon, are you okay?" The woman ran up to him with teary eyes, and she nodded rapidly and answered, "I'm fine. But what is Dr. Midoriya doing on Torchwick with Eri? Aren't you supposed to keep her away from him?" The woman began to panic, but Egon took her hand and reassured her. "Don't worry, Miyazaki. He's got a plan." She sighed and replied, "I hope so." Looking out towards the open sky where the dragon took off towards the city, she lamented, "Oh, Doctor, you're so brave." "Gee, thanks, Honeylemon," Izuku's voice said behind her. Honeylemon whipped around and grabbed the boy in a hug while yelling in happy relief, "Izuku!" Remembering her status, she backed away and said more appropriately, "I mean, Doctor, and Eri?" "Hi!" the little girl said, back with a tiny shy way. "Wait, I thought you were on the dragon," she asked while pointing back and forth between the sky and the 2 kids. "Nope," Izuku answered. "Well, if you're here, who's that?" she asked while looking up at the sky. "A nasty surprise I have for Overhaul. Come on, let's evacuate while we can," Izuku told the other personnel around him. "Wait, what about the animals? No doubt they've gotten out. Few of them are dangerous to the public." "Don't worry, Pete and Gareth have managed to herd them up," Pura, who joined them from another hallway, informed and assured them. Even the flying ones? Wow! Anima, who was beside her, said in an impressed tone. Never mind that. Let's go. Just as they were fleeing towards the entrance, Honeylemon brings up a concern. What about Torchwick? Sure, he's gotten bigger and tougher, but I don't think he could take that monster one-on-one. Izuku shakes his head, clearly not pleased with it either, as he tells her, We don't have a choice. Everything has been compromised, and we need to get to safety. We have nothing else to throw at it. Not everything, a familiar voice tells them. Coming to a halt, they turn fast to see Hankoyo standing in another hallway outside of where Ongliot was being kept. Egon sighs and says, Hankoyo, good to see you, well, mostly. He trails off while looking at his black eye. I hope you don't mean Ongliot. You know she's too big to leave that chamber unless her area was observed when Overhaul became that thing. Well, it's not like she can break out. I specifically made those walls made triple thick to protect the Singularity Soul. Curse my planning ahead. Maybe not her, but her kids can, Hankoyo says, back with a sly smile. Kids? She gave birth? Egon exclaimed in surprise and horror as the man pointed to the door behind him. Going inside, he sees a huge Ongliot filling the room with black webs and a few small spiders around her legs. They look like Ongliot herself, but smaller, with Ongliot being the size of a small horse. Oh my god, she did! How did you know that? Never mind. How many did she have? Enough, Hankoyo says, with a knowing grin and chuckle. Izuku raises an eyebrow and asks, How much is enough? Hankoyo points to the room again, and Izuku gives area over to Honeylemon. He pokes his head in and sees only the first few walking around Ongliot's legs, but then he looks up to see thousands of red eyes looking back at him, making Izuku freeze up with his mouth wide open. This was enough. Chapter 50 Attack of the Yakuza, Part 6 Final. This is Yuri Takahashi reporting from Central Mustafu. This just in. A giant monster has suddenly been spotted battling a fire-breathing dragon with what appears to be two people riding its back. The two monsters are rampaging through the town in an attempt to kill one another. The police are first on the scene to guide and protect the citizens, and the heroes have been called to aid in the fight. More in a bit. And All Might, wherever you are, we need you now more than anything, the reporter begged on a jumbotron as the Overhaul abomination slammed down first into it, shattering the screen to pieces and causing it to fall to the street below as people ran for their lives. Torchwick tried to crash into the huge monster, but Overhaul managed to move out of the way in time, causing the dragon to soak into the building. He roared and flew off, only to circle and begin his assault with fireballs. This time, Overhaul used more stone than flesh to block it, and didn't end up losing as much as the first time. Shedding off the melted stone, he firmed up the arm into a blunt weapon and prepared to strike. But Torchwick, pulling an aircraft maneuver, flew around the giant, breathing rings of fire. The fire hindered his movements, and he had to go full defensive when the dragon breathed a stream of fire at him. Overhaul had to continuously replace the melted stone and metal to save the attacked flesh, but this came at the cost of shrinking his size. So, he used the blunt weapon he formed in his right hand and launched it at the flying animal through the flames. Miraculously, the fire didn't melt right away, and it hit the dragon, causing him to fall out of the air and hit the ground. Overhaul clapped his hands, snuffed out the wall of flames, and ran up towards the dragon, who managed to dodge his slow yet powerful attacks. Torchwick bit at his legs, ripped off chunks of flesh and stone away until enough was gone to use his tail to spin and whip it out from underneath. The colossal mass fell, but was picked up by the several smaller tendrils. The other foot was used to kick the dragon's back. Once he grew a new leg, Overhaul charged at the dragon and body-slammed him against a building that nearly fell over. Torchwick fought back with teeth and claws, ripping and tearing away at anything he could grasp until he saw Overhaul's actual body in the center of the horrible mass. He narrowed his eyes and charged up a fire breath, only for one of the massive arms to grab his throat and stop the attack. Once pinned, Overhaul turned his club hand into a mishmash of sharp blades, looking like a morning star with knives attached. Ready to strike the creature for good, he gloated on his victory. "You thought you could wrest me, animal? This will be the first and last time you do this to me. After I finish killing you, I'll kill that doctor and take back the girl," he yelled at the struggling animal. However, just before he could run his weapon through the animal, his arms was caught by something, and a lot of little things were climbing up his legs. Looking down, he saw a sight that nearly turned him blood cold, and hundreds more climbing up and ripping pieces of his body. He began to fight off the 8-legged invaders, but quickly found himself losing grip on the dragon until he broke free and used his fire breath to cut the limb that was holding him back clean off. Overhaul couldn't train his focus on two places, and this indecision allowed the animal to work in a group. The spiders held down his feet and hit through it enough to where Torchwick grabbed the monster, ripping off its legs into the air, where it breathed a line of fire right on it before lifting it several 100 feet and dropping it to the street below. That's when the spiders surrounded it, holding Overhaul down with webs and taking chunks of softer chunks to firm his body. That's when Overhaul caused his body to shoot spikes from every place and quickly formed new limbs to break the webs and stand up. But from all this, Overhaul had significantly shrunken down. Now he was as tall as Torchwick when he stood up. This made his fight even more troublesome, especially since his objective was just within reach, hidden behind a massive sack of medieval flying meat. While they fought, Mount Lady, Deatharm, and Camus Woods ran towards the kaiju-esque fight, since they were the closest heroes to the scene. When they got in range, they saw how things were progressing, and became understandably confused. "Hold the phone. I thought the report said that the meat thing was over 150 feet tall. But now it's either with me?" Mount Lady observed from afar. "Who cares how big it's supposed to be? Our only objective is to take it down and keep the city from getting any more wrecked," Deatharm tells her firmly. But before he could rush in to attack, Camus Woods held him back and told him, "Aren't you forgetting about the giant fire-breathing dragon fighting against the giant monster and the spiders?" Mount Lady looked at the ground, saw the spiders, and began dancing on her tiptoes as she exclaimed, "Spiders? Ew, 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 gross! I didn't sign up for spiders!" The two men below were violently shaken by her stomping until Camus Woods jumped onto her shoulders and tried to reassure her. "Calm down, Mount Lady. At your size, they are the size of normal ones." If you mean normal, you mean bird-eating live tarantula-sized. She shot back sarcastically. So, which do we fight first? Death Arms bridged the subject of their predicament. Kamiya was about to suggest it until he saw Torchwick blow out a stream of fire against the giant's back, causing a considerable chunk to melt off clean. A chunk so hot that when it landed by some trees, it caused them to burst into flames. He shook with fear and affirmed, "Not the dragon." Then Mount Lady looked at the giant and observed, "Hey, I see something in the center of the giant's chest. Is that a person?" Kamiya Woods took out a pair of binoculars and searched the giant's chest. There he saw the face of a person, and recognizing it, he asked aloud, "Hold on, is that the Yakuza boss?" He focused closer and saw his plague doctor mask and said with surprise, "It is." "Welp, I guess we're helping the dragon." Death Arm shrugs. "Never thought I'd see the day when the dragon was the one who was fighting with the princess instead of kidnapping her." Death Arms rolled his eyes and tells her firmly, "Get your head out of the clouds and get ready to fight." The three heroes then run off to engage the monster. Mount Lady ran by herself, while Kamiya Woods swung by his arms and carried Death Arms. As they ran to them, Overhaul had managed to grab Torchwick by his wings and spin him around, throwing him at a building. Torchwick crashing, but managing to grab hold of the structure to keep himself from hitting the ground. Overhaul then turned both arms into sharp blades and ready to fire them. However, he never got a chance as Mount Lady drop-kicked him so hard that he fell to his side. As he tried to get back up, Kamiya Woods threw Death Arms at the giant human centaur. There, he flew towards the villain with a massive punch, but Overhaul saw this and created a cage of metal around him, leaving the hero to wail on it mercilessly. As the giant got up to its feet, Kami, with the aid of the remaining spiders, once again locked his feet into place as Mount Lady closed the giant's arms behind himself. Once fully restrained, Mount Lady called out, "All right, Fireheart, let them have it." Torchwick complies and repositions himself at the building, clinging to its side. Suddenly, the air grew extremely hot, and the taste of metal and smell of brimstone filled the air. Steam began to come off Torchwick like a cloud. His dorsal spike, tail tips, and horns began to glow a bright red. A pool of bright red energy collected in his throat, making his scale tips grow bright red, and melting parts of the building he was attached to. There, his throat went from red to orange, then yellow, and finally white. There, the energy travelled up his throat like 3 rivers into his jaw. Mount Lady very quickly realized what was going on and called out in panic, "Wait, not that much!" But Torchwick didn't listen. He took a deep breath in before opening his mouth at 180-degree angle and blast forth a stream of white hot flames. "Shit!" Mount Lady cursed as she released the giant's arms and grabbed her friends and performed a Superman dive to get as far away as possible while also shielding her friends. The fire hit the giant, and Overhaul used every last bit of willpower of his force body to force a strike directly at the center of the blast to protect himself. The blast only lasted several seconds, but it felt like hours for both the heroes and the villains alike. "Hot, hot, hot, hot!" Mount Lady complained, even though she was at a safe distance. The fire was so hot that she could feel it hitting her back as she tried to cool away. Unfortunately, the remaining spiders all burst into flames the moment the fire hit, leaving burnt corpses all over, that turned to ash. Finally, the fire died out, and Overhaul was reduced so much that he had no arms or legs to hold himself up by. So Torchic took the opportunity to grab the misshapen torso and flew up into the air with it. He flew higher and faster, causing the burnt flesh to break off and fly away, leaving nothing but a ball of meat, stone, and metal where Overhaul was. The man then began to try and assimilate the dragon's flesh into his own, but once Torchic saw this, he put a swift end to it. With a front flip and a swift whip of his tail, he sent the ball hurtling into the air and breaking up in the process. Overhaul finally broke out of his cocoon and began to panic. Without a big enough body, this fall would be his last, and with nothing else to manipulate, his chances were already slim. So he tried to pull in the rest of the materials that broke around him to cushion his fall. Once he fell, he'd simply do what he did at Nip and use the city around him to form an even bigger body. However, that plan never came to be, as Torchwick rocketed to where he was with his back arched. Overhaul remembered what he was after and hoped to catch a glimpse of the girl and boy, but instead of seeing them still riding the dragon's back, he saw something new in its place. 2 robots that looked far different than the ones he and his robots fought back at the beginning of their invasion. The 2 robots ran and jumped off the dragon, while positioning in the air, their limbs turned into blades, and both came down on him. He heard the sound of something being sliced off cleanly, and at the same time felt control over the materials around him vanish. But instead of falling into his death, Torture grabbed him by his claw and dived him towards the ground. Torchwick landed with ease as an acrobat, allowing Overhaul to live despite some whiplash, and snarled at him. Overhaul then turned to touch the dragon, wanting to break it apart, but when he did, he couldn't see his own hands. When he looked down, every fibre of his being was telling him not to. He saw a horrific sight. His arms were sliced off at the elbow. Seeing his panicked face, Torchwick roared into the air, sounding off his victory as the weight of what Overhaul had lost hit him like a truck. Before he could begin to spiral, the 2 robots from before loomed over him. In each of their hands was one of his arms that they threw to his sides. Then one of them took out a splinter and used to morph into Izuku and Eri back again. It was at this moment that Overhaul realized he had been duped, but before he could have another emotional breakdown or die of shock and blood loss, the robots did something else. One turned their limbs into a torch, and the other turned their arms into a clamp. The one with the clamp arms pinched off his bleeding stump, and the other one burned them shut. The pain was enough to cause him inconceivable pain, enough to the point where he passed out.
Chapter 51. After the Fact. Normally, I would say, "It's nice to meet you again, Professor," the police officer who undertook the first villain invasion told Egon. Egon rubs his head and says back with an awkward sweat drop, "But it's not." The officer pushes back his cap and blows out air as he says, while shaking his head, "I don't know how you find so much trouble." "The trouble finds me," Egon dryly jokes. The officer laughs dryly and says while rubbing his head, "I just don't know what I believe more. The fact that your facility took down one of Japan's most infamous criminal organizations, the new subcontinent you created, or the living dragon I'm seeing right now." Egon looked back to see a very contemptuous Torchwick getting all the attention from Izuku, laying on his side with his eyes closed and tongue out,
while Izuku scratches him where he can cover and reach. Egon sighed as he said back, "I get the feeling you'll be eating those words." "I think so too," the officer agreed while penning the last note for the report, already feeling a headache grow at the thought. He gave a weary breath and told the scientist, "We have to stop meeting like this." "I agree," Egon nods awkwardly, but before they could continue their conversation, Egon catches sight of a particular person and mutters, "Uh-oh, don't look now, but there's your boss's 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 boss is here to wring my neck." The officer turned around and nearly jumped in his spot when he saw the serious and displeased expression of Japan's Prime Minister, her husband, and the 6 of her bodyguards. Wiping the sweat from his face and taking a steady breath, he clapped Egon on the shoulder and said, "Then I wish you good luck." As the officer left, the Prime Minister approached the scientist. Egon, putting his best smile, he greeted the Prime Minister. Getting straight to the point, she inquired, "Professor, would you like to explain to me what has happened?" Izuku, having seen the government officials come up, heard the tail end of what Prime Minister asked and answered, "Where shall I start? The Yakuza that attacked us, or the dragon that fought off the giant monster in the middle of town and caused a lot of damage?" The Prime Minister raised a skeptical eyebrow and said, "All that, but I would like to know why exactly you didn't tell me about them from the start. I know you knew they were going to attack." Egon blew out air in a stressed manner, rubbing the back of his head, and explained, "I had just found out about it after I told you about Pacifica and Torchwick. You know, when you indirectly told me I was walking on eggshells." "I did not," she asserts back. Then it was her husband, a little hunched over, a kindly-looking man who, holding her hand, squeezed it and told her, "Flower, you do have a rather short fuse." The Prime Minister, who originally was irritated, instantly calmed down and said, "Even so, if you didn't tell me, why aren't the Heroes Association?" Egon shut his eyes open as he exclaimed, "I did. They didn't believe me, and no, I'm not making this up." Hearing this, the Prime Minister, her husband, and her informant, who was hidden within the guards, all took a step away to discuss quietly. After a few minutes, they came back, and the Prime Minister, with a much more somber expression, started off, "Well, in light of this, I owe you an apology, and my thanks. If not for you and your personnel, the government and the heroes would still try to undermine the Yakuza for years to come, and by that time they might have finally dug some deep roots after being unearthed for so long. Well, it's not like we had a choice in the matter," Egon laughs dryly. "Though one thing still bothers me. Why did they launch such a massive undertaking invading you?" the Prime Minister inquired. Izuku took the forefront of the question and explained carefully to her. "A research facility suddenly gaining in wealth and promiscuity nearly overnight will turn the head of any criminal organization. The Yakuza were just the first of what I assume to be many. After all, like the government, our secrets have secrets. Saying that as thanks for taking down an annoying thorn in our sides, I'm willing to do anything within my power to help you, especially since your battle with the Yakuza left your laboratory in this state," the Prime Minister offered. A huge smile came upon Izuku's face, and he pulled out his pewter plaid while explaining, "Now that you mention it, I was hoping we could own this stretch of land just outside the city. If possible, it's way earlier than expected, but I had wanted to open a new and larger facility out there, but seeing that our current residence has been compromised, it will have to become our new residence." Egon was surprised by the speed at Izuku talked. but even more surprised about how far he was thinking ahead. And a good thing too. If he hadn't had his sights on this, Egon would have had to search for a new place entirely, or try and rebuild the current one. Construction would get in the way of progress, and they could be compromised during that time. Trying to find a place would take up so much time that he wouldn't be able to run the facility on top of it. And knowing Izuku, he probably already had several different schematics for the building. While he was ruffling his head with a smile, the Prime Minister told him, "Consider it yours. I'll have the paperwork drawn up and the ownership of the land and the facility under your names. You may do with it as you please." The two of them bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Madam Prime Minister. A few more things I'd like to be informed of before we part ways," she asked the two men as they looked at her from the bow, curious what they wanted to know. "Where did those giant spiders come from?" she asked with a raised eyebrow and skeptical tone. Realizing she knew it was from them, Egon sweat dropped and rubbing his head, he told her, "Oh, that was an accident. But don't worry, the broodmother will be sent off to Pacifica alongside Torchwick and the many other animals we've created. And there shouldn't be any other children left, right?" he asked Hunkayo, who shook his head in a so-so motion. Turning back to the displeased woman, Egon informed her, "Well, we'll be sure to transfer any of them left overseas." "And when are you planning this shipment?" she asked. "We've chartered a large enough cargo ship, and they will be sent out in 4 days," Izuku answered. She asked, "And are you sure that all the Yakuza are dead, especially their leader? All of them were killed in the lab, and their bodies used to form that giant thing that attacked the city. As for the leader, there is no doubt that Torchwick incinerated him. The only survivor is that one over there," Egon answered while pointing over to the Starro Rapper, who was bound in cuffs and quirk restraints. "And the giant starfish on his chest?" the Prime Minister's husband inquired. "Oh, something new we've been experimenting with. Don't worry, the Yakuza are harmless as long as the starfish is attached. We'll actually retrieve it now," Egon assured them. Puro, who heard what he said, pulled them off to the side and told him in a hushed voice, "Sir, we don't know if Starro will have the same effect as his copies." "No time like the present," Egon disconcertingly shrugged. Even if the huge man did die, it's not like he would have been missed. But much to their surprise, when Izuku walked over to the starfish alien, it detached from his chest and jumped into the boy's arms. Afterward, Rappa fell to his knees and began to groan, as if coming out of a lucid and heavy dream. Egon breathed a sigh of relief at not having to let everyone watch a grown man have his chest cavity ripped out, and said with a chipper tone, "See? Totally fine." Finally coming to his senses, Rappa asked, half-dazed, "What happened?" One of the officers who had Rappa detained and told him, "The Yakuza have been destroyed, and you're under arrest, Kendo Rappa." Rappa froze up and as he tried to absorb all this news at once, even as the officer tried to put him in the squad car, that is, until he broke out of his trance and proclaimed, "Sweet! I have no more ties. Hey, where's that fight lady?" He half yelled in excitement as he looked around to find Cho. When he caught sight of her, he yelled, "There you are! Hey, marry me!" "Oh boy, here we go again," Cho said in exasperation as Chopper was tending to her. "Hey, you're in charge, hire me," Rappa suddenly shouted to Egon as the officer fought against his strength to try and place him in the car. "I'm serious, I'll even do it for half off," he shouted his offer as the officers finally managed to get him in and drive off. Once gone, Izuku, Egon, the Prime Minister and her husband looked at one another in awkward silence, until Egon broke the ice by saying, "Well, that was something." The Prime Minister cleared her throat and said before leaving, "Have a good day, Professor, Doctor. I'll send some contractors to help assess and clean up your building." "Thank you again, Madam Prime Minister," the two scientists said in unison. Once the highest government body was out of sight, Izuku whispered to Egon, "You're not gonna tell her about Eri?" Egon fervently shook his head and told him, "Torchwick and Pacifica were going to be known at some point, no matter how well we try to hide it. But I'm not letting the government get a whiff of that girl, if it's the last thing I do." He thought back to where he had left Eri in the building with some sort of girl to watch over her. Chapter 52. Confrontation. Where am I?" Overhaul asked as his eyes fluttered open after a long, groggy, and uncomfortable sleep. "Ah, good to see you awake, Overhaul. Or should I say, Kai Chisaki," a voice said to him. Overhaul tried and failed to bring his head up fast. Feeling whiplash hit him hard as he winced from the pain. So he took it slowly and noted how he had been strapped to a chair with an overhead light. Looking down at himself, he was once again reminded of his lost limbs. Truly, hoping in his mind that it had all been a dream, sitting across from him was another person, silhouetted by the dark room outside of the light's range and staring straight at him. He was trying to get comfortable in his restraints. Incredulously, he asked, "You know who I am?" "I have my ways," the voice said nonchalantly. Overhaul recognized the voice, and as his mind cleared up, he realized who it was. He states, You're Egon." Egon stood up from his seat and walked into the light, revealing himself and saying, "I'm glad you noticed." "Where am I? What do you want?" Overhaul tries to demand as much as he can in his weakened state. Egon chuckled at the question and answered, "You're in my laboratory, in a secret area. You know, the one you nearly wrecked," he half yelled, quickly getting extremely angry before saying with a calmer tone, "As for what I want to make you suffer. But don't get it twisted. I don't want to make you suffer exclusively because you nearly destroyed my life's work, threatened my staff, and a whole dictionary's worth of petty gripes." He listed off while getting increasingly irritated from trying to rein in his anger. "No, I want to make you suffer for what you did to that girl." Overhaul looked up to the side, thinking deeply to himself, not realizing what he meant at first until it finally clicked. He asked dumbly, "Eri?" Egon's anger exploded, and he ran up, holding the man up by his collar as he screamed into his face, "Of course, who else would I be talking about?" He let the man go, straightened out his lab coat, and told him, "I didn't give a damn about what your end goal was or whatever reasoning you had for it. What you did was sick. You're a monster, plain and simple. You deserve no mercy, just pain." Overhaul felt a twinge of fear go up his spine as Egon said this, and resisted the urge to gulp as he asked, "So, you're gonna make me suffer through all she had and kill me when you're done?" Egon put on a shocked expression and said back, "Kill you? No. You're far beyond the mercy of death. I'm gonna make you suffer, and the only thing you'll feel will be pain." He gets uncomfortably quiet, leans down to his ear, where he whispers in the most malicious tone he's heard, "I'm gonna make you wish you were dead." Now Overhaul felt true fear through his bones and settled in his stomach, wanting to make him puke. He looked at the sadistically smiling man and asked, What are you going to do? I'm going to change you, Egon told him simply, while pulling his head away. He then walked to the edge of the light and, walking around, he explained, You see, here at NIP, we've discovered something that could very well be the whole reason for life on this planet. Evolution and the appearance of quirks in general. He stopped to talk. He stands right in front of him as he finishes, and that same something is what's gonna be used to change you. We've already tried it before, and we ended up finding a way to bring back extinct animals and create new ones. Overhaul inquired, So you're gonna lobotomize me to turn me passive? Egon blew air between his lips and waved his hands, telling him, Pfft, don't be so silly. I'm gonna take away your humanity and make sure you never forget a single thing, from your successes to your failures. He then cupped one hand to his mouth and called, Oh, Doctor, you can come in now. A moment after he said this, a door opened, and from the white light of the room outside strode a huge shape of something. Something came into the light, and it was revealed to be some kind of mechanical trolley with a chicken driving it. A chicken with a huge head. The cart had some kind of machines with dozens of different colored crystals. Overhaul looked between the bird, the man, and the machine in a frenzy. Egon motioned his hand to the bird and said, Chisaki, let me introduce you to Dr. Cluck Orpington. She's the only one I can trust to do this procedure, and the only one mentally crazy enough to do it, and go about her business like it never happened. Have fun with him, Doctor, and remember, not to hurt him too much, he said with a menacing tone, a smile on his face as he left the room behind. The chicken then turned her cart sideways. The robotic arms sprang out from all directions, and he could swear the animal was smiling at him, like some kind of mad scientist. Then he heard something that made his blood run cold. The chicken spoke. Let's prepare for the first round of modifications. Chapter 53. The Good, the Bad, and the Vampire. Egon took a deep and calming breath as he left Cluck to her own devices in the room with the former gangster. Today and yesterday had already been tough enough, but he was glad it was all over. After pushing back his hair and fixing his glasses, he heard Anima ask behind him, Sir, are you busy? Egon turned to the ever-changing man and replied, No, I'm not. What's up, Genus? Looking nervous as he tugged on his collar and looked down at his Puropad, he said, I was taking note and stock of the animals after they had escaped during the whole monster deal. Egon's eyes drooped halfway, and he asked, How many have escaped? Genus waved his hand rapidly and stated, Oh no, don't get it wrong. All of them are completely accounted for, especially every dodo. Except? Egon prompted. Except for one, Genus finally admitted. Egon took a deep breath and exclaimed in relief, Oh, phew, I thought it would be a huge number or something. But Anima looked off to the side while biting his lower lip. It's one exceptionally problematic one, isn't it? Egon asked him, as the man nodded in confirmation. Egon wipes his hands across his face with a deep sigh before asking with a strained voice, Please tell me it's not the Night Feeder. No, that died during the invasion, Genus informs him. Getting a bit less stressed, he inquired. The Glavenus? Currently being treated for a severed tail, Genus replied. Now, even more off his hedge, he asked, more confused. The spiders? Any of them still left are inside Ungliot's chamber, Anima told him. The Dodongo? Egon asked, after exhausting all other terrible outcomes. They're harmless unless provoked, Genus once again informed him. Now, thoroughly confused by the man's previous stress and discomfort, he asked blankly, Then what? Genus looked off to the side while grinding his teeth as he told him, Something else I was currently working on. I've sent updates to you on a regular schedule. Egon blinked a few times, trying to remember what he meant. Then it came to him, and he asked back, You mean the vampire you accidentally created? Anima nodded, and Egon shook his head rapidly before asking, How? I thought we made sure its enclosure was not hooked up to the purge modification. Looking over his Puropad again, Anima told him, During Overhaul's abomination transformation, the walls making up its enclosure were absorbed into it, and when things calmed down and night fell, it fled into the city. Egon wipes his hands across his face in stress once more and inquired, Please tell me you put a tracker on that thing. I did, but it remembered where it was and removed it, Anima told him nervously. Egon took a minute to turn around, take off his glasses, rub his eyes, breathe deeply, and ask Anima, Please tell me what you put into that thing and what it does. Anima looked through his notes quickly and told him, Bats and mostly humans. Then some cuttlefish, axolotl, sea sponge, mosquito, and a few other things. Why? Was all the man could ask back in the form of a plea. Genus finally dropped his unsure and nervous state as he half exclaimed to the man, You know what the purpose of those experiments was. I was trying to see if I could craft a spliced human and bat genome for it to have an immune system comparable to humans, so humans could have a way to be naturally immune to many diseases. All tests failed since the genes would deteriorate and reject one another, so I had to add something else to help them meld better. Egon accepted his answer, knowing it was partially his fault for allowing it to happen, though he never would have expected something like this to happen. So he sighs calmly and reiterates, What can it do? Oh, you know, suck blood, fly, superhuman everything, turn invisible, harden its skin, razor claws, shapeshift. Genus began to list stuff. Shapeshift? Egon cut him off in an explosion of concern and fear. Genus quickly told him, trying to reassure him. So far, it can take the form of certain animals and even human disguises. Though this explanation does not help his mood, Egon pulls at his hair before breathing again and firmly tells him, We have to find it and kill it, no exceptions. Genus knew that would be the outcome of this talk, accepted it the moment he knew his creation escaped. In all honesty, he was planning to scrap the creature and start from scratch. Yes, sir, I brought this up with Hatsune and pulled an all-nighter to have a few assassin droids ready to go out on the hunt, he told his boss. Egon nods and tells him as they will both walk off, I better call the police and the heroes about this. No one can fight that thing. Few hours later. Sir, I've reported from the police and assassin droids, Genus told Egon as he poked his head into his room the day after they discussed the current situation. Please tell me it's dead, Egon hopefully asked with a sigh, but instead saw the changing man solemnly shake his head. Then what news do you have? He sighs and asks him, after rubbing his eyes, pulling his pure eye out and looking over his findings. He tells him, police and heroes alike have reported people going missing and a strange woman in a sleek white sheet. The assassin's drone have been found and destroyed. It's smarter than we have credit for. Both Egon and Genus shook in fear at the thought. On the plus side, we've determined its feeding patterns, hunting grounds, and 3 potential spots for its nest. Genus tried to assure him with a nervous, chipper tone. Then get Hertzum to fix up or upgrade some more assassin droids. Egon told him as if the answer was obvious. Genus thinks and then theorizes. This is just my guess, but I think that thing knows the droids aren't real and has figured out a way to outmaneuver its AI. Egon sighs and cups his hand around his mouth as he thinks aloud. It would take too long to make a newer and better AI. So, what do you have in mind? Gina smiles at the question and then offers, we pilot the droids remotely, we check out the sites, find the vampire and kill it. No harm to anyone and it's done quietly. Egon smiles at the idea and then agrees. That's a great idea. I also took the liberty of bringing this up with Cho, and she can outfit the droids with vampire-killing equipment. Genus follows up. Egon raised an eyebrow and inquired in a joking tone, what, like crosses and stakes? I had a feeling something like this may happen, so I gave it a lot of weaknesses, specifically to sunlight, Genus explained with a smirk. Egon gets up from his seat, claps the man on his shoulders, and says to him in a low, excited tone, then, let's go vampire hunting. Chapter 54. A Hunting We Will Go. The next day, Genus, Egon, and Izuku had set off their 3 individual assassin drones to the 3 primary locations where the vampire could have their nest. The 3 of them were sitting on personal computers that were directly connected to each of their robots. On the screen was live footage of what each robot could see. The 3 men piloted them by their keyboards, almost like a first-person shooter. Each droid is outfitted with all sorts of vampire-killing equipment, ranging from UV light cannons, blades, buzzsaws, reinforced armor, more flexible and dexterous joints, bombs filled with silver powder and herbs the vampire was deathly allergic to, and a slew of other devices and weapons. Once the droids were finished, they quickly went through a test run by each scientist, and were then sent out the very next night so as not to waste any time. Each scientist had an earpiece so as not to have to yell over one another, and the monster's superhero picked up the sound. Anything from your end, Genus? Egon asked over his earpiece. Genus took a moment to scan the chemical plant he was investigating, and then reported, nope, empty. You? Egon also scanned the nuclear plant he was searching for. After getting the readings back, he replied, dead end. How about you, Izuku? After getting no response from the boy for over a minute, he called again. Izuku? I think I found it, Izuku said out of the blue. Hearing this, Egon immediately told him, share your feed. Izuku tapped a few keys on his board and started his live video over the 2 others. On the shared screen, it showed the inside of a hydropower plant. One room in particular seemed to be filled with cocoon-like structures that suspended what looked like to be humans. What the? Egon said in disgust as he watched the robot's head look around and scan the area made into a living meat locker. Yep, this is its nest. Open, dark, warm, and full of food. Genus confirmed. Are those people bound in webs? Izuku asked. Genus, Egon growled. Genus swiftly and feverishly protested. I didn't add spider DNA, I swear. Though I might have added a pinch of swiftlet. So it's spit. Gross, Izuku complained. Where's the vamp? Egon asked as he put his face to the screener to find it. Probably out to get more food. I added some pack rat to it, Genus explained to him. Of course you did, Egon sighed as he flopped back into his seat, rubbing his eyes. Just then, Izuku picked something up on the droid's hearing sensors and tuned in. Once he had done that, he heard something strange and clear. Sharing it with the others, he asked, Wait, you hear that? The other two went quiet and listened in as Egon said in confusion, Singing? The assassin droids turned around. Standing in a spot that had been previously unoccupied was what looked like a woman with beautiful, bright red hair made up into a bun, pale white skin, green eyes, and nothing but a sleek, slim sheet that covered her like a cloak. There, he heard the woman sing, clearly as she walked about the dark power pants room filled with its human victims.
Wolves asleep amidst the trees, bats all swaying in the breeze, but one soul lies anxious, wide awake, fearing all manner of ghouls, hags and rafts.
She sang as she picked up a stuffed animal that no doubt belonged to a child victim. He had his chance to try and see what she was about, whether the target or some crazy woman, and if it was his target, whether it was intelligent and could be reasoned with. So he turned on the droid's speaker system and said, Nice tune. Never heard of it before. The woman looked at the toy and threw it off to the side. Then, in a horsey tone, as if she wasn't used to speaking at all, she replied, Folks have forgotten. They've got other things on their minds, Izuku said as he primed the droid's weapon and defenses. Things like me? She asked coyly, while turning her hand as she unbound her hair, allowing it to fall like a stream of blood around her head and face. Izuku couldn't help but be enamored by the beauty. He shook himself out of it, though, as he said in a serious tone, You know what I've come for. She chuckles at the statement and walks to the side, undoing the first few buttons of her outfit. She says, Time passes, and no amount of duty would convince any human to hunt me down, she says, the last few words in an increasingly demonic tone, while pulling the white sheet past her shoulders. With one little pull, allowing the cloth to come just to her nipple line, she suddenly vanishes like the wind, disappearing from her view as her clothes fall to the ground. Izuku quickly looked around and saw how the water on the ground broke, and a nearby door was slammed open. Although Izuku quickly figured out what had happened, Egon didn't, and he exclaimed in shock and fear, She's gone! But Genus assured him and said, No, just invisible. Let's get our droids to help out. Izuku, keep her busy till we get there. Don't let her escape. Izuku nods and begins to prime the other defenses in the droid. First, he activated the force field splinter, made from the remains of one of the accuser's 8 bullets. He had the blade protrude from the right hand and allowing the left hand to produce the silver bombs. Finally, he released a blood agent through clear tubes in his body and simulated a false heartbeat. The blood circulating throughout the false vascular system was made of human blood, but drugged with things extremely toxic to the monster. Once the robot was ready, it began to walk straight to the idly swinging door, where Egon asked, "What did you call that thing again?" Gina scratched the back of his head and answered, "An Alp." The robot walked into the room, seeing it was one of the storage areas for spare parts for repair on any of the machines. Once in, it used its scanner to look around, but found nothing at all. Just some rats. That's when Izuku realized that the creature could no doubt control its body heat and become invisible to heat sensors. Then, the movement sensors picked up something on one of the metal rafters above him, and, without turning the machine's head, he made it throw the bomb in the direction, and the bomb broke. The thousands of tiny little fragments of silver exploded everywhere like confetti on a cannon, thus allowing the invisible monster to become visible again, at least in its outlines. It jumped down from the rafters and roared at the machine as they both engaged in a battle of claws and blades, using its hardened skin. The Alp easily blocked the blades. However, once it realized the weapon was made of silver, it changed its strategy and used its unnatural flexibility to dodge. Eventually, the robot managed to grab the Alp and throw it to the ground, where it tried to pierce its heart. Unfortunately, the creature seemed to turn into the wind itself and slipped straight through. The robot looked around for the creature but found nothing. That is, until a huge metal box was thrown at it, and the force field splinter was used to block the attack. The Alp tried to come in from behind with an attack, but the machine picked up its movements and whirled around to blast it with a beam of pure sunlight. The Alp screamed and backed off while trying to cover its face, only to get slashed across the arms and face by the blade, allowing the blade to cut through, though the wounds healed instantly. That's when the Alp got back its sight, screamed, and charged at the machine, pinning it to the wall. Just before it could pierce the robot, it dropped a new bomb filled with toxins, and with a huge cloud enveloping the two of them, the Alp ran out of the cloud, coughing violently, only for it to be pinned to the wall adjacent by giant staples. The droid walked out of the cloud, walked towards the Alp with the UV light directed on it and its blade at the ready. The Alp's skin appeared to burn like paper in the fire, and as it tried to break free, it stopped and took a deep breath and suddenly released a powerful scream so strong that not only did it send the robot flying, it broke the UV light and caused Izuku to rip off his earpiece. "That's new?" Egon yelled, nearly having his hearing knocked out by the scream. But getting back to the topic at hand, he exclaimed, "Izuku, how's your droid?" Getting his senses back, Izuku pulled up the diagnostics on his droid and saw it had only minor damage. He sighed in relief and answered, "Still in one piece." The robot got up from the ground while the Alp broke free from its restraint, and the two engaged once more. After clashing once again, the Alp grabbed the metal box and threw it at the machine, to which it was blasted apart with a fireball from a fire splinter. In the ensuing explosion, the Alp kicked the robot in the stomach and clawed its face, causing it to fall. It managed to get back up, but the Alp snuck up behind it, grabbed its head, and sunk its teeth into the clear tube filled with blood. Once it got more than enough, it threw the robot aside and looked down on the machine. Now fully visible, it screeched at its semi-victory. As it stalked towards it, it quickly noticed something was wrong. It looked down at its naked body and noticed that its natural armor was fading and its blood was boiling. After realizing what the machine had done, it screeched at it and went in for an attack, only for it to be forced back to concrete by the Air Force splinter. The droid fixed its broken arm and adjusted its neck before going in for a counterattack. The Alp hastily got up and tried to attack as well, but quickly found itself on the losing end as the blade cleanly sliced off its arm, a gash across its stomach, and one more across its neck. Only this time the injuries did not heal. The Alp fell to the floor and began to crawl away while screaming in fear, only for the droid to unleash a silver net on its body, trapping it under the weight as a new UV light shined on it, keeping it still as it approached while readying its blade for the final strike. While trapped, the Alp managed to turn around, retake its human form, and put on a pathetic expression that made Izuku stop its movements. Pushing their advantage, the Alp said in its hoarse voice, "No, please, don't kill me. I want to live." Izuku stopped his final blow on the dying creature and felt a sense of morality and a bleeding heart begin to fight with him as he stared back at the pleading face of the Alp. Noticing Izuku's lack of incentive, Genus exclaimed, "Izuku, what are you doing? She's right there." "But," Izuku tried to argue, only for Egon to yell in haste, "But nothing. Take her down." "Why are you doing this? I just want to live. Oh, please, please," the Alp begged pathetically, striking deeper into Izuku's heartstring. Izuku ripped off his glasses as he shook his head to clear his mind and tried to negotiate with the other two men. "She thinks and feels. She's like Otto and Clock. Can't we—" But Genus cut him off and stated firmly, "Izuku, I know what you're thinking, but take it from the person who created that thing. She's a mimic. She's not intelligent. She's just trying to misdirect you. She's an animal." Izuku looked back at the screen, still conflicted his mind and feelings until the Alp made her move, seeing the lack of movement in the machine. She smiled evilly as she broke free from the net and charged at it despite the UV light burning her flesh. But Izuku reacted fast and made the robot bring up its arm, staking the creature straight through the chest. The creature halted as it was pierced on the blade and it appeared to die right there and then. But that was another ruse as it tried to lash out with its claws, only for Izuku to make the blade turn to a chainsaw and cut the Alp straight in half. When the buzzsaw broke through the flesh, the two halves of the surprised Alp fell to the ground and bled out, finally killing the creature. Izuku was shocked, scared, and sad at the same time. He breathed heavily, and his eyes streamed, his tears as his inner mind and emotions battled like a raging storm. His hand shook, and he leaned his head down to the floor, where he pushed his chair out and began to weep into his hands. At this point, Genus and Egon came to the boy, seeing his state of being. Genus approached him, embraced him, and praised him in a soothing voice, taking the form of a cat. "You did good, kid. You did well." Egon rustled his hair, and he looked proud as he said, "Let's call the heroes and police." Later. "I'm so glad that you were able to handle this, but why didn't you tell us? We could have dealt with it," a hero told the three scientists as they converged at the hydroelectric plant, with law enforcement and other heroes alike assessing the scene. "No offense, but we didn't even know what we were fully up against. We only found its nest on a guess," Izuku told the heroes. "We also didn't want to get you hurt because of our mistake," Genus said with an awkward laugh, "and if she had fled, we would have been back to square one. Egon stressed, sighing. Before the conversation could continue, an officer approached the chief of police and informed him, "Sir, we found all the missing people, and they're all alive." "That's a relief," Izuku, Genus, and Egon said at the same time as the police chief getting weird stares from the law enforcement and the heroes. But the other officers took the attention away from them as he continues. "Seems like she was keeping them for a constant food source. Also, there was one other thing," he said while addressing the scientist. "That creature, you called it a vampire, right?" The men looked at one another, back to the officer, where they all nodded. The officer pushed back his hat, eyes wide as he shook his head and told them in an uncomfortable tone, "Well, you may want to see this yourself." Everyone was curious about how vague he was and followed him into a different room, a much larger room that was far larger and housed over a dozen different strange, large, nearly human-sized structures, glossy translucent, glowing, slimy, and soft to the touch, with an off-white greyish colour to them. Blinking in confusion before the strange things, Izuku asked, Are those eggs?" Genus took the stage and inspected the things before confirming. "Yes, they're eggs." Genus rubbed his chin and said in self-satisfaction, like solving some kind of mystery, "No wonder she was keeping all these people here. She was going to feed them to her kids." This thought made everyone shiver in a mixture of fear and disgust, making Genus's sweat drop as he realized he had said it out loud. "What kind of vampire lays giant eggs?" a hero asked. "One that has several species of amphibian, reptile, and bird, including kiwi, in its genome," Genus answered plainly, making the hero stare at him suspiciously. Egon quickly interjected and told the law enforcement and heroes, "We'll take it back to our laboratory. We'll see what hatches, and if it's a threat, we'll eliminate them." "The laboratory that just got destroyed?" the chief of police asked back rhetorically. This time, Izuku stepped up and explained to the suspicious and concerned people, "We have a few testing chambers that survived. It'll be more than enough to house these things and figure out what to do with them." With that, he clapped his hands, and a bunch of very large and strong-looking robots waddled in and picked up the soft-shelled egg before taking them out of the plant and into a large truck to be transported, and placed them into one of the remaining reinforced testing chambers at Nip. What was inside the eggs, time could only tell, and all could only hope they weren't half as bad as most expected them to be. Chapter 55. Save the Date. "Chopper!" Izuku yelled to an obviously sleeping Chopper as he burst to his desk, glasses nearly falling off his face. "I wasn't sleeping on the job!" Chopper exclaimed while waking up and yelling back. "What?" Izuku asked. "What?" Chopper said back. Shaking his head and fixing his glasses, Izuku asked him, "Never mind that, I need your help." Standing at mock salute, Chopper announced, "You can count on me for anything." Izuku clapped his hands with a smile as he told him, "Great, my mom and Egon are going on a date, and I need to ruin it." Chopper's eyes shrunk to pinpoints at this favor. He instantly backtracked and told him, "Anything but that." Izuku got on his knees and with clasped hands begged, "Come on, Chopper, please." Chopper crosses his arms and shakes his head as he asserts, "No way. I'm not getting involved in someone else's love affair. Plus, he's my boss." "So am I," Izuku pointed out.
Chopper sweat dropped at him, trying to strong-arm his company position. With a sigh, he told him, "Look, Izuku, your feelings are valid over the situation you're in, but I'm not helping, and there's no way you can convince me," he said flatly while turning away and crossing his arms. "I'll pay you," Izuku said in a sing-song voice. "Pay me with what?" Chopper asked while peeking over his shoulder in curiosity. "Cotton candy," Izuku sang as he pulled out a huge wad of pink cotton candy from somewhere. Seeing his expression right after, Izuku knew he had found the ticket. So too did Doctrine. When she heard this, she knew it was all over, but she hoped that Chopper wouldn't fall so easily. Unfortunately, her hope was squashed when she saw a drooling Chopper reach out for his favorite food. "Chopper," she said firmly, doing nothing to stop him. "Chopper, no!" she exclaimed firmly, getting his attention, but still trying to accept the food. "Don't you dare!" she warned while walking up, but the reindeer was already leaning towards the sugar treat, eyes still locked on her. Finally losing her composure, she yelled threateningly, Tony Chopper, I swear if you do this, then I'll..." Later at the restaurant, while Egon and Inko are having dinner, Izuku and Chopper are hidden behind a bush nearest to their table. Izuku was disguised, and Chopper was wearing his casual attire. Chopper has several welts and bruises, courtesy of Doctrine, after he had obviously accepted Izuku's offer. "It's worth it," the reindeer said while painfully eating a huge stick of sweetness. "So what's the plan?" he asked Izuku while sniffing back his nose blood. Izuku looked through a pair of binoculars and ducked down to him while whispering, "It's really simple. What you're gonna do is..." Egon sat at a table on the restaurant's outside terrace, dressed in his best suit, and tamed his wild hair as best as he could. The night was brisk, and the moon was full with candlelight touch. He hadn't been waiting long when he saw a familiar face come into view. Waving his hands in the air, he calls, "Inko, over here!" Inko, in her black dress, smiles when she sees him and walks over to take a seat. After putting her purse down, she apologetically says, "Sorry I'm late, work happened." Egon waves her off and replies, "It's okay, I understand. With all the craziness going on at the facility, I mean, we're only days away from finally sending off Torchwood to Pacifica." Inko puts on a worried expression that soon changes to relief as she says, "I heard about that from Izuku. I can't believe you took down the Yakuza. In the end, I'm just glad you're safe." Egon nods and says, "Me too. I got here a few minutes ago. I hope you don't mind, but I got us some wine." He motions to the bottle. Looking it over, she smiles and says, "Oh, this is my favorite brand." "Really? Mine too," Egon says excitedly. Meanwhile, back with the teens, Izuku was making a barfing face while stating, "Ugh, just look at them, it's disgusting." "I'm not one for human romance, but I think it's kinda sweet," Chopper says, putting his hoof to his chin and wiggling in happiness. Izuku cracks his neck to his friend and demands, "Whose side are you on?" Chopper looks around, then to the ground, and finally at his incentive, where he holds it out and proclaims, "Cotton candy," leading Izuku to sweat drop in return. Back with the adults, after chatting, laughing, and sipping their wine, Egon reached behind his seat and said, "I hope you don't mind, but I got you a little something." Inko blushes while waving him off and says, "Oh, Egon, you don't have to get me any gift." "It's not anything physical," Egon chuckled as he brought out a lute. Realizing what he meant, Inko asked in surprise, "You can play?" Egon nods and tells her, "When I was young, but I picked it back up recently. I thought I'd do the cheesy romantic thing and serenade you." "Well, I've never been serenaded before, so I'm excited," Inko said with a blush and a smile as she leaned in, waiting for Egon to tune the instrument. Once he did, everyone seemed to go dead silent the moment he sang. Despite being a scientific level recluse, Egon had a knack for songs, and so he sang, "These scars long have yearned for your tender care, to bind our fortunes stand what stars hone. Rend my heart open, then you love profess, a winding, weaving fate, to which we both atone. You flee my dream, come the morning, your scent berries tart, lilac sweet, to dream of forest locks and twisted stormy, of emerald eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bounded. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found. You flee my dream, come the morning, your scent berry tart and lilac sweet, to dream of forest locks and twisted and stormy, of emerald's eyes glistening as you weep." The whole restaurant, inside and outside, was completely shocked into silence. Done couples and people by themselves were weeping, embracing, or feeling the passion once again and making out. Inko was misty-eyed throughout the whole thing. After wiping her eyes dry, she said, "Oh, Egon, that was the most beautiful thing I've ever heard." Egon gave a dorky smile and said, "I'm glad you liked it, because I practiced really hard." Back behind the bushes, Izuku was making a WTF expression mixed with nausea, while Chopper was trying and failing to hold back tears. Eventually he broke and said between chokes, "Izuku, I don't want to do this anymore." Izuku snapped his head to him and exclaimed, "Don't tell me you're chickening out now." "But their love is so pure," Chopper babbled out in a loud sob, only for Izuku to tackle him to the ground, cover his mouth, and hiss at him, "Keep your voice down." After putting his lute away, Egon saw how drastically Inko's expression changed. Now she looked distant and stressed. Observing this aloud, Egon asked, "What's wrong, Inko? You looked stressed. Is it work?" She shook her head. "Is it you-know-who?" Egon guessed after a moment of thought. This time she nods. "I can only guess that he has brought up his displeasure with our relationship." He guesses again with a sigh, getting another nod. He sighed again as he slumped over and guessed, And you're not bothered by our relationship. You're bothered that he's so bothered by it, right? This time she looked away misty-eyed and nodded. Inko, do you want to break up? Egon asks out of the blue. Inko's eyes shot open wide, and in moments she exclaimed, "What?" Izuku and Chopper also exclaimed it, but both quickly ducking back down before they were spotted. After shrugging off the other two voices, Egon went on to explain himself. "I get it. He's your son, and you want to make him happy. He may be a teenager, but he's still a kid that needs his mum. You're his norm, and always have been. And then I came in and threw a wrench in that norm, and it makes him feel threatened." Egon took Inko's hands in his, making the woman shudder. She sighed a breath of sadness, holding back her emotions as she said, "I didn't know how to bring it up, or if I should." Egon smiles at her, gently stroking her strained and tired fingers as he tells her in a soft, soothing voice, "It's okay, Inko. I understand. You're doing this for him, to make him happy. He's not going to be okay with us overnight." Inko sniffles back her emotions and admits to him, I haven't been this happy or in love with another person in such a long time. I thought Izuku was old enough that he didn't need me emotionally. I guess I was wrong. I guess my son just isn't ready yet, despite all he has done and accomplished." Izuku hears this and suddenly feels his emotions, morality, and ego clash with one another, making him feel a sick sense of guilt. "I am happy being with you," she tells him with a teary smile, looking up into his eyes. Egon smiles softly at her and assures her, "It's okay, Inko. We can wait until he is, or until one of us finds someone else." Inko reaches across the table and hugs him. Before the two sit down, she begins to tell him, "Thank you for understanding, Egon. You're such a good man. I wish you could—" "No!" Izuku exclaimed as he burst from the bushes and ran towards their table. Shocked and scared half to death by this, Egon fell out of his chair and exclaimed, "What? Huh? Izuku?" Inko questions as the teen runs into her arms and begins to cry like a baby. "I'm sorry," he sobs like a broken mess. After sobbing for a bit and sniffling enough to speak, he says between choking sobs, "I promise I won't get in the way of your relationship anymore. I approve of it. Please don't be sad, Mum. I want you to be happy as well." Inko's eyes soften as she holds her son and says, "Oh, sweetie." The two Midoriyas embrace as Egon sits back in his seat after collecting his nerves. Once seated, he looked to the bush Izuku bolted out from and said, "You can come out, Chopper. I know you're there." "How?" Chopper asks as he comes out from the plant. Initially, Egon's face was surprised at seeing the poor animal's state, until he realized that it was from Doctrine, who was no doubt trying to stop him from being bribed by the cotton candy in his hoof. So he calms himself and says, "This place smells exotic meat dishes. One of them is reindeer." Chopper freezes up and he stares at the man in horror until Egon bursts out laughing and assures him, "I'm just kidding. I could smell the candy floss in your hand." Chopper looked at the sweet treat in his hoof, and then blushed as he tried to hide it behind his tiny body, making Egon chuckle. After calming himself down, Izuku stands up and shuffles his way to Egon with watery eyes, and apologetically says, "I'm sorry, Egon, for everything. I was being childish and selfish, and not thinking about how you two felt." Egon half smiled before telling him, "Well, you still are a child, Izuku, and you're definitely right in saying you were selfish." "Egon!" Inko exclaimed. Egon shoots a look at her and exclaims back, "What? Do you want me to cuddle him and say he wasn't? The boy's got to learn one way or another, and I am no sugarcoater. Plus, I had to deal with the brunt end of his complaints at work." Inko sighs, exasperated. Turning to her son, she asks in a serious yet motherly tone, "Now, Izuku, are you sure you're okay with us being together?" Izuku sniffles while rubbing his eyes and nods while answering, "You've done so much for me to be happy. I want to do the same for you. At least this one time. I don't like it, but I'll try to accept it." Inko smiles, hugs him, and tells him, "Thank you, baby. You've always been such a good boy." "Now, the two of you go home and let us enjoy our meal." Egon shoos the two boys off, to which they do, after giving another apology and goodbye. Once the two boys were out of sight, Inko released a breath she had been holding and exclaimed, "I can't believe that worked." "I can," Egon said with a chuckle. Inko waved herself down and took a sip from her glass, with a guilty look. She admitted, "I feel bad for fooling him like that. As my late mother would say, emotional manipulation is one part of parenting," Egon told her, holding up his finger as if making a point. "That's not a good saying, but I understand it at the very least," Inko tells him, while a sweat dropping. But enough of that. Egon changes the topic as he holds up his glass and asks, "To us?" Inko smiles as she holds up her own, and clinking it against his, she agrees. "To us." Later. "Thank you so much for a wonderful time, Egon." Inko thanked him after they left the restaurant, stomachs full of amazing food. "Anything for my girlfriend," Egon says back in a happy tone, with Inko's arms intertwined with his. "Next time I'll treat you," Inko offered. "And serenade me?" Egon suggested while wiggling his eyebrows at her. "Oh, hush you," Inko playfully slapped him. "Inko!" a female voice shouted from behind them. Turning around, they were met with the sight of two well-dressed people, both of whom Inko recognized as she squeezed Egon's hand. The woman was blonde with red eyes, wearing a red dress, while the man had brown eyes and hair and was wearing a three-piece suit. "Mitsuki?" she said back in a mix of confusion and fear. Mitsuki ran up to her, grabbed her in an arm, and said in a chipper tone, "I haven't seen you in so long. How have you been?" "I'm great," Inko replied in a distant tone. Mitsuki's expression changed from happiness to sorrow as she asked, "Inko, what's wrong? Please tell me. You're practically ghosting me. Was it something I did?" A tearful expression came upon her face. Inko practically jumped at the sight of this and quickly reassured her, waving her arms. No. It was nothing you did. It's just a lot to unpack. Egon then placed a hand on her shoulder and told him, then maybe this is the time to unpack it. Inko looked to relent easily as she placed her head down, and seeing this and getting the wrong idea, Mitsuki demanded, "Who the fuck are you?" "Mitsuki," her husband Masaru warned her. Mitsuki took a step back and corrected herself. "Oh, sorry, whom the fuck are you?" "No," he exasperated. "By the gods, Inko, I can see why she's your friend." "I already love her," Egon whispered to her with a smile as she smiled. He then stuck his hand out to them and introduced himself, saying, "Professor Egon Cristallo, and you must be Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. Inko speaks highly of you two." Before either of them could shake, they both halt for a moment in shock until Mitsuki asks, "Professor Egon? As in that Professor Egon?" "Do you know any others?" Egon jokingly asks back. "No, I just... Damn, Inko, what kind of bait were you using to snag this catch of the day?" she asked with a congratulatory backslap. "Mitsuki!" Inko shouted in embarrassment. "She used her curves. All her curves," Egon told them while making motion with his hands. "Egon!" she shouted at him, getting even redder as she hid her face. "Holy shit, Inko, I love this guy already," Mitsuki said with a laugh and a playful punch on his ribs, making Egon reel back and rub his side. After rubbing away the pain, Egon took a more serious tone and told them, "But on a serious note, I think you two should seriously talk. Don't worry about us men. We'll be just chewing the fat over here," he assured them while dragging Masaru away as the two women sat down on a nearby bench. While the woman spoke, the two men shared a smoke. After puffing a bit, Masaru asked to break the ice, "So you and Inko?" Egon chuckled while putting out his smoke and told him, "What can I say? She's one of a kind. I thought I'd never find love, and then she just showed up." "Huh, sounds like me and my wife," Master said back with a chuckle. "Though, if I'm being honest, our first experience together was kinda terrifying," Egon admitted while looking off to the side. "Sounds just like me and my wife," Master admits with a small laugh before divulging, "One day I just met her. The next I was at the altar before a church full of my family saying, 'I do.'" Master laughed like it was an old funny memory, but Egon stared at him in a mixture of worry and disbelief. But before they could continue in their conversation, Mitsuki suddenly yelled, "What?" "And there it is," Egon stated as the two of them walked back to the woman. Once they returned, Inko was on the verge of tears. Mitsuki looked distraught as she held her hands and asked her in disbelief, "Inko, why didn't you tell me all this sooner?" A tear ran down her face as she confessed to her friend, "I just couldn't, or I didn't know how to. I just don't know. I learned about it the day you called me, and I didn't know how I felt, so I tried putting distance between us so I could sort out my feelings, but I don't think I have." Mitsuki hugged the woman and in a shaky voice apologized. "Inko, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I should have been a better mother and noticed what happened between our kids. Inko nearly broke down hearing this and hugged her back while saying, "It's not your fault, Mitsuki. I don't know either until I was told. And besides, it's society's fault for putting that toxic mindset into him his whole life. I still should have done better." Mitsuki hugged her tighter. "Please don't say that," Inko told her, returning the tightness. After the two embraced for a while, they broke apart and began to wipe away their running makeup. After that, Mitsuki proclaimed, "I'm gonna make this up to you, Inko. I may not be able to bridge the gap between our kids, but I can still whip that kid into a proper adult." Inko smiled at the offer and watched as she sat back. She rubbed her head and groaned. "There's just the problem of his training." "Training?" everyone asked. "The hero like you engages in a full training event throughout the summer break, and Katsuki has his full attention on it, so much he's blocking out everything else around him," Mitsuki explained in a complaint while rubbing her temples and following up saying, "I swear that kid has the most stubborn personality and tunnel vision." "Sounds just like you," Inko jokes. "Oh, I wish he took after Masaru more than me," Mitsuki complained as she slapped her head, making Masaru smile. "Once he's back home and out of the funk of his, I'll sit him down and set him straight," she promised with fiery resolve. "Thank you, Mitsuki," Inko said in a small, happy voice while taking her hands. Mitsuki embraces her friend again and tells her, "Of course, Inko, you're my best friend in the whole world. I don't know what I'd do without you." "I'm glad this has a happy ending between you two," Masaru said with a happy tone. "It's enough to make a grown man cry," Egon said, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. After the two let go of each other, Mitsuki suggested, "Let's get together sometime for a girls' outing." "That sounds wonderful," Inko agrees. "And then maybe a double date," Mitsuki offered again. "Oh, I've never been on a double date," Egon stated excitedly. "And then you can give me all the juicy details about how you and he," Mitsuki whispered to Inko in a low, saucy tone, only for the woman to go bright red and yell while covering her face, "Mitsuki, please!" "Now I really like her," Egon proclaimed as she and Egon high-fived, making Masaru and Inko laugh. The two women stood up from the bench and went to the sides of their men as Mitsuki told Inko, "We'll talk soon, Kay?" Inko agrees with a nod and tells her, "Yeah, talk soon. Have a good night, Mitsuki, and you too, Masaru." After they said their goodbyes for the night, the two couples parted ways to their respective homes. That night mended the many strained relationships.
Chapter 57 Research Log Update. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting from the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility, or what's left of it. And by that, I mean we got invaded and beaten up really badly. I'll explain later, but for now, this is just another update of the current events surrounding the NIP facility. The first thing to cover is that we were invaded. Again. But we survived. Mostly. It was the Yakuza this time, and they were after something that is currently classified. They lost a lot of their forces in the beginning until the boss carved a path. Then we took them out one after the other till only the boss was left. However, He used his quirk, called Overhaul, to construct himself a massive false body made from the remains of his men and building itself, leading to a whole heap of damages and whatnot. Then we sent Torchwick after him, and with the aid of heroes, he was finally defeated. And for what happened, the only thing I can say on camera is that he got torched. No pun intended. The only survivor of the attack on the accuser's side was one of the 8 bullets, a man who went by the name of Kendo Rapper. He was also responsible for the only injured party on our end, but that was due to Dr. Cho trying to fight him on her own. Apart from that and the building, everyone is fine. Due to this, the Japanese government has allowed us free access to a plot of land I had in mind for an expansion of the facility, in small part due to us taking down the Yakuza. But now we've had to condemn several parts of the facility due to the damage and possible breaches from thieves. Anyhow, that's the current situation we're experiencing. Now we just have to contact Uraraka Construction Co. to start building our new facility. We're even going to add dorms, for obvious reasons. Anyway, just before the invasion, Dr. Hankayo's pet spider, Ungliot, got into the chamber where we kept the Singularity Soul, where one fragment remained after breaking it. And well, she got, bigger, and way bigger. She is so big that she nearly outsized the room she was contained in. And now we have to break the walls down just to get her out, cause she hasn't stopped growing. In addition to that, several changes were made to her physiology as she was exposed to the radiation. First, to over 25 feet tall, and is currently 50 feet tall. And is currently 50 feet tall if she holds up her thorax and stretches her legs out. Apart from that, she almost doesn't even resemble a spider anymore. Sure, she got the spindly legs, fangs, and thorax of one, but she isn't. She's now has several dozen eyes, all bunched up on her head, all colored red. She has 12 legs of varying sizes, and once microscopic hairs are now large and thick enough to look more like spikes that cover her body. Her jaws now hinge like a mammal instead of an arachnid, and a whole host of different sized teeth sit inside, some of which are layered like shark teeth. Honestly, she horrifies me. She also has the innate ability to eat light and expel darkness. I don't know how she does it. But she does. And when she eats a light in a certain area, no light can penetrate the darkness left behind. We've tried everything from replacing light bulbs and wiring, but no light, not even fire, will shine in that room. I'm really glad Ungliot is on our side. Otherwise, she might just eat every last bit of light on Earth and leave it in endless darkness. She can also create black webs from her abdomen. We're not exactly sure what the webs can do, but one thing we do know is that they can be woven into an invisibility sheet that was used during the invasion. Apart from that, the webs are just normal, with the additional fact that they are man-sized and stronger than steel but far lighter. But enough of the giant spider we're trying to send over to Pacifica. Instead, let's talk about... actually, just that. Today is finally the day we send Torchwick over to Pacifica. I'm sad to see him go, but happy to know that he'll have more room to move around and fly, and not that cramped enclosure. Speaking of the island, it's gotten bigger. Now it's nearly as long as India, but not half as wide. It's even started to develop a large section of archipelagos. We've really underestimated just how powerful the island bloom was. Having said this, Genus, after being told he had free rein to put whatever he wanted on it, got a bit carried away, and by that I mean a lot. He made a whole host of creatures for the island, in addition to a bunch of others that he used to test out several evolution-based theories, since many of them couldn't be brought out to the public or killed. We decided to stick it there since the island only has plant life and nothing else. Now, I'll be going over each creature created, and will now be calling Pacifica its new home. I'll also be putting them in separate categories. There is the Piscines, such as the mermaids, sirens, whales, plesiosaurs, and sharks. Note, not all the animals on this list are exclusively fish, and are simply referred to being as aquatic. Firstly, sirens. The siren is an unusually large fish that has gained the ability to move upon land and breathe air. It's related to the lungfish and has several adaptations for both land and sea-based activity. Its pelvic fin have grown into arm and hand-like structures, allowing for mobility on land while dragging. Though slow on land, they move like a torpedo in the water. The tails are similar in structure and usage to an eel. They have very simple human-like skeletons that allow them to prop themselves upward, and can collapse this skeleton to become more streamlined or hide in smaller places. They have fins upon their head that give the appearance of hair, and facial structures that resemble a human face, save for the huge fish eyes on the upper part of its skull. They can also change color at will, but mostly stay in shades of blue to green, with red and yellows mixed in. Unlike their mythological counterparts, they don't have hypnotic songs. Instead, they mimic the sound they hear to lure the prey. The most common prey is mermaids. Mermaids. This group is divided into three separate groups: common mermaids, selkie, and merrow. I'll discuss each in detail. The common mermaid are the most abundant. They were made from apes, and unlike sirens, they are mammals and not fish. They have a physiology nearly comparable to humans. For example, their lower half, which has both legs fused to make a tail. They are covered in a structure similar to the keratin shell of a pangolin, giving them the appearance of scales nearly all over the body that appear green in color. They are completely hairless, save for the head, which is in abundance and long, used for both mating and as a lure. The males and females are nearly indistinguishable from each other. They have large eyes, webbed fingers that are highly dexterous, and intelligent minds that can craft tools. They no longer resemble apes, and now have a very uncanny valley-like appearance. They are fast swimmers and can hold their breath for 20 minutes, and are highly social. Selkies are monkeys who have gone through the same changes. Although they keep their original face, their bodies are more similar to pinnipeds. They can easily move on land and gracefully in the water, holding their breath for up to 15 minutes, live in large family groups, and are unusually friendly. They are so friendly, in fact, that anyone can walk up and pet them. They come in shades of brown to beige and have a diet similar to the common mermaids, ideally crabs, fish, squid, and clams. They are also not as intelligent as the common mermaids. Merrow are large aggressive mermaids that were once chimpanzees. They are far larger than the other two kinds and will regularly predate them and sirens. They have a female-dominant social structure, with males being only half the size of females. They come in colors ranging from brown to grey, and some will even have spotted patterns. They appear much like walruses, but are far larger and possess large tusks that protrude from the lower jaw to impale prey. They have no higher intelligence and always act like elephant seals in heat. Plesiosaur. This creature is not like the ancient dinosaur or the legendary Loch Ness monster. Instead, it's a seal turtle with an extended neck, making it appear as such. Due to their long necks, reaching lengths of 10 feet, they can no longer go on land and must remain in the water full time, which they are adapted to. They feed on fish, squid, crabs, and unsuspecting seabirds. Despite their design, they move very easily in the water and can use their necks and amazing eyesight to peek above the waters for prey and threats. Shark. The only shark we have is called the twin-tongued wrangler shark. This shark is much larger than any currently known shark, colored a deep dark red, and looks like any other shark. Apart from that, they have 2 sets of dorsal and tail fins to help them swim more easily through the water. As you might guess, they also have many attachments and a larger size. As you might guess, having so many attachments and a larger size, they need lots of food. And because of their size, color, and slow speed, getting food is nearly impossible. So, they have lures in their mouth that appear as a hand. If they swim close enough, or the prey does, they shoot out 2 tongues covered in teeth to grab and pull their prey into its mouth. Whales. We currently only have one type of whale, and thank goodness for that. We have called it the beach whale. It appears like a bowhead whale, but can safely beach itself, using its fins to pull itself up and away from land like a sea lion. This allows it to escape certain predators, sunbathe, or sleep on land. It is also extremely intelligent and empathetic, and will help beached whales return to the sea. We hope they go far and wide to help in these efforts. Avian. The currently known avian type animals on the island are the alicorn, griffin, banshee, red-faced breast, ancient peafowl, and dodo. Note, we have created several dozen kinds of birds, but I will go over just a few in these. Not all the animals here are birds, but they are out here because of the fact they can fly. Alicorn. Despite its name, it is not the fusion of a unicorn and a pegasus. It's more similar to that of a flying reptile. It appears as very large, upright, with wings made of skin, and their back limbs are 2 hoof-like toes. They possess a large, thick beak that gives them a horse-like appearance, and a large horn on its head, with smaller ones scattered around the base. Males will use this and their wings to fight during mating. They are completely omnivores and will eat anything they can fit in their mouths, or beat it to death with their beaks. They come in off-white to cream, and even a rare black coat. They live in small herds during mating seasons and will diverge afterwards. Griffin. Despite its name, it looks nothing like the half-lion, half-eagles of old myth. Instead, it's a strictly carnivorous, flying reptile. In saying that, we have several different types of griffin, but I will name and explain 2 of them. Sandcoat griffin is the smallest of their kind, only about the size of a large owl, colored sandy yellow with patterns on the top side of the wings, with said wings and said body plan that allows them to soar almost indefinitely over superheated terrains like the desert. Unlike the other kinds of giraffe, they stick low to the ground when idle as opposed to upright. Their beaks are grooved for catching and holding prey until they can perch and eat. They are covered in a mix of fur-like quills and scales for a reflection of the harsh sun. Blue-throated griffin, on the other hand, are the largest griffin, and get its name from the bright blue patch of quills on their chest and throat region. They stand upright at 8 feet, with massive wingspans and clawed back feet, with hooked beaks for pulling apart prey. They have the second sharpest eyes, and the first being the sandcoat, and the best hearing. They mate with the same partner every year and help raise chicks. Banshee. This creature was once a stingray that has given it mammalian features. It then gained the ability to fly, but kept much of its stingray counterpart. They have no legs and instead dangle from branches on their strong, semi-prehensile tail. They crawl when on the ground, and live in large groups, swarming like bats during the day. The reason for their name is their ghostly blue color and their ability to scream at supersonic frequencies, to stun prey before swarming it like piranhas. Their scream sounds like a person crying in pain. Red-faced breast. A name I had no part in making is a medium navy blue bird with featherless neck and face that is colored red, with 2 organs on their chest that expand when filled with air. They use this for both intimidation and mating. They also produce a high-frequency call without organ. They play the role of carrion birds and eat the dead or decaying. Dodo bird. This bird was a creation of my own design, the result of early testing on the Singularity Soul. By using a pigeon, I evolved it into a new subspecies that is referred to as a dodo, but with one difference, that being its sole viable survival mechanism on the island as a primary food source. Its reproduction. If not eating, the dodo will mate constantly. This causes an explosion in population, since once an egg is laid, it will hatch in 24 hours and then develop into an adult in just a week, compensating for their lack of intelligence and awareness. How Pete is still alive despite the fast aging process is beyond me. Ancient peafowl. These birds are another one of my personal designs. They are made back when I was testing the effects of the Singularity Soul on different creatures. In doing so, I discovered that radiation, depending on its frequency, could induce evolution or quirks. During experimentation, I found the peafowl can gain a hypnotic quirk. I also used the same hypnotic peafowl to test my evolution theory. I somehow was able to turn it into a more primal form from when it was still a dinosaur, but still allowing it to keep a modern appearance and quirk. In short, they look like normal peafowls at a glance, but looking closer, you'll see that they look like little raptors. Their beaks shorten and razor-sharp teeth. Their feet gain talons and one exaggerated raptor claw. Their wings reformed into fingers with claws, and their eyes moved entirely to the front. They still act like a peafowl, but are much more aggressive, and have become much more carnivorous. Alongside losing the ability to fly, they can run far faster. Terrestrial. This is the last group of animals I will be covering before moving on with the rest of my report. This includes the Salfanur, Dodongo, Screamers, Jackalope, Inslithrium, Brambleback, cats, bears, unicorns, and Deku sheep. Slefnur. This horse-like creature was made from horse and resembles a horse in every way apart from 2 specific characteristics. It has 6 legs and no body hair. Due to its large size, It has much larger lungs, heart, and layered muscles, allowing it to run fast and for long periods. It was supposed to be an alternative version of horses for labor and transportation, but came with harsh side effect of being a natural finger biter. Their skin comes in many coat colors as regular horses do, but only one body plan. A rare Sleipnir with a full coat, mane, and tail is called a unicorn. Dodongo. This creature was also made from horses, but for completely different reasons. Due to still ongoing but slow growth of Pacifica, rocks began to overtake both the beaches and forests, uprooting trees and destroying plant life. So, in response, we made a creature that ingests stone, and we made a lot. Its blunt yet sturdy teeth can cut and grind down stone with ease, and its highly corrosive stomach acid with even more ease. Despite being made from a horse, they look nothing alike. Almost like one that evolved after humans went extinct and couldn't selectively breed them anymore. They are large, wide, low, slow-moving, short-legged, with short faces and stubby noses with large bull horns, short tails, ash-grey skin with no body hair, 5-toed limbs, and a relaxed disposition. They are so relaxed and unbothered by everything that they will allow you to poke and prod, and try pushing them around without any backlash. Note: Dodongo milk is very sweet and holds the same consistency as yogurt. Screamers. This small creature resembles a wild dog with several reptilian features. They are highly social pack hunters that live in groups of 10 to 20. They have large eyes and large ears, which allow them to be perfect nocturnal hunters. The reason for their names is that they communicate and frighten prey by screaming. They can even mimic the distress calls of other animals. They use this to induce panic when there is no need for it, or to misguide prey. Jackalope. This creature appears as North American hare, except for a horn growing from the top of the forehead. They both act, eat, and reproduce like regular hares, except for the horn. Even though they do not use it to fight, any male can come equipped with either 1 or 3. Unfortunately, most females favor males with a single strong horn. If the horn is short, broken, in a irregular spot, or if not all horns present are the same length, they won't mate. Brambleback. These are groups of herbivorous mammals that with turtle-like shells. Like the dodongo, they are short-legged, low-walking, slow, wide, 5-toed, heavy animals, but much larger, around the size of an elephant. They have a short face, slits for noses, an ear hole, large oxen horns, a semi-prehensile shovel-like tail, a black shell that covers them to where their knee joints are, and a saggy brown hair on their underside, legs, and face. On their back are a menagerie of osteoderm growths that take the form of brambles. They will use these osteoderms to snag and hook planks onto their backs, where they will then use their shovel tails to scoop and sprinkle dirt on their backs. This will cause their shells to become mobile gardens. The ones with the largest, healthiest, and most eye-catching gardens will be able to mate. When sleeping, they will use the natural grooves in their shells to dig themselves into the ground, completely protecting their unarmored side. They are also extremely strong, able to knock over the oldest trees to eat their leaves. This dietary style allows open areas for grass and shrubs to grow with natural pathways through dense woods. The gardens on their back allow them to spread fertile soil and new seeds to different areas. Inusiterium. These large ungulates, which stand between 15 and 20 feet tall, appear very similar to the ancient Parasterium. Only two have been made, and I shall go over both of them in this section. Rumblehorns are the most muscular and the strongest of the two species. They have almost no hair and are covered in thick, loose skin that is colored from brown to gray. They are very gentle with small creatures, especially humans, almost acting like horses, and are highly aggressive to bigger creatures. The two most noticeable features of them are their horns and spurs. The horns, grown to look like massive antlers, are used in fighting and self-defense. The spurs are used solely for mating fights, as the feet are more effective at crushing would-be attackers. Loophorns are weaker but far taller and faster than the rumblehorns. They are covered in saggy hair that is patterned similar to a giraffe, and the temperament is different, with the addition of a mane present in males and females that goes from the head down to the length of their necks. Despite this, the most striking feature is their horns, which they have grown into perfect circles, with the males growing the biggest. They use these horns to eat. By walking on their hind legs and backward, they can hook branches of almost any size through them. Once hooked, standing on all fours and allow the branches to hang down towards their face, so they can quickly eat with their long tongue. When finished, they simply walk away, which enables the branch to slide out of its horn. This helps the trees by stripping away dead leaves, freeing up space for new ones, pruning back branches, or just breaking off dead ones. If a branch snaps and falls to the floor, it is eaten by ground feeders or used as mulch. If the branch breaks and stays on the horns, they will walk off with it as a snack on the go. Cats. We only made two different types of cat-like creatures, and I shall go over them both in this section. The white-maned mauler is a big cat that closely resembles a leopard, but with males possessing a white mane similar to lions. They live in family groups of 2 or 4, and females do most of the hunting, while males tend to clubs. They are just as strong, fast, and stealthy as leopards, but with one difference. Instead of choking their prey to death, they maul it to death, leading to drawn-out kills. Some of them even use the death roll, like gators and crocs. The Cheshire Cat is similar to a small cat in structure, appearance, and behavior, most commonly resembling a palace cat, but with two key differences. The Cheshire Cat can change the pigmentation of its fur to camouflage in almost any environment, and its unique facial muscles allow it to smile. But this is a sign of aggression, and if it does smile at you, run and protect your vitals. Bears. Like many others, we only have made two, so I'll go over both in detail. The galloping orsa is a medium solitary bear with a body plan like a running animal that can hit speeds of 45 miles per hour. Due to its body and much lighter weight, it is entirely a carnivore and chases down fast prey with specialized teeth to grab tightly. They often work with screamers to take down larger, faster, or flighty prey. Short-faced mountain shakers, on the other hand, are the largest of the two bears, and outsize the ancient short-faced bears of North America. Due to their size, they move very slowly and only run in short bursts, so they can target slow-moving prey. Brambleback and dodongos are their preferred prey. Using their massive bodies and strength, they can easily topple these huge creatures on their backs and expose their soft undersides. Unicorns. These are the most abundant of the creatures we made, and due to the numbers, I'll generalize all of them. Despite its name, they are nothing like the horse-like creatures of European mythology. The only thing that links them to their namesake is that they are four-legged, hair-covered ungulates that have horns growing from the center of their forehead. Many of them are more like deer and antelope in appearance and morphology. They use the single horn for self-defense, fighting, and mating. They are the most numerous, living in herds of hundreds of individuals, and come in a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. They are highly adaptable and can live in almost any climate and outspeed most predators. Deku sheep. This was a name I was not expecting for this animal. Although made by me, I didn't initially approve of the name since it is tied to my old trauma. But after some convincing from the staff that it was made to be the opposite of its original meaning, I decided to play it. This sheep is far more aggressive and wilder than the classic domestic sheep, and I made it during different tests. To learn more about it, please refer to my previous experimental logs. In short, it is perfectly suited to live in a harsh and predator-heavy environment. And yeah, that's all the animals being sent off with Torchwick, in addition to a bunch of different bugs and fish that will be sent with lots of plants that I will not cover in this log. But they're pretty tough and can resist heat and fire, especially when Torchwick decides he wants a barbecue. I forgot to mention that in order to handle this many animals, another specialized splinter was made, called the 420 Peace Out Splinter. I didn't agree with the name, and I'm sure Eon didn't either, but in short, this splinter calms all creatures to a state they can be handled without the need of the good boy splinter to make them docile and domestic. Now, I'm sure why many of these creatures are so dangerous. Well, 1, that's just how they were made, and we didn't have the heart to kill them. And 2, to make sure no humans try to inhabit the island. We may go there, but only for research purposes. There are no full-time settlement actions. I have 4 other things I'd like to report on. Before the invasion, Dr. Robbie and Pura both came from the original dig spot where Egon found the Singularity Soul, where they brought 2 things: more Singularity Soul deposits, and, since I'm allowed to report on this, an alien. We called it Starro, since it looked so much like a starfish, but had one very human eye. You can also make copies of itself that can control people, but kill them in the process. After Torchwick decimated the Yakuza later, we managed to get DNA samples from each one of their highest ranking members to create splinters. In our collective, we have Chronostasis, Mimic, Barrier, Sloshed, Confession, Energy Sock, Strong Arm, Lyrancy, Crystallize, Food, and Overhaul. The next thing to bring up is during the event of Overhaul turning into a giant monster, we absorbed so much of the facility that it let out an animal that wasn't supposed to. A vampire of sorts that was an attempt to fuse the bat and human immune systems, but kept going wrong. Before Professor Genius could kill his failure, the invasion happened, and then it escaped. Luckily, it didn't stay free for long, since we found it and I killed it. I'll be honest, I'm not totally over killing that creature. It was so human, it was nearly uncanny. I truly thought it was no different from a person or another intelligent creature. But when I saw its dead body afterwards, my mind was set. It had a shape-shifting ability that allowed it to take a human-like form, which is why I felt so bad. But underneath that was just an animal, with no control over its physical form. It reverted back to its original state. It looked like a giant bat with a female human body, like a fursona, but was less cut and sexy and more horrifying and realistic. During this time, we found its nest and the eggs that it laid. I'm glad we got to them soon, as we did, because if we didn't, what hatched out of them would have destroyed the ecosystem in Japan. The day after we put dozens of eggs in a testing chamber, they hatched. We expected the worst, but the worst really wasn't that bad. Instead of more monsters, we got giant bats. That's it. They weren't even half as smart as their mother, which was a relief, and also had half her abilities, which was another relief. As such, we called them vampire, which I know is real original. Anyway, as I said, they are normal giant vampire bats, the size of horses, with dark grey to dark brown colours and a ring of coloured fur around their neck, with their males coloured white. Apart from that, they do have some unique adaptations. Their fur, which also has scales mixed in, can reflect moonlight in order to make them turn invisible in the night sky. They also have gill-like features on their necks, which don't have any aquatic purposes. Instead, they release a thick, opaque gas that can hide their huge bodies and allow them to sneak around silently on the ground. Since they can see infrared, they have no trouble navigating in their own smoke. Finally, they can mitotically reproduce and create small bat-like creatures from their bodies they use to hide, distract, or escape. These babies have microscopic lifespans and only live long enough to serve one purpose. They are more similar to unintelligent copies of their parents. As you might have guessed, due to their huge size, they need an exorbitant amount of food, and when they do catch something big enough, they'll drain all their blood in a matter of minutes. That's why they would be such a problem here. So, that's why we're sending them to Pacifica. They will also be helpful in keeping the spider population at bay, since it was found that Ungoliot can reproduce with a male, and since most creatures on the subcontinent would be little challenge for the giant spider, the vampire will be useful in keeping the balance, and the final creature population in check. We also have no idea how they reproduce, but for now, we assume them to be like monotremes, mammals that can lay eggs. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Never knew we'd had so much to cover. Anyway, I'll end it right here and be back when more discoveries are made or when the others or I do experiments. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya signing off. Chapter 58. A Day in the Life. Professor, Professor! A little voice called to Egon through dreamland, breaking the peaceful fantasy as he attempted to return to it, but still sat in the darkness between waking and unwaking. 5 more minutes, he complained, hoping the little voice would go away. It did go away for 3 seconds, and right at that time, he went back to dreamland, only for the little voice to start jumping on his stomach while saying, "Wake up, wakey wakey!" Fine, I'm up. Egon finally jostled his body to make his little jumping friend stop jumping. He broke out of his limbo and opened his eyes to see his smiling Eri looking at him on his stomach. Taking in the first morning breath, he said, Good morning, Eri, only to get two paws pushed down against his cheeks and look over to see an old Maine Coon cat poking at him, making an impact now. Breathing again, he greeted, "And good morning to you, Log." "Good morning, Professor Egon," Eri said back to him, rolling onto her stomach and mimicking the cat, Log, by placing her hand on his face. "Just call me Egon, Eri," Egon told the girl as he removed both their hands from his face. Finally, Egon sat up, stretched out like a cat, before rolling off the bed and kneeling by it. He said to the child, "Okay, let's take a bath and then start the day." Eri excitedly jumped from his spot and ran towards the bathroom. Egon followed long behind her, and once again he saw the young girl running at the bath and throwing in her favorite toys. He chuckled and then adjusted the water so it wouldn't boil or freeze when they got in. As the water ran, Egon and Eri brushed their teeth and combed out their hair to prepare for the bath. Once the tub was full, Egon and Eri washed and scrubbed themselves, with Egon doing most of the work for Eri. As they cleaned up, Egon played an old Italian song that he sang, and badly on purpose, making Eri laugh hysterically. "When the moon hits your eyes like a big pizza pie, that amore," he sang with the old man as Eri clapped. When the second verse came up, Egon grabbed a cup of water from the bath, put it in his mouth, and began to gargle the words, only for regret to take over as he spat it out and choked. There was way more soap in that than I expected, making Eri laugh even harder. After the bath, Egon wrapped Eri in a towel and himself in a bathrobe. He then brushed out Eri's hair straight from any knots and moved her to her bedroom, where he picked out 3 of her outfits. If he didn't do this, she would pick the same outfit every day. "So, what kind of outfit do you want today?" he asked the girl while sitting on the floor. Eri took a while to review the 3 options, an amount of time that Log didn't seem to like as he loudly complained, "Meow." Egon pushed the cat away and scolded, "Not now, Log. Eri needs to think about what outfit to pick out." "This one," Eri finally said, pointing to an outfit consisting of blue overalls, a red shirt, a pink bow, and shoes. Once Eri and Egon had their clothes on, they both moved to the kitchen for breakfast, where a confident cat voiced his annoyance at not having his food. "Meow," Log cried. Yes, Log, I'm getting your food, you grumpy old cat," Egon groaned at the old cat. "Professor," Eri calls him. "Egon," he corrected. "Why do you call the kitty Log?" she asked while looking down at the cat, who was looking at the spot where his food bowl should be. "When I found him, I swear he was the log in the woods, though at that time he was more like a twig," Egon explains as he fills his bowl and puts it down at his feet. From there, Egon prepared a Japanese-style breakfast. As they sat down to eat, Pete the dodo walked out of his indoor nesting box and came out to his food bowl filled with mixed bird pellet. After eating the whole thing in just a few fast pecks, he tried to go after the much slower eating Log, who hissed at the bird and swatted him away. Seeing this play out, Eri called out, "Professor Egon." Egon looked up from his phone, reading news, as Eri asked him, "Why do we bring Pete to the laboratory and not Log?" Egon swallows his food and answers, Log is pretty old and doesn't like to move around much, so I leave him here to his own devices. He has plenty of things to keep him busy. Pete, on the other hand, he begins to say this until Pete suddenly honks in fear from Log chasing him and eventually running him into a wall. He needs constant surveillance, he finishes up. After cleaning up the breakfast and packing for the trip ahead, the three of them load themselves into Egon's car. Egon was nearly as excited and as happy as Eri to ride in his car, since it was his very first one. Unfortunately, having never driven before, Egon had to solicit the help of a robot driver, which he didn't mind at all. After they were safely secured, Egon told the driver, "Take us to the facility, Jeeves." The robot beeped and drove the car to the destination. Due to the damage occurred by the invasion, the normal front entrance had to be moved somewhere else in the building, while that was blocked off due to security issues. They even had dozens of military guarding the building, courtesy of the Prime Minister, as they waited for the new facility to be made. Security was the highest issue for them. When they reached the new front entrance, Egon helped Eri out of a booster seat and let Pete out of his cage. As they walked through the door, Egon exclaimed, "Good morning, party people." "Good morning, Professor Eri, Pete," Megan and Josie said at the same time. "Good morning, Miss Josie, and good morning, Miss Morgana." Eri greeted them both back with a bow. "I'm Megan, sweetie," Megan corrected her. "Oh," Eri said with a despondent expression. Megan patted her head and told them, "It's okay, you'll get the hang of it. Everyone always gets us confused at first." Egon leaned down to her and whispered, "You can tell by the hair." This realization made Eri's eyes glow. After this, they quickly stopped by Egon's office, where he dropped off his things, and Pete waddled around the room. Then they set off for the daily ritual. Their first stop was the creature division, where Egon announced to the many different rooms holding the different creatures, "Good morning, animals." "Good morning, animals," Eri announced far more shyly. They then put on a winter parkas and entered Gameth's enclosure with a bucket of apples. "Good morning, Gameth," Eri said to the huge animal, handing her apple after apple. After this, they went to the aquatic subsection, and Eri approached a glass of one of the larger aquariums and said into a hydrophone, "Good morning, Starro." "Good morn," Starro greeted back, still trying to learn human speech. Much more confident and less shy than this morning, she ran out of the aquatic subsection and onto the large creature base, where she went to a door and yelled, "Good morning, Torch." She stopped and got sad as she realized her dragon friend was gone. "Oh," she said in realization while looking at the ground. Egon placed a hand on her shoulder and assured her, "It's okay, Eri. Once we have an assured way to get to and from Pacifica, you can go visit Torchwick as much as you like." She looked up at him with watery eyes and nodded with a smile. After this, they went into the only remaining bug house in the facility. There they saw Professor Genus taking notes on a bunch of butterflies that swarmed around him. "Morning, Genus," Egon greeted him. The man looked up from his pad and replied, "Morning, boss, and morning to you, Eri." "What you working on today?" Egon inquires as Eri runs around chasing the butterflies. "I just finished it. I was working with some of the dead copies of Starro and successfully spliced it into a butterfly," Genus explained to him. "Splicing alien DNA into something from Earth. Well, I'll be damned," Egon said with an impressed tone, pushing back his hair. "I made the butterfly with blank DNA, so that helped quite a bit," Genus told him, making Egon nod his head in understanding. "So, what was the result?" Egon asked. Genus smiles excitedly and says, "I'll show you. Eri, can you come here for a second and stay still?" Ariel does so and walks up to the man. "Good job. Now I'm gonna put this butterfly on your face. Okay?" he tells her as Eri excitedly nods her head. The man then takes a butterfly and places it over her eyes. The insect's multicolored wing pattern merged into the form of an eye, and its wings were long enough to cover and act as false eyes. Eri giggled at the tickling sensation on her nose, but she suddenly goes stiff as a statue when the wings fold over her eyes, making Egon flinch. "Okay, Eri, now put your right foot in and your right foot out. Your right foot in and shake it all about. And do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around," Genus told her, and the girl danced. Egon tightly holds the man's shoulder and demands, "Explanation?" "These are brain flies," Genus tells him in a happy yet proud tone. "Ew." Egon cringes as he backs away and tries to swat away the dozens of butterflies around him. Genus realized his reaction and then followed up while rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, I'm still working on the name. Anyway, they had the same effect as Starro's mind control copies, but without the whole, rip your face off and kill you thing." Egon points his eyes at the still dancing girl, and Genus quickly picks up on it before taking the butterfly off her face with ease. Eri stops at one and looks confused and drained as she asks, dazed, "What happened?" "Professor Genus here was going to show you how this butterfly works by using me, right?" This made the man question in his head what he wanted. Then he realized he wanted to be seen as the lab rat and not Eri. So he took the same butterfly and placed it on his face. Everything went into a white haze for what seemed like seconds, but when he came back to reality, he saw Eri on the ground and laughing her butt off. "So, what you make me do?" Egon asked after collecting his bearings. "The chicken dance." "The chicken dance," Genus whispered to him. Egon playfully slapped him and said back in a fake insulted tone, "You're horrible." "I know," Genus laughed back. After this, Eri and Egon went around to all the other divisions and said hello to everyone else. The most surprising reaction of all came from Dr. Wiley. As Eri ran into his room, the old man was furiously typing at his computer, unaware of her presence. "Good morning, Mr. Wiley," Eri said out of the blue. The man jumped out of his seat and covered his monitor, only to calm down when he saw it was only Eri. He sighs and wants to yell at her, but he sees Egon poke his head in, so he takes another approach. "Don't do that, little girl. I'm old and could die. Also, please leave. I have no time for idle greetings and have a great deal of work." Wiley told the girl while waving him off with his hand. Eri looked disappointed by his reaction and left, causing a suspicious Egon to leave the room last. Once both were gone, he breathed a sigh of relief and took out the shard of the Singularity Soul he had kept hidden in his desk. Licking his lips at the object, he chuckled at himself. From here, the two made their way down the hallway, where they saw Izuku coming out of his office. Getting excited by seeing her second favorite person, Eri ran up to the unsuspecting boy and grabbed his legs while saying, "Good morning, Izuku!" "Good morning, Eri," Izuku greeted back, holding back the urge to kick her out of shock. He leaned down and hugged her back as he saw his mentor approach and say, "Morning, Egon," to which he greeted back with a grunt and head nod accompanied by a smile. "Well, I see you've completed your daily ritual of good mornings to everyone in the facility," the voice of Dr. Cephalopod said as he walked into the room on his tentacles with a coffee mug in hand. "Good morning, Professor Cephalopod," Eri greeted him. "And good morning to you as well, Eri. Ready for your class?" Otto asked her. "Yeah," she stated as she took one of his tentacles and waved back. "Bye-bye, Egon. Bye-bye, Izuku." Izuku waved her off and looked over to see Egon waving to her too, and on the verge of tears. He sweated and asked, "Do you always have to get so emotional at this part?" "Oh, they grow up so fast though." Egon finally broke into an explosion of emotional sobs. Eri was led into a mock classroom, where Otto stood as her teacher and taught her all her core learning activities. Despite being held back from any schooling for many years, Eri was incredibly bright and picked up on things quickly. After a few hours of class, Otto decided to reward her efforts with a movie. So he put on The Lion King and let Eri get absorbed by it as he got absorbed in the art of war. After some time into the movie, Eri asked, "Professor Cephalopod, what's a dad?" The professor stopped the movie and asked what she said. Eri repeated her question, and Otto put his book down while wiping sweat away as he told her, "I'm the last person to be asking that, since mine died after he and my mum consummated for the first and last time." Eri just looked at him confused, and Otto, seeing this confusion, offered, "But let me get you someone else to answer that." The octopus took out his phone and sent a text. A few minutes later, Egon came into the classroom and asked, "Everything okay, Otto?" "Yes, Eri had a question, and I think you're the best one to answer it," Otto says to the expectantly waiting girl. Egon walks over, kneels down to her desk, and she says, "What's a dad?" Eri put on his thinking face as he tells her, A dad is someone who takes care of you, looks after you, spends time with you, protects you, and makes you happy, and is a man. Does that answer your question?" "Yes, I think." Eri nods with uncertainty, while thinking about it to herself. "Okay then, have a good day at class," he says as he walks back to the door. Just before he leaves, he hears Eri say, "Okay, bye-bye, Dad." At this, Egon falls to the ground, right in between the automatic doors, which try to close on his body. "Can someone get the defibrillator?" Egon went into cardiac arrest again. Otto called out over the PA system. He hangs up, just as fast, and says with an exasperated grunt, "That man seriously needs a pacemaker." Later, in the middle of the day, Egon, Izuku, and Eri all congregate at the front of the building and wave their arms while chanting in sync. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. Honey and Lemon, who was walking by this area, couldn't help but stop, stare at the trio, and ask aloud, "What are you doing?" "Waiting for their favourite part of the day," Megan replied to her with a chuckle. Just then, Inko walked through the door with 3 bento boxes and said with a smile, "Hi, boys." The 3 of them threw their arms in the air and made a whooping noise of excitement. They lined up and happily received a box each. "For you, sweetie?" Inko said to Izuku as she kissed his cheek. "Thanks, Mum," Izuku said back as he took the box and happily skipped away. "And for you, my tall drink of water," Inko said in a saucy tone. Egon leaned down to her, took the box, and began to nuzzle her as he purred, "Thanks, short, silky, and curvy." As the 2 of them did their thing, Izuku made a vomiting noise as he complained, "Oh God, please don't make me puke when I'm about to eat." And so he ran off before they could continue. Inko then kneeled down and handed off the last box as she said, "And one for you, Eri dear." "Thank you, Miss Midoriya." Eri thanked her with a bow, making the woman smile. "Any time. You all have a good day now." She walked them off and blew a kiss to Aegon, who caught it and placed it in his pocket. Eri saw this and decided to mimic it. He blew a kiss to Egon, who caught it and placed it in his other pocket with a smile. "Hankoyo, please tell me you finally freed your friend from that chamber. If she gets any bigger, she's going to get crushed by her mass." Egon practically begged the man over the phone, as construction noises could be heard on the other end. Hankoyo, sounding equally stressed by the situation, tried to assure him in a calm tone, I know, but we're making progress." An explosion erupted on the phone line. Hankoyo was silent for a moment before following up, "Somewhat." Egon sighed and then asked him, "Has she had any more kids?" "Thankfully, no, but she did eat the one still left. Have you thought of any way to transfer her to Pacifica? By the time we get here free, that cargo ship is going to make landfall on the subcontinent," Hankoyo informed him. Egon rubbed his temples in stress as he remembered how he couldn't hold the cargo ship any longer. He thought of breaking out one of the giant spiders would be easier, but that was easier said than done. The room where the Singularity Soul was housed was far stronger than even he realized. On the one hand, he was glad his overpreparedness kept it so their greatest treasure couldn't be stolen. On the other hand, it made situations like this more difficult than they had to be. "I'm hoping to charter another one, but we'll see," Egon tells the man. "Wait, hold on, Ungliot!" Hankoyo suddenly yelled, and the sound of braking could be heard, as well as the wind. Egon instantly panicked and yelled as he stood up from his seat, Hankoyo, what's happening?" After a bit of what sounded like static and struggle, Hankoyo nearly yelled back, "Ungliot just broke out of the chamber, by herself, and we're heading for the ocean." "What? Are you on her? The ocean's miles away," Egon exclaimed in confusion. "She jumped," Hankoyo told him as he sounded as if he was holding on to something for dear life. Before Egon could act, his nearby TV blared to life, and news anchors announced, "This just in. A giant spider has been seen jumping its way through the east side of Japan towards the harbors. It doesn't seem to be a threat at this time, but..."
The anchors stopped as they received something in their ear and then continued reporting. We just got a live feed of what appears to be a spider attempting to make a raft. Going live now. The feed cuts to live footage of Ungoliot jumping an extremely long and high distance before coming down gracefully and only damaging the road below to a minor degree before jumping again. On her back was a very frightened Hankoyo, who was holding on for his very life. She then stopped at the docking system where the cargo ship headed to Pacifica was and arched her thorax towards her. She then started to spin webs faster and faster until a hurricane of webs surrounded her body. She jumped into the air once more and spread the webs out all over her bottom, where they expanded tenfold over the ocean. When she hit the surface of the water, instead of sinking, she floated on what looked like a makeshift raft made in the shape of a spider's web. Ungoliot then sat down and used all her legs to paddle out to sea, and much faster than expected. Dear gods, Egon mouthed. He then heard Hankoyo say over the phone with the line cut off, Sir, do I still have that paid time off? 'Cause I think Ungoliot and I are taking a trip out to sea. Yeah, that's fine. You don't think she's going to Pacifica, do you? He asked, half mindless, watching the spectacle. If not, then the only other reason is that she smells the pheromones of another giant spider, Hankoyo guesses. Happily sailing, I guess. I'll call that cargo ship and tell them to wait until you get there, he tells the man before the line cuts off. Putting the phone down to cover his face and sighing, he heard his office phone ring aloud. Without looking at the caller ID, he flatly said, What now? Was that your giant spider I saw on the news? The Prime Minister asked him in an impatient tone. Yes, it was, Prime Minister. We went over this a few days ago. It's going to Pacifica. Or at least I hope so. Have a good day, he quickly and boldly told her before hanging up and leaning his head back to try ease the growing headache. Later, Egon, Izuku, and the CEO of Uraraka Construction Co. were having an outdoor meeting about the construction plans for the new NIP building. Izuku had worked tirelessly to draw out the plans with Hatsume, but they did it, and everything was either laid out or spread across a corkboard. Looking over this, the CEO blinked several times before asking, You want us to make it that big? Yes, that big, Egon answered while pointing to a sheet that had the size measurements written down. My goodness, he explained. We also want to make a dorm, Izuku added. Oh my goodness, the CEO once again exclaimed. Is it doable? Izuku inquired, not liking his reaction. The man rubbed his eyes as he looked over all the detailed plans and told them, I mean, yes, it is, but it'll be expensive and long. Money is no object to us. Egon waved his hands, causing the man to clutch his chest in shock. And don't worry about time. We have some tools you can use to speed things along, Izuku told him as he took out a tool that looked like a large two-handed gun with a splinter half inserted at the top. Izuku placed the weapon on the table and the man grabbed it, holding it in his hands. When his finger got a little too close to the trigger, Izuku jumped and exclaimed, Just be careful, they overhit real quickly. The man took his finger off the trigger, and Izuku took it back while telling him, If they do, take out the splinter to keep it from cracking. Izuku then held the button down and unlocked a latch that released the splinter. He pulled it out and placed it on the table, while the man grabbed and examined the crystal. Just be careful when handling the splinter raw. The quirk inside of it is pretty
Izuku tried to tell him until the man propped his hands on the nearby rock, turning it into a misshapen thing of spikes. Dangerous. He trailed off as the man quickly placed the splinter back on the table. And even if you do get it done early, we'll still pay you the full amount for the time it would have taken, Egon informed him. The man wiped sweat from his face at this news as he smiles widely behind his hand before saying in a disorganized way, "I don't know what to say except, ah!" He screams out with a high-pitched screech. "That is quite the response," Izuku congratulated him. "That wasn't me," the man told him. They heard screaming again and looked up to see a young girl around Izuku's age flying down towards them. They all backed away as she landed hard and without any drawbacks. She raised her head from her superhero landing and yelled, looking at the scientist, "Are you the ones who signed the huge contract with my parents' businesses?" The girl in question was Ochako Uraka, the CEO's daughter. Yes, who are you?" Egon asked her, not realizing who she was. Thank you so much!" She began to kiss their feet in praise. Egon and Izuku jumped away from her offer and lifted their legs. Egon exclaimed, "Young lady, please don't do that." "Ochako, honey," Uraka Sr. exclaimed as he pulled his daughter to their feet and held her back. But I have to say thank you for doing this. This contract will bring my parents out of the red. I'll do anything to thank you, anything." Ochako practically yelled at them with arms open. Egon's hairs stood on end, and all the red flags were going off inside his head, as Izuku tried to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Standing a good arm's length away from the girl, Egon exclaimed, "Young lady, please don't say that to an adult and a horny teenager." "Egon!" Izuku said in shock. "What?" Egon shot back. Izuku sighs exasperated and turns to Ochako, offering her, "If you want to thank us, then how about donating a blood sample from each of your family members so I can make them into splinters?" Ochako immediately and rapidly nodded her head as she agreed. "Yes, of course. Thank you so much." With that said, she broke from her dad and wrapped Izuku in the first hug he received from a girl who wasn't his mum. The boy could feel her soft skin, her toned body, her warm breaths, and her boobs. Holy crap, boobs! Izuku froze like a deer in headlights at the hug. He stood there like a statue even after Ochako broke away and ran off happily. Egon, seeing an opportunity, patted the boy's shoulder and whispered in a sing-song tone, "She's kind of cute." Izuku broke out of his stupor and whipped his head to the man with a blush on his face as he yelled, "Egon!" Seeing and realizing what was happening, Uraka Sr. joined in with a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "Ha! If you ask to marry my daughter today, I'd give you my blessings now." "Oh my god!" Izuku yelled while curling into a ball and covering his face. The end of the day had finally came, and for once in a long time, Egon was able to leave in time with everyone else. As he locked the door for the night, he turned to his tired employees and said, "Good night, everyone." "Good night, Professor," they all said together. "Good night, everyone." Eri mimicked him far more shyly, hiding her face behind his leg. "Good night, Eri," everyone said back in unison with a smile. From there, Egon, Eri, and Pete all climbed into a car where the robot driver was waiting.
After telling him to head home, they all buckle in for a ride. Once the car parked back in the familiar driveway, they all filed out back to the front door. Once unlocked, Egon practically kicked it open as he always does, knowing his cat wouldn't be waiting by it. Once he let Pete out of his carrier and threw his bags to the side, he slumped into his easy chair and said, "Phew! Home sweet home! What a day!" "Hi, Log," Eri said to the old cat as he napped on the throw pillow on the floor. Eventually, Eri made her way onto Egon's chest, where she stared at him with big pleading eyes. Egon sighed, knowing what the girl wanted, and asked her, "So what do you want for dinner tonight?" Eri thought about this for a minute before answering, "Something spicy." Egon thought for a bit, smiled, picked her up, and walked to the kitchen, saying, "I have just the thing." From there, he put the girl at the table and prepared the meal. Eri kept herself occupied by drawing, and when the food was done, he plated the food with an extra serving of spicy curry from the pan. The two gave thanks and began to eat. Although the spice was extremely mild, Eri kept needing milk throughout every bite she took until the milk jug was empty. After cleaning up, Egon helped Eri choose and put on PJs, since she wasn't sure how to dress herself. Once she was ready for bed, Egon took her to her bed, where she asked, "Will you read me a story tonight?" She pulled a book out from the bookshelf by her bed and handed it to him. "But this is the same story I read every night," Egon told her as he looked over the same book. "It's my favorite," Eri said with a pleading pout. Egon sighs and tells her, Okay, then sit close." Egon sits on the bed where Eri takes a seat on his lap, and he begins to read the book that he reads every night over and over again. Throughout the story, Eri grows more and more sleepy, her head and eyelids drooping until eventually she snuggled into his side and was fast asleep. As he finishes the book, he picked up the girl, placed her into the bed, and tucked her in while kissing her on the forehead. "Good night, Eri. Sweet dreams," he told her in a soft voice. Just before leaving the room, he heard the girl say back in a small voice, "Good night, Dad," making the man smile as he closed the door and went into his room. There, he changed into his sleepwear and jumped into bed. He looked at the calendar beside his bed and realized that this was the first week that Eri hadn't had any nightmares. He's glad to see Eri healing and coping with her trauma, but that doesn't mean he's nightmare-free. Ever since the invasion from the Yakuza and the villains, Egon has found himself waking up in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat. He was thinking and worrying about what would happen if they did not succeed. What would happen to Eri if they couldn't protect her? What would happen to his staff? What would happen to the UA students? What would happen to Izuku? What would happen in general? But he didn't have to worry about that. He would be better next time. He would make sure he wouldn't have nightmares. He would make sure everyone was safe.
Chapter 59 Landfall, Villains, and Eggs. "Hello?" Egon answered his phone one day at the facility, only to get the gargled and rapid, incoherent yelling of Hunkayo. Whoa there, Hunkayo, calm down and just tell me what's happening." Egon had to shout back at him. The man took a deep breath on the other end,
to calm himself, and then replied, "Oh boy, where do I start? Okay, so it all began when we finally made landfall on Pacifica. Near the shoreline of Pacifica, the cargo ship that was carrying the nip creatures was parked and ready to unload the many cages packaged aboard. However, they were told to wait on that, since they got a call from their employer, Egon, telling them to wait until Hankayo had arrived after drifting off the Japanese shore. And so they waited after making a landfall on the little island. For about 3 hours. "Captain," one of the crewmen asked the captain inside the control deck with the man, who was looking through a pair of binoculars. "Yes, Private," he asked, nose deep in paperwork. The crewman asked, "Is it just me, or is there a building-sized spider floating towards us?" The captain put the paper down and moved off his chair to look through the private binoculars. There, he looked around the open ocean scenery and quickly spotted what the man was looking at. And so it was that he spotted the world's largest and ugliest looking spider floating towards them on a raft made of webs. Soon, the captain and the whole crew were on the port side of the boat, looking over in a mix of shock and horror as the creature began to paddle itself at a fast speed towards them with its many legs. Though panic could settle in before they saw something standing upon the creature, they called out, "Ahoy there!" "Dear God," the captain said to himself. Soon the spider came close to the ship, and on its head was a scientist with 5 black tube-like structures coming out of his head. The captain knew this was the man they were supposed to be waiting for, but they didn't expect him to float into shore like this. Hankayo did a salute and asked permission to come aboard. Permission granted. The captain sat back in a daze as the scientist jumped onto the ship's deck. "How?" the captain tried to ask. Water now!" Hankayo demanded with his hands out as one of the crewmen handed him a canteen that he snatched and drank dry. After sighing with relief from the drink, he babbled out, "Oh, thank you. You have no idea what I went through. I don't think I could drink more of Ungliot's fluid sacs another day longer." All the people on board looked at one another, and the captain asked, "What?" "Desperate times call for desperate measures. Don't judge me," Hanko snapped at the man. The captain looked over the man and saw he had been through quite a bit. He was sunburnt, his clothes stained by sea salt, his eyes sunken from lack of sleep, and his mouth covered in green tinge and scale, no doubt from eating fish. But he had no idea about the green color. "So, this is the giant spider we were supposed to transport, but got held up due to its enclosure?" the captain asked. Hunker changed his tune and happily told him, "This here is my pride and joy, Ungliot. Isn't she beautiful?" The people on board looked over and saw the giant and disgusting creature as it opened its mouth at them in some form of a smile. This made the people shiver in disgust, and the captain replied, Yeah, sure. How did you survive? Well, I drank from Ungliot's fluid sacs, Hanko began. We know. They all cut him off in sync. Hunkier frowned at them and continued. And she caught fish for me. Raw fish is a killer on the stomach. With that, he released a wet fart and blushed. Well, we're glad to see you safe, Doctor, the captain told him as he rubbed the back of his head. Hunko looked over the boat and saw the distance from where the ship was to the shore and asked, So I guess you guys can't get any closer to shore? The captain shook his head and informed him, Not unless we want to get beached. Unloading all the creatures is gonna get a lot more time consuming. Hunko placed a hand to his chin, snapped his fingers, and called out, Ungliot, build us a dock, please. The giant spider did as she was told and leaped from her raft to the shore. Using her many legs and many large boulders by the shore, she used her black webs to start sticking them together. Within a few minutes, using the boulders as anchor points, she spun a huge dock made entirely from her webs. The dock was sturdy enough to walk on, strong enough to hold the huge cargo vessel, and large enough that Ungliot could walk on it comfortably. Egon proudly displayed his spider's work and inquired, How's this? It should suffice, the captain said in shock and amazement, and the rest of the crew looked out with equal awe. Hankoyo then looked around the ship and asked the men, By the way, where's Torchwick? The captain wondered what he meant for a second, and then realized what he was referring to. So he answered while pointing to the sky, The dragon? He broke out of his cage and started to fly around the boat as we travelled. He's up above us right now. Hunkoyo used one of his tendrils to shade his face and looked skyward and saw the huge shadow of Torchwick flying above them, looking quite happy at all the space and freedom he had to fly. And so Hunkoyo, the cargo ship crew, and Ungliot all aided in unloading the main cages of the different creatures on the ship. Some of them were easier than most, since all they had to do was release them into the open ocean. Others were harder, but thanks to Ungliot, that would be a snap, since she could easily jump from one part of the island to the other, where the creatures would be supplied to their most suited environment. Any animal released on the shore would have to be done so using the 420 piece out splinter, so none of them would get attacked. But before any of that, they first had to unload and take inventory of all animals from the ship to the shore. While they were doing that, one of the crewmen saw what looked like a person beginning to emerge from the thick forest brush closer to the island. The one person turned into 2, then 4, and 10, and more. So he called for the doctor and said, Hey doctor. Hunkayo, who was doing an inventory of the animals, turned his head as the crewman asked, Did you say this island was uninhabited? Of course it is. There's nothing but plant life, Hunkayo confirmed. Then who are they? The crewman asked as he pointed to the group of people, now in the dozens running towards them. Maybe they're friendly? Hunko optimistically offered as he saw the cargo ship crew begin to panic, only for a fireball to graze his head and hit the metal cage he was standing by. Never mind, not friendly, not friendly, Hunko screamed as they all started to run back to the ship with the hostile people screaming and chasing them. Long before they could catch up to them, Ungliot jumped in between the massive army of violent people and screamed at them. The people, either crazy or desperate, did not hold their salt and began to attack the giant spider. They thought this wasn't a problem as the huge spider used her main legs and mouth of many teeth and thorax to pierce, crunch, and crush all the people. But even then, they still tried to attack them and climb up the spider. From there, the crewmen and scientists ran back to the ship, where they began to run back and pull back the ramp. Once seemingly safe, the captain breathlessly asked, "Where are they all coming from? There's so many." "We have more significant problems. Ungliot is going to get swarmed," Hunko yelled at him as they all looked over to see a seemingly never-ending swarm of people climb onto and attack the huge spider that was now begging to lose the battle. Fortunately for them, a secret weapon descended from the sky, and Torchwick soared down with a mighty roar. He breathes a weak flame on Ungliot to remove the people on her, but keeping her unharmed. He then flew by the army of people and breathed out a straight line of flames across the sand. People got knocked away by the sheer pressure of the flames, or was engulfed and incinerated by them. Anyone still left over from that attack, and especially seeing the dragon, ran back into the forest, where Torchwick landed and let out a bellowing roar towards everyone, warning all the leftover people. Seeing the dire situation turn in their favor, relief washed over them, and the captain exclaimed, "Thank God we have that dragon." When the coast was clear, the ramp was lowered again, and the crew made their way back to the island. Although they had more work to do, morbid curiosity took over them as they examined the men's corpses from their attack lying all around the beach. Many of the crew got sick of the sight and either vomited or ran away. However, one person seemed very interested in one of them and kept staring at the corpse intensely. He then called out, "Hey, wait, I know this guy." This got everyone's attention, and they all came around the man as he explained to them, "I saw him on the news a few weeks ago. He was some big-time villain who finally got caught and was given a life sentence." Hunko took out his Pura pad, which he still had with him, and took a photo of the man's face. After running it through, he did find out that it was a newly incarcerated inmate. Hunko thought to himself for a minute, then began to run around to all the bodies and took pictures of the ones that still had intact faces. After running the faces through the finder system, he found one common thing among them all. So, he announced to all the people present, "Wait a second. All these people are villains with life sentences or death penalties. How'd they get here?" "Villains on Pacifica," Egon yelled over the phone as Hunko finished the story. Yeah, Hunko explained back. Why did you wait so long to tell me? You've been there for several days. Egon practically yelled at the man. That's because something else happened. And there's no reception on Pacifica, Hunko told him. Egon slapped himself on the head in stupidity and said, Oh right, go on. After we unloaded the animals and the plants into their selected environments, we took a few days to rest, refuel the ship, and get the coordinates for home. In that time, not only did I take recordings and notes on the creatures assimilating to their new environments, Torchwick did something I didn't expect, he explained vaguely. What did he do? Egon prompted further. That brings me to this question. Torchwick is a guy, right? Hunko inquired. Egon was silent for a moment before answering. We never determined that, but we called him a boy simply because it was easier. Why? Because he laid eggs. A lot of them, and all over Pacifica, the man finally told him. Eggs? Egon repeated the word in surprise. Yeah, big ones too. I wanted to take a few samples home with me, but they hatched really, really fast. What came out? Egon prompted him. This is when Hunko sounded far more serious as he exclaimed, Dragons! Lots and lots of dragons! And different ones too! All are designed to survive in several different locations. And if that wasn't enough, they were all born grown. As in small adults? Egon questioned. As in fully grown adults ready to take on the world and mate, Hunko corrected him. By the gods, I would have never guessed, Egon muttered to himself before sighing and telling him, Once we have an easier way to travel between Pacifica, we'll start to document them. I'll also be calling Prime Minister about this. I'll get back to you with more information. After hanging up, Egon dials a number to the Prime Minister's office. After a bit of back and forth with her secretary, he puts on a brief hold, where the woman herself picks up and answers cordially, saying, Professor, to what do I owe the... But Egon cuts her off and firmly asks her, getting increasingly aggravated. Hey, Prime Minister, how are you? Great? That's great. Hey, speaking of talking, how about talk of the reason there are criminals on my uninhabited and dangerous subcontinent? The woman was silent for a moment, and then asked out of the blue, Professor Egon, do you know how many jails there are in Japan? 62, not counting the juvenile. Why is this relevant? Egon answers easily and asks back. She inquires again. Do you know how fast the crime rate shot up during the heydays of quirks? This time it takes Egon a minute to think, then tells her 89? Exactly, and those numbers aren't going any lower, the woman answers to him. Maybe if you worked on restructuring Japan, maybe it would go down. Egon rolls his eyes and gripes. The Prime Minister goes silent for a moment, her irritation able to be felt through the phone lines as she says, Ignoring what you said, the taxpayers and the governments of Japan can't continue to keep already overstocked prisons in working order, and due to the law, we can only institute so many death penalties in a year. So this is an alternative. Sending them to an uninhabited island in the middle of the ocean was your alternative? Egon exclaims to her. She said nothing, so Egon continued to chew her out. You do realize this brings up several ethical liabilities into play. You're not Great Britain dumping their prisoners in Australia, and not even bringing up the fact that Pacifica is not yours to do with. Technically speaking, it's not yours either, and don't call it abandonment. Call it relocation, she tells him with a sinister calm in her tone. Hankoyo groans loud enough for her to hear, and he shoots back in a deadly serious tone. Do you know what the press, let alone the world, would think if you were throwing inmates onto an island only to be killed by the environment and wildlife? And what if they escape or manage to tame some of the animals? Do you want the world to think about the alien you're trying to hide? The Prime Minister shot back at him, causing the man to nearly drop the phone from shock as he felt his sins crawl on his back. We all have our secrets, Professor. You said so yourself. She told him with a chuckle in her throat. Egon goes from shocked to repressed rage, resisting the urge to hiss as he replies, Don't think I won't act on this. I'm sure you will. Have a good day, she tells him offhandedly, while hanging up on him. Egon carefully places the phone down and tries to calm his rising nerves. He punched the table hard enough to draw blood and knocked over the small stack of papers on his desk. After gaining control of himself, he picked up his other phone and dialed the number. Hanko picked up and answered with a confused, Hello? Tell that spider to start making babies. We've got an island to purge. Egon yells through the line. Chapter 60 Robotics Log Secret Creation. Hello there. My name is Dr. Albert W. Willey, an inventor here at the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility, or NIP for short. I'm keeping this log secret from my employers, now that I, the great Dr. Wiley, has gained access to a place such as this. I can finally begin my true purpose of continuing my robotics initiative. I hope no one hears me say that. Anyhow, this log must be done in absolute secret from my employers. They wouldn't understand my machinations. Development and progress must be made under any circumstances, even to the detriment of the innocent. So, to begin this experience, I must be able to cover my tracks. So, I will work on the robot. On the side, I'll be working on something else to be used as a Trojan horse. I have all the plans set up. Now, I only need to acquire a large chunk of the Singularity Soul, the very material used in skyrocketing this small operation into the forefront of scientific technology. My plan was successful, and after showing my employer my future plans, I was able to procure a chunk of the Singularity Soul. They seem none the wiser. I must make this next part look good if I'm to succeed. Project Mono is underway. After 3 weeks of work, I finally put my false machinations together and have Project Mono nearly half done with its construction. I brought my take device to my employer to show off, just like planned. The machine failed during the test show. I have to say I put on a pretty good act, even when I went to retrieve the Singularity Soul, and saw how it had unfortunately disintegrated. But that was only a ruse, as I hid the Singularity Soul away in a secret compartment. Now, with it in hand, Project Mono can begin. After 3 weeks of work, I finished the frame, wiring, exoskeleton, and other basic mechanics. I just need to integrate the weapons, AI, and power source, one of which I have. This will truly be my greatest work yet, and I can finally stick it to this big fat nose of Dr. Light and that stupid robot he calls Mega Man. Ha! I have constructed and integrated all weapons into Project Mono, all of which are powered by their own specific splinters. Thanks to the Singularity Soul powering Mono, it will also supercharge the splinters inside, bringing them to their full potential. During this process, I found out that to be able to have Mono do what I intend requires a large body. So I had to go back and supersize Mono from a mere 4 feet to well over 9 feet. From here on, I worked on the AI, downloaded it into its core processor. Afterward, I made a chassis and exterior armor piece around it. All I have to do now is wait until the AI completes downloading and testing. Then I can add the power source. I've found it. I should have expected it. Things were going well for me, too well. Looking back on it, I've made several slip-ups, but no one ever called me out on them. I should have known they had this place decked out in every possible security and contingency. With what they're working on, they would have to. I expected it to be canned and Mono destroyed. I expected to have to go on the run once again. But this time, it was different. Sure, I got my ear chewed off by Dr. Midoriya, but I kept my job and position, and Mono too. However, he has been placed into immediate storage and containment. According to Dr. Midoriya, I made Mono far more powerful than I anticipated. The AI wouldn't hold up in the long run. It would undoubtedly degrade, leading Mono to go mad. From what I heard, I was creating something 10 times more powerful than All Might himself. So as of now, Project Mono is shelved. However, Dr. Midoriya allowed me to carry out my robot initiative, but this time using blank splinters. I need to fill and make smaller and weaker and far more manageable robots. I think I shall call this next project the Man series. In addition, Dr. Hansume has asked for my aid in perfecting the assassin droids and creating new guards and battle droids, especially using the newly discovered and created ancient technology and weapons, courtesy of Dr. Pura and Robbie. This is truly a task worthy of my undertaking and skills. I think he called them the Valkyries. On a small side note, I named Project Mono because it means one, or first, since Mono would have been the first and the best of his kind. This is Dr. Wiley signing off. End log. Hey fishies, this is the final chapter that I'm going to be posting for Super Science. That means unless I somehow in the future do decide that I want to continue it, I will continue it. But as of right now, I don't want to do it anymore, and yeah. But either way, I'll be uploading the compilation of all my current videos into probably 2 videos, because that's probably the max amount of footage my computer can take. It's a lot of chapters, like 60 chapters isn't nothing to sneeze at. So yeah. Okay, bye guys. See ya.